Okay. I'm live. Hey guys. I'm live. Hi. Okay. Let me figure out how to sort things out real quick. What's good, guys? What's good? What's good? What's good? I hope everyone's okay. A little bit of a different one today. We're watching Splatoon instead of playing Splatoon. Big difference. Huge difference here. What's up to everyone in chat? I hope you guys are good. Alright, before I forget, let me make sure I do Discord and set Twitter to go live as well, so I'll do that right now. But welcome CD Player, you're the first one here. Maka, Yoshi, Rowan, Dian, Argy, Storm, Megatron, Shuki, I'm Person, Sasha, Zong, Yoshi, Storm. I just said Storm. And I also said Dion. Alright, welcome guys. Alright, you guys are the first people here. Welcome, 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 welcome. Alright. As you can see, I got my Christmas hat on. I'm not taking it off until it's what's it called? The, until December 24th. December 24th, because then we have to open Nintendo's present. And that's gonna be fun. I don't know what it is, but I also think it's Lego, so maybe I know what it is. But I haven't researched it, so I'm not going to. But we'll see. I gotta make that video too, make sure that goes out as well. Alright, I believe this is day one of the North American League playoffs. If you guys haven't been like keeping up, there's been like a good, I don't know, like 10 weeks of tournaments for what's it called? Splatoon North America, and there's been a whole league around it. I was gonna watch party every single one, but all of the live streams are at like midnight my time till 4 AM, and I need to sleep. So yeah, it was crazy. But the playoffs are a decent time for me to watch party. So I'm just like, we're gonna watch it at this point, you know? It's great. So oh, they're showing ads now, dude. That's crazy. Alright. That's okay. We are watching the Splatoon North American League. This is day one. So, what's it called? They're showing a Donkey Kong Bonanza ad right now on this, dude. Sleep is for nerds! Nerds! Sleep is for the nerds! Alright, 2 and 3, login every league. Day 1, watch party. Now did a Mario Tennis ad?
The latest entry in the Mario Tennis series is hitting the court on Nintendo Switch 2. Mario Tennis Fever.
Quick, dude, get a hot chocolate. I've got something better, alright? I got celebrations. I got some oh no, dang it. I jumped on my table. But I got some celebrations. You see? I got Twix. I got Galaxy. I got Mars. Alright? I might get a few more because we're watching Splatoon and this is the kind of the vibe right now. Christmas dude is back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm here. You think you will get a Raiders trailer at the end of the event? I'm not sure. Oh, my Twitch messages all just loaded in at once. So, hi guys. Jans as well. Thanks for the Twitch, the 3-year sub, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome. Okay, welcome everyone to Twitch for whatever reason.
Let's go.
It was the messages weren't loading, but they're loading up now. So, what's good? Kitten Paws, what's good? Eating up chips and a burger for right now for this. Oh, of course, dude. We got 9. It's the whole thing starting in 9 minutes. So, yeah, man. We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait and chill. I was thinking of playing before. I can wait. We can wait. Because I was outside today for about 3 hours. I had a 3-hour skate session today, and I was so tired afterwards. So I was just like, maybe I'm not gonna play games today. I was sleeping on my chair and then not sleeping and then sleeping on my chair and then not sleeping and then sleeping on my chair. Yeah. That was me till that point. You had a friend who plays competitive. His team is motorized desk chairs. Wanted to get into the NA League but couldn't. Yo, well, I think the playoffs is I believe it's top 8. The top 8 teams out of the whole entire league, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know what day 1 is gonna consist of. I feel like day 1 is gonna be more so of just watching who the teams are. It's just like get to know which teams are playing and all that. And then day 2 is gonna be like the maybe I don't know if it's single elim or double elim. I'm sure they'll talk about it, but you know, I'm wondering. I'm wondering as well. 3 hours of touching grass. Yeah, I touched so much grass. Can you put Subway Surfers on the screen? I've never played this game. I'm sorry. I know what you mean, but I've never played this game. 30 stream streak? That's crazy. Holy guacamole. Anyone we know who's playing? You haven't been keeping up? We know Moonlight's playing. So, what's the light on my microphone? Oh, you mean this? It's just this material, dude. It's like a reflection. You can see it's like a reflection of what's happening on the screen. So, hey, what's good, Vish? It's good to see you, man. You're gonna watch party with us, dude. You're gonna join the party, dude. What's good, Agent? Please, my dopamine receptors are fried. I need Subway servers. Dude, we don't have it here. I got, well, guys. All I got is this. I got some celebrations for you. All right. I can go get some more. I can get more. All right. But this is all I have. All right. This is all the snacks we have for this event. You know. It's 1:30 a.m. You're gonna put it up on the TV while you're in bed and fall asleep. Hey, that's fair. It's fair. Watch party with food heating up with a cozy blanket. I love this. Oh yeah, man. Just get a snack, man. Get a snack. Get some Twix, man. Get some Galaxy. Get some Mars, man. They don't like Mars in the celebration tin, so I don't know, man. What's good, Brian? Have I played the new Metroid? I have played the new Metroid, yes. I haven't streamed it, but I have played it. Oh, I'm gonna churn this over here. Am I a left Twix guy? Or a right Twix guy? I kind of eat both at the same time. Like, I just kind of just... and you just see the bite, just the whole bite mark, you know? Don't worry, I don't do that. But I just think that was a funny answer. What's happening? The Splatoon 3 North American League is playoffs are happening today, so we're gonna watch it. It's not. It's 7:55 for you. Same. This is good. Do you have any thoughts on Prime's mouse controls? You have the grip for it. It feels nice, but there might be a bit of a delay. I personally don't enjoy it as much as I like using gyro. I like using gyro a whole lot more. I don't, Bish. I don't. What's your favorite cheese? Mozzarella? Mozzarella, I think? You tried the mouse for like a minute and never went back to it? Yeah, I just prefer... I think... For me, it's just that... The Joy-Con, the thing, I got it right in front of me here. Using this as a mouse, and then clicking, and then... It's just not comfortable for me. It's just... I just don't feel comfortable using it, so... I played it with Fortnite, and it's still kind of uncomfortable, so... The teams are Healthy Diet Food Group, Duck Motif, Gourmet Race, Bet, Moonlight, FT Win, and Milky Way. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna be able, I mean, it's gonna be nice to see who's on those teams when we get to it, so it's gonna be good. And then we can take a mental note of it today, and then, you know, we'll get to it tomorrow, you know. I don't know how long this is gonna go on for today, though. That's the only thing. I actually don't know. It would be nice to know, though. He said he can never be on that first team? Okay. Unlucky for him, man. Favorite Mario power-up? The one where he eats a mushroom. Hey, youngster, what's good, man? Mozzarella cheese is a solid choice, though it's not solid cheese per se. I mean, it tastes pretty good in a Subway and on a pizza. Whenever I go get Subway, I always tell them to not use the cheddar cheese. I ask if I could use the mozzarella instead. I prefer it. How am I, dude? I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good, dude. I'm doing pretty good. I feel pretty good. I went outside today. I uploaded a video today. I did do that today, didn't I? And yeah, that's basically been my day so far. I'm not gonna lie. I was outside for a long time today, so I'm hoping to go again tomorrow, but it'll be a lot earlier in the day, so it'll be like at 9 AM my time, or probably 8:30 maybe. Cactus, what's good? It's good to have you here, man. Welcome, welcome. Well, welcome to the watch party. Gen Z needs to revise Splatoon. Who is that? What's good, Reeds? Hope you're all doing well. We're doing great, dude. We're doing great. The playoffs is starting in like... I'll get the screen up here for you guys now. But the playoffs stream is about to start in like a minute 50. I think they've run through all their ads now, so now I can switch the scene and go to it. So we're just gonna go here. We're now watching it. You've been in Splatoon break for due to ban out for like 2 weeks. Oh, I see. Watch partying. The Splatoon North American League. Day 1. You've been in Splatoon... Oh, I just read that. You're planning to come back for on the Winterfest, though. Oh, I see, I see. Has there been one announced already? I'm not sure. Alright, dudes. It's only 55 seconds left. Nice hat, dude. Ah, thanks. Appreciate that. It's my Mario Santa hat. What a fabulous Saturday for Splatoon. Splatoon. Very fabulous. Very fabulous. Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing just some cool plays, man. That's all for me. Like, I would have watch partied the whole event if it just wasn't so late for me, you know. That's the only thing. So I don't know. I've watched a lot of Pika's vids on like his I think his team is inside it, and he did like a video of like every single week he played in it. But well, here we are. Here we are. Let me know if the volume's okay. Sandbag, I appreciate it. Thanks for 18 months. Got Jordan Kent, we got 9, we got Lily. We have to listen up for the rules. Can you turn it up? Got you.
Action, folks. These players know who their opponents are. They know
This
what
good, guys?
they're playing on. They know what modes they're playing on. This is the perfect environment for high-level play, and I know they're going to treat us to some fantastic matches.
And Lily, I know you've enjoyed this regular season.
That's perfect. Got you, got you.
First season so far, and the fact that we're going to have a champion here in about 48 hours.
I mean, absolutely wild. We've never had a format quite like this, so to run it for such a long period of time and follow the action from beginning to end, I just cannot wait to see who comes out on top.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the season leaderboard and see
9
who's
looking
on
swole.
top for these playoffs. It's Milky Way.
This guy always
#1 overall seed,
has been for like the last 10 years, dude.
And you see the rest of the traffic there.
Trust me, I know.
Get set, these were the
I know.
top 8 teams that consistently performed.
Fun fact,
near
actually.
the top of the leaderboard week after week. But let's get to the rules.
It wasn't one of the
for what
first
we're gonna
times
see in the playoffs. It'll be a little bit of a
he
different
commentated.
wrinkle, but here we go. The top 8.
But I think maybe
best
the
of
second
5.
time
The
I commentated
higher
with
seed will
9
choose the mode.
at a LAN
the
event.
lower seed will choose the stage, but then after the first game,
And I told him
the
he was
winners will
insane
choose
at
the mode,
commentating, and
the
you should do it
losing
more.
Team will choose the stage.
And that
Those
was like
are
9
game
years
modes.
ago.
You know them, you love them. Each
crazy
mode
where he's at right
can
now,
only
dude.
be played once during the match, and here is the stage list. The
Okay.
stages can only be played once during the match, so of course 9, that means Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy. We're only going to see once. Each match
Highest
for
seed will
most
choose the
part
mode,
here.
lowest seed will choose the
But now
stage.
we check out the bracket. And we
None of these
see
teams are gonna
which
be picking
matchups
tough
will
war.
be taking place
Unless they
first in
do.
our winners quarterfinals. Up first, you'll have the #1 seed Milky Way versus #8.
Oh, they're just getting straight into
Diet
it.
Food
Okay.
Groups, followed by Moonlight and Bet. FT Win taking on Duck Motif, and then Fo versus Gourmet Race.
All right.
But that gives us an opportunity to get a closer look at some of these teams here. We begin with the #1 overall seed, Milky Way 9. They've been very impressive.
I think I guess that every single
Yeah, I mean, we've got all kinds
What's
of
it
numbers in
called?
front of us of what
Game
they've
is
done.
probably
They're
gonna be
first place in
streamed,
just
I think.
about all of them. They are brutally efficient. They can improvise, and every single member of this team is a huge threat. And you'll see it as these clips do come along. You can see
We got Bran
here
on the team,
slot
dude.
for a player who is
I remember
the
Bran when
model
he was
in
called
this
Legendary
composition,
Bran, but that was
being
10
the
years
only
ago.
true frontliner. Jared works around skirmishing with these Splat dualies as well, and of course Q holding down the anchor on that Snipe Rider 5H. Jordan, they had the best record in Splat zones. They had the best record in tower control. They had the best record in turf war. And even Rainmaker, they were a paltry 3rd place. So even when things aren't the best for Milky Way, they are the threat for a reason. If they play at their best, I'm not sure anyone can
Yeah,
keep
man.
pace.
And obviously
I wish I could
they
be here
have
too,
been
dude.
#1 for
I wish
a
I could
variety of
be
reasons, and
in
trying to
this
take
setting
down will
or
be
either
the
playing,
underdog
but
here. Healthy Diet Food Groups here, Lily.
Absolutely, definitely.
Europe has nothing. Europe has nothing at this point. Maybe at some point, though. Healthy diet. Who would he use a lot?
They do play a less conventional game than you would expect from some of our other teams.
So we got
They
Eevee,
tend to rely on
Ripping,
some heavy
Blop.
paint output to cover a lot of ground for their, I mean, plethora of engagers.
I don't know if that's the
Any
actual
member of
name,
their
or
team
it's
is ready and able
or if
at
that's
any
actually,
moment
or if
to
it is the name. I've recognized this guy called Zyph though. I think he used to play Squiffer.
If they can keep up,
I don't know who Stan is,
move fast enough
but
to keep up with Milky Way.
And that's going to be the challenge for a lot of
EU
teams.
is so much
keeping up
cooler
with
than
Milky
NA,
Way.
and I live in
We're gonna
NA
set for
too.
our very first game here between Milky Way and Healthy
Well,
Diet
we're kind of
Food Groups.
sick.
It
I
will
can't
be
like.
Splat
We
zones
do need a
on
European league
ruins.
at some point.
What do you make about this
At some point, maybe
particular
something will
stage?
pop up
Because we
next year.
both know
We'll
that
see.
Milky Way #1 when it came to Splat zones amongst these 8 teams, but Healthy Diet Food Groups are respectable 2 and 3.
What weapons in the meta right now?
Yeah, Splat Zone's
S-Blast.
the most beloved of all the modes.
If you ask me, S-Blast, Slusher, Splash, Sniper Rider.
Two different zones that these teams are going to have to move and capture. When I look at this as
Blopware. Oh, I know it. Wait. I've seen Blopware in my chat before. At least once before.
5H, that anchor player that works all the way around. And whenever you are playing Splat Zones, you need big contributions.
Maybe NA League was
from
just a
your
little
Maker
trial
player.
run.
So,
I don't know.
I do think an
What they got
interesting
right here is
move
pretty
will
dang
be,
good.
As you pointed out, Lily, the
If I had the opportunity, I would be taking full advantage of trying to get myself in this, dude. Anywhere I can.
Like a trapdoor spider. This is a pretty good avenue for it, I'd say.
It absolutely is. And I mean, the name of the game for Umami Ruins is controlling that top mid area. You really have to be careful and hold that top mid. And part of that is also controlling the sides. And with a team like Healthy Diet,
You live in Africa? That's pretty cool.
Space really quickly and really
What about NZAP 85? I guess if like you're not using a sniper rifle for your team.
And 9, how important is it for Healthy Diet food groups to get out to an early advantage? That way they have the luxury of playing patient here.
Well, you noted earlier that every mode can only be played one time. And let's talk a little bit more maybe about Splat Zones and why it's so important to get the lead early in Splat Zones. Splat Zones is
Played as much as you could. The format was really fun. That's cool. I heard like a lot of teams were playing in this whole thing, dude. So that's really good.
The longer you hold on to it,
It kind of shows like how many people who actually play Splatoon, believe it or not, in North America too. There's like hundreds, probably not just 100 teams, but like hundreds of teams. You know, there's huge turnout.
At the end of the game, if neither team have knocked it all the way down to 0, again, it does move down at a set rate. Whoever has the lowest score will be crowned the winner. And Splat Zones is a mode where everybody feels like they can influence the objective at all times. That's why it's so fun. And to your point, Jordan, it's why you need to get this win early on, because a lot of these other modes, you can really throw a curveball or two. In Splat Zones, you got to play it honestly.
And that's what's going to be interesting with Milky
Good,
Way
Kimmy.
as well, too.
Enjoyed it. You like my Santa hat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get an early lead. You know they're going to push outside of that zone and put a lot
It's the
of
Mario
pressure
Santa hat.
to try to make Healthy Diet food.
It was good, Tom.
Very uncomfortable.
Absolutely. And I mean, the huge contrast between these two teams, if you want to talk about playing honestly for Splat Zones, Milky Way is absolutely the member of the entire league that will play them.
When is the first match? I have no idea. Probably soon, though. I think they're going to stream every single match. Like, I guess halfway through, and then they leave the next half for tomorrow. Which I think that would make more sense. Well, that would make the most sense.
Well, we are ready to go with Game 1.
Oh, there we go.
Splatoon
Game 1.
3 North American League playoffs.
There we go.
Splat Zones, Umami
Forge
Ruins,
Pro,
let's get it started.
Dooley's,
Milky
Slosher,
Way versus Healthy
and
Diet food
Sniper.
groups.
Oh, yeah, okay,
And we are
yeah.
off and rolling in 9. Anything
We've been
that
seeing
stands out to
there
you
has
about our initial
been a
loadout?
lot. There has been a lot more people using Pro now these days. Like it's you tend to see it a lot more commonly.
One of the Bamboozler class weapons. This is something that you're really only going to see
Got Czar on the
using at the
spec
top
cam. Love
level.
that guy.
And believe it or not, it's actually Healthy Diet who's going to take the first points.
And Lily, we talked about them getting out to an early
Czar is
lead.
actually
Here
so
comes
good at like
Milky Way,
spec
though,
camming,
trying
dude.
to
So
seize
good.
back the zones. They get 1, and now they have a second.
Milky Way in the lead here. Carbon roller just kind of gets bullied there. I mean, they got control pretty easily. Oh, that's a pick. That is a pick. Good spot bomb.
What I am loving though is the ability of Healthy Diet here to stop Milky Way from getting early control.
Spec cam is trust. No, spec cam is difficult to really like
their lead at this moment, and so far,
catch
not much
every
of a
like
threat
every
coming
like
from Healthy
perfect
Diet
moment, you know.
You see a booyah bomb coming out right now.
And they need to jump on
It's a
top
good
of
retake.
that booyah bomb to make things happen. That's one of their
Potential
only
retake. They just gotta get
specials that they have that they can throw from a safe
the people on the left, but Jared's
Love to
on.
see them take
Jared's
advantage
taking
of
out the
it. They
boom,
did
that
sneak a
bamboo.
couple members in, but look at that. Milky Way saw exactly where the threat was coming from.
Yeah, they
put
just
the right
kind of hold
players there,
this.
and they had
It's
to
just
jump
a.
Milky Way continues to push forward. Here's Q advancing, and Lily, obviously, if your anchor is moving forward, that means you as a team are taking over more of this
Yeah,
stage.
this is kind of a last push. Yeah, the game's already over. Yeah, at this point, game's already over. Game's already over. Well, exactly at the playoffs, it's basically like the final tournament of the top 8 teams out of all of North America.
Milky Way, a
And,
very quick and decisive victory.
yeah.
Game 1 over Healthy Diet food groups. They will take
It's like the top 8 teams of all of North America, and they all play out until whoever is the champion at the end. Hey dude, how do you feel about the comps not using cooler anymore? I feel like if there's a comp not using cooler, it's kind of throwing. I'm gonna be so real. It's throwing.
you run
in
forward,
competitive,
you're
it's
a
just
little
like
bit too overzealous. If your opponent
like
builds
Cooler.
some
If you have
special
someone who
they
like
could take you
always
3
has
or
it,
4 down. And you saw how wonderfully
and
he
pumps
rotated their
them out
attackers.
quickly, it's
Clam
just
went
like
down into the pit
it
area
just gives you
as
like
Jared moved forward.
several
Ice is
more
back, I
chances
think,
just
at
to
one
win,
point there.
you know.
Q, the
So
Snipe Rider
that's
5H
my take on
was
it.
the foremost member attacking
I feel like
at
this
that
game
point.
is like
Every one
pretty
of
much
these
just
players
played
improvised the
around
ability.
how
And Lily, we saw Healthy
played
dive
around
through
how
groups to
Cooler
take
is,
the
you know.
early lead, but it just wasn't enough.
Turn the
You saw
volume
a lot of
up just
patience
a
from Milky Way to
little.
just gather all the resources that they needed to and take advantage of the situation.
And that's what you're going to see in things like Splat.
Blink just yeah, it was basically over.
And now things are going to get a little bit
I don't think like Healthy Diet didn't have a cooler, right? They had they had juniors, they had Junior, they had Bamboo, they had Stamper, and I'm missing the last weapon.
Other teams have had a chance to strategize and really look at. So that's, I think, where we're going to see teams like
I don't have a I can't see back
Speaking
anyway.
of tower control, that's what we have
Anyway,
coming up
we're going
next
to
here
tower
at
control.
9. Do us the honors and break it down for us here.
All right, tower control.
That match was really
There's
fast.
gonna be a tower in the
If they didn't have
Get
cooler,
outta
that's
here.
probably why they lost so fast though.
in the center of these
Because like
stages, when you
they
stand
basically had
on
less
the tower,
chances to actually try and win the fight, and they
moving
just
on a
weren't
pretty
successful.
path
Oh, they had a carbon. Yeah, there you go.
Rate of speed towards the opponent's spawn area or somewhere on that side of a given stage. When you hit a checkpoint, and all of these stages have a couple of them, the tower stops. You have to stand on the stationary tower for a period of time, and it means that the defender has an honest chance at pushing it. Much like the other modes, if neither side reaches 0 and gets the knockout, whoever is holding on to the most points at the end of regulation
They
will
do
win.
run cooler, but just not on
This
every
has an
map.
overtime factor as well. Even if you're down, if
I
you
feel
are
like
standing on the tower when time expires,
it's me.
you get a chance. We've seen some crazy.
I feel like
comebacks
it's
this
essential in
season.
Splat zones.
In fact, the music that plays
Because
while
like
the
if you
tower
have no
moves is
cooler on
lullaby
Splat
for all my
zones
kids at
and you're
home.
getting
Now
like
we get to tower control.
you've lost control in the first
What do you
fight,
make about
you basically
this
have two
matchup as
two
far as
chances
stage
left.
and mode here as we get
If
set
you don't get
to check
the zone
in
at the
on
first
game 2 here,
like the
Lily.
first time around,
Tower control Mako is
which basically just happens.
This is where I would definitely not want to.
At least that cooler is going to give you an extra chance, you know.
Carbon Roller are really going to excel in a lot of these different alleyways.
All right, we got cooler on both sides. They're both sniper
We'll
right.
see if the sharking can pay
It's
off
basically
in the
same
store.
comp, except now there's
Healthy
S-Blast
down
on their
1-0.
team.
Tower
It's tower
remains
control, it
in
makes
the middle as
sense.
Both teams encroach on the center point 9.
This is
I do like the junior
most
pick.
played a tower control
I do like the
stage
junior
in
pick for tower
entirety
control.
of the league. So these teams
You got
certainly know their way
Bubble,
around it. They
Bubble,
play
Booyah
eight
Bomb,
to five.
Zuka, and that's
And once
workable.
again,
It's
it is
definitely
Healthy
workable. I like
Dive.
this.
They took out Bran early on there, who has switched over to the S-Blast 91 and is already back, making them pay for even trying to deal
It's like
with
Healthy
it.
Diet's got
That
two
very
tools
first
to
checkpoint
push. They
tends to
have the
fall
Zuka and
quickly,
the
but once you get
Booyah
past
Bomb.
that second checkpoint, Jordan, that's
So as long as they can get that special and
Stan
just like
super jumps
get
out of
some
there,
sort of
was
use
facing a
out of it, they
2-on-1
can probably
situation.
push this.
Checking
But
on Q. Here's Ice on top of the
they have to
tower.
also
Booyah
fight
Bomb
against
comes
double
out
Booyah Bomb
as
on Milky Way with
here
also a
really
Crab Tank
starting to
for push
gather
and
together
hold.
and
So
make this
and then of
coordinated
course there's
push.
just S-Blast. That's basically a special running around the map. So.
Sniper Rider 5H is over on the right-hand side, just preventing anyone from coming in over there, which is going to be really important against players like Eevee on that Carbon Roller. You need to make sure that he doesn't have an opportunity to come in from the side and take anybody out.
Checking in on Bran right
Okay,
now, trying to
yeah,
apply
they're
a
all
little
in the
more
good spots.
pressure. Grab
Milky Way's
tank
all in the
rolls
good
out
spots
there.
there, dude.
Jared retreats, avoids the Booyah Bomb, but here it is.
They've got so much map control too, man. It's just a little bit like, it's just they have to shock him out and find like a good spot to just like frag one and then like slow the game down. It's just like really awkward now. I can see it in the play. I can see it.
May have bought them a few more seconds as you can see Eevee waiting there by the tower.
Alright, tap the cooler.
But this is where things get tough for Healthy Diet. You know
Yeah, they got the control.
real estate to work with, and even though Eevee has done a nice job here of fighting out and taking 2 out, they need
Ice
to
has
get
got
some more
the
map
ooh.
control before anything else can come through.
Healthy Diet doing a nice job. Critical splat of Jared that had the tactic cooler and the crab tank ready to go. Here's Ice hiding behind the tower. We check in on
Yeah, they have to
Bob.
jump back.
Go ahead and super jump out of there. Ziff.
Yeah, it's
meanwhile,
hard,
trying to
man. It's
provide a little
difficult.
bit more support.
Oh, that Booyah Bomb, dude. That Booyah Bomb denies the other one.
Booyah Bomb, Lily.
Unfortunately, not quite enough armor left.
They didn't
on
even get to
Booyah
throw
Bomb.
that Booyah Bomb too, don't they?
Opponent. They are really just struggling at this point. We need to see Healthy Diet find a way to get some control and some
Dude, it's
takedowns
just-
for Eevee to come in and
it's just
do
like
any kind of work. But in order for that to
S-Blast
happen,
1v1ing the Junior and Carbon and Stamper. It just like, It's so oppressive to
Milky Way
all of these
for the first
weapons.
2 checkpoints. Tower
If they're in a good
slowly
if they're in a good
returning
spot.
to Jared trying to provide a little bit of support. The Crab Tank comes out, eats that auto bomb, and now Jared just trying to buy some more ground, and Ziff hanging out in the big bubbler here.
Yeah, it needed that big bubbler because that Crab Tank was looking right at this right stack area to try to break people out. And now finally we actually see a bit of control for Healthy Diet.
Yeah, they
There's
just
still
got-
players who are firing at them, but they're up 3-4.
They just
have
got
some
far
turf,
more map
but
control,
again,
dudes,
when you
on their
have a
sides.
very short-range composition
It's like
this,
every single
you don't
time
move Q,
Healthy
Q's
Diet
gonna move
tries
himself
to
apparently here to take some more players out.
tries to
It's
make
going
some
be
sort of
playing tennis
move.
with a brick wall over and over, and poor Stan
It's
does not
just
get one of those Booyah
over.
bombs
It's
off.
just
Another
overpainted,
Booyah bomb
you
goes
know.
down. Healthy
It's just like
Diet food groups being
overpainted,
pushed
like
out of
straight
the
away.
produce section, and now it's Milky Way that has got the advantage. And
This
the
game is
tower.
not a fighting game. It is a
All
painting
takes
game.
For them is just another coordinated push here, Lily.
Q is just a menace on this Snipe Rider, and truly there's very few people I think who can match her in terms of
Just
accuracy
Blaster getting kills for no reason. No worries. I don't know how, but sure.
down for her teammates. She is a monster.
One more checkpoint remains. The tower is there. Here comes the tactical.
Yeah, I don't think there's a coming back from this, dude. It's just like they're just constantly outpainted, which is just making it like it's just making it really difficult just to come in. It's like you gotta get a pick by either sharking or using a special somehow.
Into the center of the stage, which is
Just
what
to make
they've
it
been trying to do
awkward.
This whole time Stan would love to close out. Ice here needs to close it down. Instead, again,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That's rough, man.
To take out Ice. Instead, one shot misses.
Need to get a pick and move in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like their only ways is either having the carbon shark and getting a pick quick,
and recover. And so now with under
or
45 seconds remaining, it's Milky Way. They have the
or
tower
using
and
Booyah
now
Bomb
gets
or
sent back. Check it out.
and or
Brand is trying to pepper a little bit more. Finally,
what's it
a Booyah
called?
Bomb comes out for Healthy Diet Food Groups. Brand's gonna go ahead and
Booyah Bomb
retreat.
and
Just
or
over 30
Zuka to get a
seconds
pick
now
too.
left in
But
Lily.
I think
There's
it's
an
what makes it
opportunity
hard
for Milky Way. You just need to hold
is just
strong
that
hold over the defense.
when you're playing against people that know how to deal with like a Zuka or a Stamper being at long range or anything like that, that isn't the Zipcaster one, which is just zipping from one place to another. It's just, it can be really, really difficult just to like find the actual pick. And then like in some ways, you might even find like, because you're focusing too hard on trying to do those specific things, the other team just thinks, all right, let's just outpaint them. Let's just play them, just focus on outpainting them, you know, so. Junior can also shock too, because they do got Sniper Rifle most of their paint, but like Junior is just like, it's not consistent in terms of like trying to get the kill, you know. It definitely you kind of want to have to focus on painting as well, or either throwing bombs, maybe throwing more bombs than but you know, that's just how I feel. Oh my god, I didn't realize it was an ad. Oh, it was I mean, that's the 30-second one, so sorry about that, Twitch. I'm very, very sorry. Very, very sorry about that one.
But Jared had plenty of crabs going around, Ice constantly rotating around, and Bran on the S-Blast as well. 4 minutes of that game was just Healthy Diet Food Group trying to defend and give themselves an opportunity, and that's nothing against them. Milky Way.
Will we see a 3-0? I mean, after game 1 and game 2, probably will be. I'd love to see like the top the 8th seed to try and take a game, because that would be like cool to see, you know.
If you want to try and avoid that first knockout here down to the losers bracket.
I feel like it has to be Rainmaker. It has to be. I mean, Clam Blitz is a little bit more of an organized game that I don't know if I'd want to play against Milky Way, even if Milky Way we know is very strong in splat zones. You can transfer that to
Junior is a tough matchup, yeah, just for fighting too. Especially, I mean, I feel like your best bet is to fight S-Blast. If they're close up to you, but I mean, it depends if they're not burst bombing you too. It's a bit like, ugh. Unless like you just like, you have to, I feel like you'd have to use your bubble more selfishly, but then it's just like, man, I would want to use my bubble for the tower. So you just have to like change the play style completely.
Place where you're thinking about in this matchup, we can expose them here, 9. Or are they just that deep and that stacked?
Weakness is a strong word, but I will tell you one important wrinkle of this Milky Way composition, that is, we go and watch some of these other teams, you'll notice is a little different. We've talked about Bran on that slosher, but these days a lot of teams will also run a blaster or another short-range weapon to pair on the attacking side. That's not the way that Milky Way goes about it. So sometimes in those firefight situations, you can get the better of them, but it's asking a lot to do that consistently.
It is asking a lot. It's true.
Rainmaker.
He's not wrong about that.
Send it right back to you here.
Oh, Jordan, you've got me again. All right, Rainmaker here. A big old shield is surrounding this.
Azura, what's good, man?
This golden fish-esque thing that these players will be picking up. Once you pick
kind of related, but if there's ever a Splatoon TV series involving tournaments for North America and Splat, commentators and community figures to voice the commentators.
Quickly as you are
Yeah.
holding onto that Rainmaker, you are a target that everybody can see. But like these other modes, if you have
I can see it.
when time expires, even if you haven't knocked it out, you will get the win. But there's a lot of risk that comes associated with picking up that Rainmaker. You're a bit slower. Your teammates have to protect you.
Do I think I have enough skill to win a tournament like this? Yes.
Thank you, 9.ai. A terrific explanation right there. Couldn't have done it any better myself. Textbook, by the way. So now we have Rainmaker and Inkblot Art Academy here, Lily. Always an interesting matchup here between this stage and mode.
It's not what I would have chosen if I were Healthy Diet. I definitely probably would have gone something for more.
When do you play cooler? As soon as you have it, dude. If you got cooler, just throw it down. That thing's gonna stay there from the map for so long, dude. As soon as you got your cooler, as long as everyone's up, of course, like just toss it down, dude. Toss it down in a place where you know your people can grab it. It's just, you know, I think it's just important just to put it down wherever you can. Dapples. This is for Rainmaker too. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Dapples for it's basically Dapples is like the Sploosh or Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3. In Splatoon 2, you used to see a lot of Sploosh, but in this one, it's like in Rainmaker. Yeah, I understand because the kit is just like yes, yes. Especially since it's been buffed too.
Too much action right now, and already it looks like Healthy Diet. 3 go down here. There's a real opportunity.
Yeah, Ice sees a Splat Bomb, and now it's Blop, an opportunity to try and cover a little bit.
Okay, whoa, okay, this is different. They got a lot of control already. It's just a matter if they can even pick it up from that point.
But I mean, they have the Rainmaker in a very awkward position. It's really easy for
Oh, this is awkward. They're like, I mean, I guess they know.
And they move very far forward, very early.
Whoa, whoa.
Backed up.
Okay.
A little too far for me to feel okay about it.
So Ziff has
I would have just taken the death, dude.
Because of the Booyah Bomb.
I just run it up the ramp and just take the death. Because it's in a little bit of an awkward spot.
Bran and Milky Way pick up the Splat. Bran providing a little bit more coverage, some pressure here up the ramp. And here comes Bran with another member of Healthy Diet Food Groups jumping in.
And that was a very risky jump in there on their own side. Where that Rainmaker ended up getting dropped is right near that first checkpoint, and sure enough, it goes quickly.
Beacons are probably already set up, or they're about to be set up. Lots of control on Milky Way's spot.
A nice job here. 3 specials at the ready. Make it 4 specials at the ready now, Jordan. They're waiting for the opportunity. If one member of Healthy Diet Food Groups goes down, look for Milky Way to jump in.
And a couple of splats right there. Healthy Diet Food Groups doing a solid job avoiding that onslaught. Here's Blop and company. Blop, a little one-on-one firefight. We check in on Stan, and Stan able to pick up a Splat.
1 vs 2. Yeah, that's
galactic opportunity for Milky Way to pull ahead here.
Absolutely tragic.
They go for a repop here. I think they can. No, actually, no. They're not here yet. They're not here yet. Tactical is down. They got the bubble. Not too okay.
You're going to have to push to 23 now without having even touched the checkpoint. And this is going to be a rough uphill battle.
Yeah, dude.
It goes down, and now that is just right into Milky Way's hands.
They kind of gave that one away, dudes. I feel like you either just wait for a reset or just like what's it called? You either wait for a reset or wait for like a pick and then pick it up and let that guy go in front of you first.
Because as we saw earlier, you can break that first checkpoint very quickly if you allow the opponent to have it. And this is one of the reasons why Inkblot Rainmaker has been picked so much, Jordan. You can see
2 already down. Bro's shocking up top. Oh no, that's not the fight.
Ice and these other players, they can simply fight up the honest way. Ice right side peeking, lovely technique.
Ice is just playing them here, dudes. He gets 3, just like didn't even look like he tried to do that, dude.
On the doorstep, Rainmaker's shield in favor of Milky Way, and it's just a matter now for Healthy Diet Food Groups. You are going to need something miraculous here down the stretch. Milky Way, they can be as patient as they need to, build up these specials here, Lily. Through healthy diet food groups, how do you just try to reset this thing to neutral somewhat?
I mean, likely what we're going to see is them pick up that Rainmaker and split out the left-hand side. It's the best way for them to be able to defend it if they get taken out, and the best way for them to move forward. Now, it looks like Ziv is opting to not do that, which makes me very nervous, because continuing...
2 snipes.
Bye-bye. Q
Is this a
takes out
third?
2.
Potential thirds?
So down
I
go
jump
2
out here,
members of
dude.
Healthy diet food groups. Q, just an appetite right now for all sorts of opposition.
Yeah, I don't think Stamper lives. Okay, they jumped out. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, honestly, fair enough for staying in that long and then just, like, then opting to jump out after. Oh my god, that
It
slosh.
doesn't matter what the special is, just having a real rough time getting those off. Q, squids in a barrel right now like it's a carnival game.
Yeah,
seemingly.
I feel like at this point, Milky Way's just kind of waiting on them to mess up because they have a minute left and Healthy Diet has to move. So there's like no reason, there's really no reason for them to move at all. I think that's like just one thing about this game too, is just that when you got this much of a lead, moving sometimes can just be like so detrimental. It's just like, bro, you could just, if you got to control, just shock and just wait for them to do something. You get an easy pick every time. Like the only things that that Healthy Diet have to do is just like they have to use a special to basically clear out one area and then try to pick people off that way, but it can be so difficult too. You know, they're just basically just like holding it down, dude. There's no reason for them to do anything.
Yeah, Milky Way.
Yeah, that's basically the game.
At this point, they're just a few seconds away from the sweep, and
that's basically the game, dude. It's so important. It's I think in this game, it's just so important to have like some sort of utility just to always like force people to move. Otherwise, it's just like, you know, if you get yourself in a situation where they cannot, like, I don't know, the team just cannot move, or a team cannot move because they're just being outpainted, and it's just like, oh, they can hold the paint. What can you do? You know, so.
It's gonna be maybe the biggest that we've seen. Again, there's some teams that when they play aggressive,
you'll be in the match pool. Oh wait, okay, never mind.
That's just not how Milky Way plays. They don't give you anything for free. You have to overwhelm them.
Pretty good though. Pretty good. That's a 3-0. That's a fast game. I wonder how many games are happening today, dude. I wonder.
Well, sure.
I don't see this lasting for. I don't think this going on longer than 4 hours, but you know.
Milky Way moving on here and proving that they're the team to beat.
Yeah, regardless of the imagination.
I feel like having a comp that has more ways to move than others just instead of just getting picks is ideal. This is true.
The 3-0 sweep over Healthy Diet.
You assume every set is being streamed? Yeah, I think so too.
The winner of Moonlight and Bet. That match coming up next. And speaking of Moonlight, let's now take a moment to
I have not played Big Run, no.
bask in their light and get a chance to learn more about this crew here, Lily.
Absolutely. I mean, Moonlight, they're a long-standing powerhouse. Some of these players have been around and just
Char's team. Oh my god.
That is top 3
you got Omega.
Literal years.
You got
no
Nolan.
any of these players are brand
you got Basil.
They
you got
have seen everything. Now,
Shadow Wind.
Have to wait and see those that this is their ultimate
Cinnamon Bun, thanks for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that.
Last opportunity Moonlight gets to see to take them out. And this is
them stopping at winners finals today? Probably.
They deserve to stand on that podium. They deserve at least top 3, but maybe even the gold.
That's Moonlight, your number 4 overall seed, and now we turn our attention to the number 5 seed, and that is Bet and 9. You could argue that they might be.
I always hear that. I've heard the name Bet for years, and I've never known who is on this team. But I've always heard the name all the time, but I just don't know who is on the team. Because I feel like it's always just been different people every single time, so it's just I just never know. I guess you got 0 on it. Well, I guess he must be subbing. He must be subbing or something.
Trying to take here. 0 going to be leading the charge on this 52 gal, but Dante plays a very fun brand of Dante as well. Simo moves around with a number of different weapons that can assist based on what the mode and the stage call for. And I want to give a special
That's Stan. Simo's on the team. Okay.
Sniper 5H, their anchor. Jordan has put up impressive numbers all the way throughout this league.
I saw 3 players.
Back to Moonlight.
Do I know all these players? I know Zero and I know Simo.
That maybe
No, Zero is not a sub? Okay, I had no idea then.
that we see from some of the top teams. You mentioned they struggle with some of the top 3 for
They
the most
really
part.
do. I mean, I find Moonlight is very much a really great foil for a lot of these teams. They play a little bit more volatile.
Should you come back to this game? I don't know, man. You have to. You're gonna have to have a meeting with yourself to figure out if you should come back to play this game.
Their top opponents are going to be
Unfortunately, I don't have the answers for you.
consistently come at them, play an even, honest game, and
But if you want to,
Yeah, it's really interesting too, Nine, when you look at Bet. Is there anything their composition is
You know?
maybe missing? You mentioned they've got really high skill level with their aiming and just some of those technical.
you guys want to see
gifts
some
that we all wish
postcards?
we had when
I
it comes to
got these out of
Splatoon.
my bag
You
the other
look
day.
at their loadout, anything that they
Look,
might change.
I'll show you some
to maybe
postcards.
experiment
I got this. I got a couple of these from some LAN events. We got Octofest.
Else is able to pilot at a really high level, including the Tense Umbrella.
It's very
Simo
cool,
has
right?
arguably been the best Tense
I don't know who
umbrella in
did
North
this one.
America for
I
the
think
better
G-Code
part of
did this
5 or
one.
6 years right now. So
Oh yeah,
there
G-Code
are
did this one.
a few weapons that Simo can switch
This is
over to.
G-Code's
I wouldn't expect too many big changes outside
postcard.
of that,
I don't know if
but
you guys can
sometimes
see it on
the
stream
right tool
properly,
for the right
but
job, and as we've talked about, Jordan, with this format,
very cool.
the teams know exactly where they're
Very
going
cool.
to be playing, and they know what modes they're
And
going to
then,
be playing. They've certainly got something cooked up.
And Lily going.
And then
to
you got
Moonlight once
someone
more.
called
SS
Sonata.
Nolan made the change to the S-Blast 91, and we've seen this before with teams. You
I don't know why these are on my desk. I don't know why these are on my desk, but they're just on my desk. Put it on full cam? Okay, I'll do it on full cam.
I truly
Since,
believe that
we're
was
still
the
waiting,
biggest
so
investment
I'll go on
they
full
could have
cam.
done for this league. They made a
I'll show
couple
G-Code's one again.
Part of it was moving
So,
Basil off
let me
of
just
that
make sure.
leader and back onto Sniper
We're on full
Rider,
cam.
which
Alright,
provided
see?
a stable,
It looks pretty cool,
base
right?
For all of the rest of the players to move into strong
This one's cool.
positions, and that includes Nolan moving on to
Alright,
S-Blast.
and then we
I
got
believe
we got
that
this one.
moving on to
I got
the
so
left
many
back
more.
row
I've
for
collected
this
so many
league
postcards
is
over the
honestly
top.
one of the linchpins
Over the years of
It's
going
really
to so many
interesting, too, when you
LAN
dive into the
events.
numbers. You mentioned Basil. Nobody gets
That one's
splatted
cool.
less
Oh,
per
For some
game.
reason, I have 2 of
Basil
these.
just
I don't know why,
5
but
times per game they get splatted. And as far as
I got this
Shadow,
one too.
More specials deployed than anybody
It's
else
like
per
a-
game.
it's like a-
Some heavy hitters
it's
as well.
a small fry and a blob blubber
And it
kind
just
of
is
like bike
interesting.
thing.
It's sort of that
Looks pretty cool,
4 team
right?
Outside of that upper tier, you could argue, of the top 3 teams that is knocking on the door and has shown some
Who made this
glimpses
one?
of excellence at times.
This is also from
They
Octofest.
have played Milky Way as well as any team in this league. So earlier when
You
Lily
also
was
got,
talking
like,
about
a
there's opportunities
A
here
sketch
for them to
graphic too.
continue on the
I
path
got
that
so
they've
many
been on
more
thus
of these
far.
in my
It's been proven week
in my
after
drawer.
week.
I'm gonna have one day. I'll have to show all you
They've got a
show you
winning record against
show you
both
all of them.
Foe. Their record against
But there's
that
so
team
many.
win isn't great, but when you look at Moonlight, it's almost a similar story to Bet. You look at some of the teams that they've lost.
They were just on my
They've not
desk, so I was
played
just
well
like,
in
why
the
not?
Duck Motif.
Why not
They
share?
have not played well into some of these other lower.
What else? What
ranked
else do I?
teams, so
What?
very volatile the way
What
they
else
play.
could I
They've
show
been
you guys?
searching for stability, and today is the
We
ultimate
got-
chance to prove it, especially against a team like Bet that's so mechanically.
We got a small
gifted.
fry.
If they can hold the line against
Yeah,
this squad.
little
they've
small
got to
fry.
feel real confident moving
Yeah,
in what would be
yeah,
a
a
match
little small
against
fry.
Milky Way.
Well, Bet's going to take those mechanical gifts.
yeah.
We're going to have splat zones for
Yeah.
our first game mode. We're still waiting
So
what
cool.
stage it's going to be, but both these teams, Lily.
At some point, Milana went to a LAN room and handed some of Chico's postcards to people.
Looking at bets in this loadout.
Are you talking about Breeze? Oh, oh yeah. Wait, no. I still have I have that postcard from Breeze. Yeah.
Here, if you look at where
Yeah.
they really excel.
I feel like if we're talking in terms of matchups,
Head
these two teams
Phonius, what's good, man?
in terms of
Welcome to stream,
how
dude.
And what they like to play. So I think it's going to come down.
Yeah,
to
I got
the
loads of
momentum.
postcards. Maybe I can find some more. I'll go find some
Get
more.
Basil in a good position and not move her.
Oh wait. Actually,
Set, and
yeah.
she opens up the
Yeah,
whole
wait,
stage
hang on.
for everybody else to move forward.
Yeah, and for Moonlight, their approach here to splat zones.
All right.
They've got a little bit more versatility
I have a little
in their kit
I have a
as
little
team,
box.
As opposed to
It's an
Bet,
Ava
who likes to
Meteor
stay a little
box,
bit more
but
solid and consistent with the weapons they're heading out with.
And that's why the stage is so
It's
interesting. We talked a little bit earlier about
packed
the leader from
with
Basil.
Splatoon stuff inside it.
One of the things that dictates when
There's
and
so
where that
many
leader comes
postcards
out
in
is the
here.
stage
Oh my
they're
God.
playing. There's some stages in this
I just saw a
lineup
plane
that
ticket
really
too
is
inside here too.
so powerful.
And a bunch of
The
other
longest range
Splatoon
of
stuff.
any weapon
Okay.
that we're going to be seeing today, it can really dictate a game, but the tricky part
We got-
is if it's a shorter range.
We got
maybe
the
more
sticker.
targeted, let's say we go back to Mako.
That's pretty
maybe
cool.
for Splat zones.
All right.
Will we see the E later there? I'm not sure, but that's why this is
With
such
the
an
sticker,
interesting
it's
choice
pretty
early
cool.
on, and I believe it's gonna be Hagglefish.
We got that one postcard that you're talking about,
And
Tom.
Lily, you look at Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
This is Jico's other one.
Really stands out to you as far as what you need to keep in mind on this particular stage.
This
We got.
map is kind of shaped
This
like
is
a
actually.
it's got
I don't know.
sides, and if you can keep moving,
I don't know
there's
who made this. I actually have no idea who made this, but I remember getting it in
for both of these
the
teams.
European
Players
champs
have
in 2023. It was like someone in the audience. They were just like, "Hey, I know, dude. I hope you're doing good. Could I give you this postcard?" And I was just like, "Yeah, sure. Why not?" And I got a postcard. So
You really want to be aggressive
So I remember
in the way
that.
you push towards Moonlight spawn,
We
or
got-
what's your thought process once you have control
so
of that?
I don't know. I don't remember when I got this one, but I got this one. This is my inkling, by some person called Hoon Emu.
Happy Splatmas team, hope you're having a good holiday season.
Oh, 100%. Oh, we got a full wipe sticker. Oh, whoops. Got a full wipe sticker. Full wipe 2025. What else do we have?
Composition that could come out here from the members of Moonlight, and if that gets into your spawn, that's a problem too. So I don't want to say this is going to be a super.
Got a bunch of
aggressive
other
game
stickers. There's so
of
much. There's
SWAT
so
zones,
much.
but
There's actually
you
so
go on
much
the
stuff in
stage, you
here.
gotta
Oh
get
my
up and
god.
attack what you get.
Double bubbler. That's
There's just a lot of like
right there. And so
key
you take a
rings. Well,
look
not
at what
key
you're gonna
rings.
see here
Like,
from that, and what's interesting is we've got different roles on
What
these
do you call
teams
these
here.
things?
It's very
It's the things that you put on your
cosmopolitan
chest
top
or
18,
your
but
thing.
a lot of
Like,
folks
there's just a
who are
lot
part
of
this
these things, you know.
North American League
Well,
and
these
really
things.
dipping their toe into the competitive scene, and you've
We got, like,
roles
some
Flex
stickers as
and
well.
Skirmisher and Engage.
I don't know who
Bring
made
some
this
of that
sticker,
down
but
there
it's
for
in
me,
this
Lily, if you
box.
don't mind, as far as
Pins,
the
that's it,
difference between
pins.
what each
Pins.
player's looking for in this team.
I mean, how about I tell you about my two favorites?
Oh, go ahead.
We got a little monkey pin. I don't know where this came from. We got a little monkey pin here.
I
don't know. This is a cool pin. I got so many pins, dude.
And make sure that they have eyes on all avenues to support their team. And then
What else do we have?
Which is what I am, of course.
We
Typically
got-
high paint weapons, high mobility
We have a
weapons,
Kirby
go
sticker.
around, cover the ground,
Why not?
Make sure everyone has what they
Little
need
Kirby
to
sticker.
support their teams from maybe a
We
little bit off to
got-
the side. I'm not quite on the front lines, but I'm a little to the left. I'm gonna throw a bomb in to help you. Maybe
Oh,
clean
look at
up a
this.
shot and pretend I got it.
That's pretty cool,
We
right?
know Nine, throughout all the years, has spent a lot of time at Muscle Forge Fitness. Does that make you a flex guy, or does that make you?
This is like, I don't know. It's not like a, oh, wait, this is cool.
I would say maybe not self.
This is a, actually, I'll take it out the
Great
pin.
shot right there, by the way. Great one shot.
Okay. The flex player, Simo, might be the best example that we'll see today.
We got-
really has a number
This
of
is actually so cool.
drastically
Wait, I have to.
change the look of your composition.
Look at this.
We're not talking about switching from
This is a keychain.
96 gal
I don't
to
understand why I have not
96
used this
gal
yet.
deco. This is one game you're playing a blaster.
This is, do you guys recognize?
Splash and Matic. Two very different
This is
weapons.
like side order,
They
right?
serve different roles. And another really
Actually,
important
so
role
cool.
these days is what weapon is going to be engaging with the opponent.
I think I
It's
got
going
this
to
from,
be the tip of the spear, as Shiny Hunty Zach always loves to say, and open
I
things
think this
up
is
for
from
the
Full
rest
Wipe
of the
as
team.
well.
There's a lot of
I
responsibility,
think.
especially in this
I just don't want
tactical
to.
era.
We're waiting on Splat.
It's just
zones
about, like,
and Hagglefish
I don't know if there's a name on it, so I
Everything
can't.
lined up. As we know, the internet is a series of pipes.
Like I've been given so many stuff from times of Splatoon, especially from events. So it's just like having to remember all these people all at once is really difficult. But it's cool to see, man. It's so cool.
You never know what you're going to get with them. Any particular game, they can.
There's so much
sometimes aim
stuff in
high
here,
and
man.
Sometimes fall low, and I think that's what makes it exciting here.
No
And
sticker.
I truly think that this is one of the
Give me
most
like 20 of
important
those.
matches we're going to see today. Moonlight has, I think, the best chance of coming through and getting and taking out Milky Way. Now they've struggled a little bit against FT Win, but if they can just
Another
get
little
past
sticker.
Milky Way, I think they really.
Who's
could
that,
have a
though?
chance. But we're gonna have to.
Do you guys
see
re-
what they're
do you guys know who
first.
that
So
is?
if they can pass this first challenge.
You should be able to tell that. Should be able to know this one.
And
Someone
now
in
we
chat
have
should
any
know.
historical context as far
Actually,
as
most people in chat, especially YouTube chat, should know.
Another at different times, or is this going to be pretty even, Steven?
Of course, it's
Well,
Vic.
we have a little bit.
It's
These
Chara.
teams have been to each other a whole lot. They are 1
Course,
and
course,
2
course.
with that
Shoutouts to
being
Vic.
the victors more often than not in the we'll say the top 8 portion of it. Whenever Moonlight has had their success,
Shake?
it's been in the
Right,
ladder.
like,
So
little
again,
badge.
the longer format, the ladder was best of 3, not best
Yeah,
of
man.
5.
I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff in here. There's a bunch of stuff.
Was bet that got the better of Moonlight. So it's not a tons, a very, very small sample size, I want to reiterate.
All right, that's gonna be my showcase for now. Let's get back to the let's get back to watching some games, man.
Wonderful time if Bet wants to even the score at 2-2. What a win this would be for them.
I want to go to Omega on this Platano Wiper, the mid Commentator.
I'll put this right here for now.
See from Moonlight. That role,
all right.
So aggressive, and they are the Slayer.
I think the Japanese tournaments progress so much faster. They don't talk as much. I do feel like they are talking a lot here. No offense. But I also understand because they're presenting it like if someone who's never watched Splatoon before, like compared to Splatoon, like you kind of want to know about the players somewhat.
Well, here we go.
So
Game 1 between
I understand
Moonlight and Bet. We've got Splat zones on Hagglefish Market.
If it's someone, if you're watching this and you're already from the scene, it's just like, man, okay. But if it's, I understand if it's like you've never, like you're watching this for the first time, and like it makes perfect sense why you would present it this way. So, which honestly is usually better, I would say. So.
That ends up 85 to give them their tacticoolers. On the other side, it is Simo on the Sorella Tentabrella, but notably Zero is not using the 52 gal that I called out so lovingly earlier. Instead, it's going to be.
I like the 10 pick here.
There's going to be some crab tanks.
Oh, never mind. Oh wait, there's an S plus. Sorry, it's good. It's good game. Good game. There is an S plus on the other side.
For Bet early on as Moonlight takes a minor lead here, trying to hide the big bubbler at this moment, Lily.
Omega taking a great position there, distracting from the side, but unfortunately,
Zukura in hand.
Follow up on that advantage created,
strikes on zone.
Bet gets full control of this, but has burned all of their specials just getting that control.
Down goes a member of Moonlight, though, but it is Bet with control at the moment and the lead. You see Basil hiding there behind the tower. We'll go ahead and deploy that wave breaker as we check in on.
Yeah, I know majority of players in this game, but maybe like not.
So far, Bet has had control of this zone, and they look comfortable.
Well, I think that comfort's about to end.
Wait, who is Bet's fourth? They showed like 3 players last time. Mecha. Ah, it's Mecha. Okay.
That's really been all.
Okay, I know 7 people.
To make use of thus far. That's how they scored a lot of their points. Now Shadow waiting in, they're jumping Omega. I don't think Zero knows. Another person is now moving here, so Mecha got in, even jumped down to take that out. Has almost taken out Omega.
Moonlight are getting stomped here, dudes. They got, the worst thing is just getting wiped out when the team has so much control already, you know.
They're moving forward into Moonlight territory.
This is the dangerous part of the game. Bet has already gotten up and taken control of this plat area, and we do have a crab that just happened as well. Controlled that whole area and locked them down. We're putting Moonlight to a very.
Wow, they got so much control, dude. They're gonna have to burn so many points and just like work towards getting a okay, they get zone here, I think. Should you want to fight for that zone? You need to stay in the game. Oh, that 10 is so annoying, but it's okay. Oh no! Oh, and they're getting flanked. Oh, this is rough, dude. Okay, this is where you come back, Moonlight. It's 100% where you come back. Oh no! Put that bubble on zone. Yep, you got it. Paint. Gotta kill. There you go. All right, the game is saved. The game is saved.
They needed that penalty. They were so close to just losing the game now. And what they
oh my god, just getting 2 there is really rough. I'll jump out. You gotta jump out. Yep.
We see so many of these players from Bet coming in from the sides and trying to narrow
nice.
them down. If they can just
all right, that's good control, but they don't know about. Do they know?
And you saw right there as well. They saw that the flanks were coming in, so all 4 members.
Oh, they don't know. They didn't. They.
We'll move in and
Someone had to keep the map up at that point. But it's, I mean, that's you wouldn't have been able to really tell. That's a really difficult situation with the slosher flanking like that.
Moonlight close here. They're taking some points away. If
they okay, another flank.
Specials, they might find themselves close to equalizing.
Yeah, you saw Zero pick up the one-on-one. Simo behind that Brella, just trying to get a little bit closer.
The strikes are good. The strikes are really good.
Goes back to Bet here, Lily, and we've got ourselves a heated Splat Zones game.
Nice shot. Oh my lord, dude.
We do 2 down on the side of Moonlight, 1 down on the side of Bet, and Bet is back into a lockout position, which is not what you want to see at a minute left. That said, Moonlight's penalty really isn't that big, so they still have a chance.
They're kind of like the slosher is just doing whatever he wants, dude.
Meeting up against Inkopolis, it's Moonlight moving forward, Shadow up above with better positioning. Has the
Alright, this is the last fight here. Last fight. That crab is annoying though. That crab is so annoying.
Crab tank on top. Is Crustacean cover at this moment? Can Bet close it out? 7 seconds left. Zero trying to move a little bit more.
Oh, nice timing, dudes. Good timing.
Zero, and Bet takes game 1. How about that for the start to the match here, 9?
Moonlight was so close to flipping that at the end as well.
It was just a very. I think they just had more stuff for the zone.
And was turfing, but the
like if I like thinking about the composition, it's like you have
zone, their color.
You have Tacticooler, you have Bubble, you have.
They're the ones who have to wait and shark everybody else. Keep
Wavebreaker. Wavebreaker could be good here.
That Booyah Bomb actually clipped the center box a little too much, and unfortunately, all of the
wait, Bubble.
didn't get onto the ground like they
Sorry, I'm missing a weapon.
So that combined
Bubble, Tacticooler.
They just couldn't get that.
Wavebreaker.
They were so close. They were so close.
And 9, it stood out to me that
and Booyah Bomb. It's like you only have Booyah Bomb to really go for the zone.
Pushing forward than Moonlight ever did. It felt like there were a couple of times Moonlight had.
I think like Booyah Bomb is kind of like it's like 50-50, where it can be really good for zones, and also if you mess it up, it could be really bad, depending on how you throw it on the zone. But I feel like on that map, you always want to have like a triple strike too.
Your sloshers up attacking, great. That's what we want.
I think you always need triple strike on, at least for zones. It's just so strong.
From that tented area, that's great. That's a winning situation.
Like if you have like triple strike, you could always at least neutral the zone, even if it doesn't go well. Or you could just
of course that's going to be difficult to move. So they had 3 situations they could easily get to when they took command of the zone. I think all 3 of those players had that
slusher moment. Yeah, it really was.
When they're firing on all cylinders, can get
it's like that dude was just like tossing triple strike over and over again on the zone. Is just that was just really helpful. But then they also flanked, and yeah, that's just kind of unfortunate that that even happened in the first place. It's not really something you can really predict.
You've got another terrific explanation.
Can I pass this one over?
Yes, Lily. Let's go.
Has been the Clams aficionado for as long as I've known you.
It's absolutely true. Clam Blitz is my favorite mode and probably the best mode in the game. It's the culmination of all the other modes mixed into one. You collect 8 clams to make a power clam. Looks like a great big football.
Booyah Bomb kind of loses to wait. Booyah Bomb Bubble kind of loses to Strikes Crab for zones. True.
From 100 to 0.
Like the crab. I mean, yeah, no, crab is like also so strong on what's it called, on Hagglefish, because there's so many spots that you can just plant the crab, and it's just like instant pressure, and then you can't like, depending on what you're fighting against, nothing can really like stop you unless you have like a Zuka or a Strike.
So they are looking very solid rolling into this. On the other hand, Moonlight just
and very rarely an Inkjet, but like I wouldn't even bother with Inkjet because it can be so frail sometimes.
If you're Moonlight, what are you thinking here by making the decision as far as going into Clam Blitz?
Well, you're really wanting to take this to a stage where you can get everything in one push, or at least a big lead. Lily talked about how each one of those power claims that goes in is 20 stages. Like
was that game 1? That was game 1, yeah.
The most popular choice for Clam Blitz throughout this league. You will see teams sit back on 2, sometimes even 3 power clams, and then just play defense. It doesn't work.
I wonder who, if any of these teams are going to pick Tough Wall.
There's familiarity, and you can bet
I think it's going to speak volumes if you see no teams pick Tough Wall. Because it really will be coin flip. It's such a coin flip kind of game mode, dude.
Pushes that you're going to have to do on a stage for Clam Blitz. You have to move in almost 2 stages. You have to move to control mid and get your clams, and then you're going to have to move again to control that plat and spawn area to get up into that.
You play clams if you want to, if you have to, but you wouldn't play the others. It's fair. Tough is an option, yeah. All 5 game modes are an option, but I'm just trying to figure out who's going to pick Tough Wall.
Strategy goes into this, and you wonder, does that go towards Bet as far as the way they like to have that fighting style? Or is it Moonlight that we've seen has that versatility? We'll find out. It's game 2. Clam Blitz on Museum Del Foncino. And right now,
Moonlight looks tough.
The 1-0 lead. Can Moonlight notch
This
things
is very
up.
standard.
We talked about
It's the same comp for Bet. Same comp for Moonlight as well.
You know, there's really no reason for Bet to feel like they need to change anything. Simo on that 10th umbrella is going to be able to push forward if they get that advantage, and you know that Crab Tank is very strong as well. Nolan got behind it. I'm actually surprised both of these players aren't
Oh,
already
the push
out.
from
Now
Omega,
they
dude.
are.
Sounds good.
A wipeout already here, so this is the response that you want to see. The question now, can they
Alright,
put together
control.
enough points to make this worth their while? That's
In
one, and let's
Moonlight.
see if they get a few more.
Moonlight's favor here, and you got the bubble set up too for more clams. That's good.
The favor of Moonlight, and now you see at this moment Moonlight building a substantial lead with that early toss into the basket, and that's exactly what you're looking for to get things going if you're Moonlight here, Lily.
We're still seeing a lot of clams in the hands of Moonlight as well. 11 individual clams in their hands, and some players holding enough that just passing them around could create another push.
Sorry,
They're
I like
also
yawned.
continuing to hold this inner flat area, which is very threatening for Bet. Bet needs to clear this out and then get to mid and then get to the enemy side.
Zero can't get away, and so down they go. Here's Basil backing up, providing a little bit of anchor support, and right now things have gotten
Oh, nice shot.
but picks up Zero again.
Oh, okay. Moonlight is in control again,
now,
dudes,
allowing
with
Moonlight
this
here
one.
to really gather all their resources, 9 to make another push.
I've loved the way that Moonlight has worked around the stage here. Nolan has been living on the
Oh,
left
wow,
side,
okay.
flanking anybody who tries to go through.
Wait,
that
they don't
top,
know.
which is
They don't
really
know about
popular
this
way.
one.
You've got Basil controlling.
No
the
one's
center
doing
now.
anything about it,
Omega
too.
Also taking an awkward angle.
Oh,
Nice
dude,
job
you know what?
using
I don't even
the
think I would have
tentacle
helped the
shield
fight with that one,
against the
dude.
members of Bet.
If I'm like getting
Now
that control up
all
there,
the way
I'm
away.
just,
I guess the other members of
I'm
the team
chilling.
did
I'm
just
telling my
fine on
teammates
the
to
defensive
get
side.
clams, and then we can just do a jump
Moonlight
push.
has been getting the better in these engagements. Now it's time for them
Oh
to make
god,
it
that's
fast.
wrinkle.
Can Mecha encroach just
That's
a
one.
little bit more within their throwing distance? You've got 2 power clams ready to go. Here's Simo with that Trizuka. Third shot goes, and how about this? An opportunity as they take one down. Lobbing
Yeah,
over the
2
top
down on
for
Moonlight's
Splat.
side, but they
Here's
get
Simo
the
with umbrella, tosses it
Bet's
into the
now
basket,
shooting the
and
clams
Bet
in,
is now
dudes.
into the jacket.
And they got a
Lily.
power
This is the
clam.
dangerous part
One
with
more
Bet,
clam
is
for the
once you
lead.
have
There you go.
The 10 umbrella taking up a lot of space in these narrow alleyways. They're going to be able to get up here and sit here. They did take the lead. They did manage to get multiple members of Moonlight. However, they didn't manage to paint a whole lot of mid before they did it. So Moonlight is almost right back.
Booyah bomb in middle.
Midway through, and we are nearly tied evenly. 56-51 advantage for Moonlight. Now here's Mecha moving
Okay.
a little bit closer here, 9, and now it feels like Bet wants to try and
Jumping
push this forward
out,
a little
jumping
bit.
back.
They
That's
avoid
good
one
jump
of the
outs
booyah
there.
Bombs, 3-4 though advantage for Moonlight.
And they saw where that tactical was coming in, and they tried to move forward and
Oh,
attack. Simo
that's
would
gonna
love
be
to close
so
out on
annoying.
Omega
That's
here or
so-
get some assistance. A big
They just didn't get
opportunity.
a
That's gonna
complete-
let everybody
completely
else
direct kill there, dude.
Moonlight move forward. I'm not sure what took out there. Now Mecha moving forward, no fear on this Snipe Rider. They're finding a way to try to defend here. Omega has the opportunity to completely break this open. Jordan, they are fighting and holding on for dear
Okay.
life. I think maybe Moonlight has the advantage, but now Zero's worked
Okay.
on the flank. Nolan will move forward.
Oh,
and
this is
grab it.
booyah bomb,
They
booyah bomb,
respawn,
booyah. Nice,
and there's
nice,
so
nice,
much
nice.
pandemonium on the
Huge
board.
booyah bomb here.
Booyah bomb near the basket that's going to provide a little bit
Oh,
of
no
cover,
kills,
they
though,
still
but
can't
that
toss the
was
power
good.
clam in there. Bet is picking up
He needed
splats
to
left and
do
right
that.
to try to protect this base, and here comes Simo with a Trizuka and a
Nice
crab
jump
tank
out.
coming out. Everything being deployed. And the
Dang,
kitchen
that was
sink right
it's
now
a missed
for Bet
opportunity,
is
but it's
able
still
to
okay.
hold off that
Moonlight's still
push
in control
for
here. They got
Moonlight.
2
Some
bulls.
impressive defense there, Lily.
Honestly,
16
all Moonlight
clams in
needs to do
total.
Right now is take down the clock.
That's 2
They
bulls.
need one more push, and they're set up in a great way in this mid area to make that happen, and controlling a lot of the flat. So
Oh,
if
2
they
down.
push
Oh, you just push. You just
here,
push. Just
control the area,
forget about the 10. Just go.
stall
At that
things
point,
out,
just
and
go.
make this push like they are
Sniper
now,
is
they
not going to do
can make a
anything.
really big impact.
A couple of power clams will certainly help that. They are now in the positive.
Like the
trying to
jump?
chip away and building this lead.
So
They
close to
are.
booyah bomb.
25
I say you
points,
charge it,
under
dude.
a minute left here.
Charge it for the
Basil up
pressure.
ahead.
For the
They're
pressure, man.
slowly
For the
putting
pressure.
clams in there to keep that clock going.
Basil doing everything they can to stay alive there, dude.
Okay.
Do you get that shot?
No,
Oh.
so this will close up. That's the end.
Fair
of this
enough.
push.
Good jump
Basil
out, too.
has jumped out. Shadow is still waiting over there, so they'll try to get just a little more and make this more.
It's in Moonlight's favor, too.
Now
I mean, this is a
comes
close
the work
game
for
starting
Bet.
off.
Finally,
Oh,
Shadow
no,
does step
Shadow.
out and actually takes
He gets
out.
one.
Simo
That's good.
to
Oh,
a
he's still
gun out.
alive. He's
So
still
all
alive.
the while,
He's got them
Shadow was
distracted,
waiting
too.
the wings on that NZAP 85. Not the
Gets
weapon
taken
that you
out,
would
but
think
it's
would be
alright.
the one to attack, but make no mistake, taking those 2 players out has completely changed the dynamic for Bet. It took
Nice.
another 15
Good
seconds
slash there,
off the
dude.
clock. This is Moonlight's game to lose.
And to your point, under 20 seconds left, and now Bet is going to be forced to play aggressive
Alright.
and play early. They don't have the luxury of time. Here comes another Trizuka. Dante just being patient behind that Brella. Dante's going to have to provide a little bit more cover.
Ah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know where he jumped out to.
Down to the valley. Simo's going to try and push forward.
That has 20 clams, dudes. All right, they gotta find picks. Moonlight's gotta find picks. 2 picks. That's huge. That's the game. There you go. Huge, huge, huge. Good job, Moonlight. Good job. Well done. We got a game here, dude. It's not 3-0. This is a game. This is a game to watch.
Moonlight has tied this thing up 1-1.
Let's get only star.
Went 2-9 in Clams.
This is why Clams is good.
But that was probably one of the most convincing Clams games I've seen.
That was good. That was a good game.
Period.
Well played.
Dominant performance by Moonlight, and you mentioned it was just a matter of that second push there. And Lily, I think you were the one that described it well. Even
I feel like, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if comps will change, but we'll see. We'll see.
Out of their spawn, left them exposed.
We'll tie it up. What was once a best of 5 is now a best of 3. So.
And that's the name of the game, especially for Clam Blitz and especially in Museum, is oftentimes you have to make the patience. You have to create the patience somehow in your mind if you can. Because you can't just run forward and take control, because then you skip that whole mid stage and the opponents are right back where they were. You have to take it in steps.
I'm going to take that advice as a parent. Create patience in your mind when you can. That's it.
Okay.
So 9. Now you look at Moonlight tying this thing up 1-1. This is kind of what we expected here between the 4th seed and the 5 seed. And what we saw in the first game, the aggression.
Where can I watch it? You're watching it right now.
Team play from
Hey.
Moonlight there in that second game.
But it's on both YouTube and Twitch.
It's so important to look at the stage and what it's offering you at a given moment. Really the way that game went was how that first engagement went. You saw right at the get-go, the rollout, the idea for Bet was, we're going to go ahead and put 0 on this crab tank. We're going to get Zemo up on this right side, and that's how we're going to attack. Whether
Have a good one, Dion.
they did their homework or they guessed right, Moonlight was ready for it. They took those 2 players out almost immediately. Nolan was watching, and they scored that first big push with very little opposition. You don't have that many resources. You saw how much more difficult it is to push in when your opponents are tacticaler. That defense was unbelievable. So to get that lead early on, it meant that they didn't have to force the issue later on. They made Bet, and some of those sharks that we talked about, Shadow, who was waiting and took those players out. In that last defense, Omega was the one who jumped out of nowhere to attack. When you have the lead and when you know what your opponent's trying to do, it drastically changes the gameplay.
We even saw Zero multiple times try to come in on a flank and come out from the side, and the members of Moonlight were just ready. They knew it was going to happen. They were ready for
That's
it to
true.
come out without
That did happen.
Challenge.
And also 9, it helps when the clock is your friend toward the end of things, because you know that Bet has to advance. They're running out of time, and that played right into Moonlight's hands down the stretch.
Like Clams, regardless of solo coordinated.
I guess Moonlight had some resources, but it was
solo. It is what it is.
But
when it's coordinated, it can be really fun. But that's the majority of compared to Splatoon, though. It's like if your team actually clicks together and you have like really solid coordination with most stuff. It feels like every game type is just completely different compared to how solo would be.
Would have been a very, very tall ask no matter who the team was.
Lily, we've got Turf War coming up, and since you knocked it out of the park,
there's Turf War. There's a Turf War coming up, guys. There's a Turf War.
I mean, Turf War is probably the most basic mode. Everyone has it. Everyone loves it. Everyone knows how to play it. You paint the ground.
Someone picked up the what's it called? The counter pick from Bet is a Turf War game. Interesting though. I didn't think we were gonna see it. I really didn't.
Yeah, a little old school. You're a kid now, you're a squid now. Here we go. We've got some Turf War coming up just around the corner.
Alright, well, don't be surprised if there's going to be a reflux on both sides. I had assumed that they would be.
That is equally important, or right
it's just so strong. Like, it is, you know, I feel like you have to use it.
We've got to make sure we've got control.
Well, these days it feels like the last 10 seconds are an entire separate section from the last 30 seconds, and it's because there's one weapon that I would be very surprised if we didn't see, which is the Reflux 450, or the variant, the Reflux 450 Milk. This is a weapon that can put out turf like you would not believe, and teams tend to run it. It is
in that last 10 the best turfing weapon in the entire game. Well, the best turfing weapon to ever exist, to be honest.
Even at the
you can just call it what it is.
So these teams are going to be trying to time their tacticalers, and they're going to be looking to take out the opponent's best turfing weapons. If they do that, they'll find themselves at a victory, and that is something Moonlight's been very good at. And remember, because the winner gets to choose the mode.
Do they play Milk, or do they still play the I mean, I feel like that. Like, why wouldn't you play the Milk? The Milk Reflux. Especially since it's out now. Like I remember it was the Reflux with Tenor Missiles, which is also still good, but the Milk one is I don't know. I couldn't. I feel like it's so good, especially because Booyah Bomb charge up your teammate special as well.
Effect on the game. So if we go to a match like Urchin Underpass where Basil might not want to play that E-Leader, it's not quite conventionally
probably no
good,
E-Leader.
I would say. So if you could throw that out, make Basil move to something else, maybe you have a chance of taking this.
And diving into more.
Are we live? Because I'm watching you on my Switch and phone. Yeah.
Amongst any player in our top 8. So buckle up. Let's send it back to
we got Milk.
Turf War and
We got Claw Gal as well.
But here we go. We've got both these teams getting.
Dapples is a pretty good pick for this mode, I'd say. But I also think Claw Gal is also a good pick.
The biggest stage in this entire game when it comes to turfable area. So as you're trying to
Frozen makes sense because missiles, that also adds more paint, and that's just annoying. Wiper paints really well. Yeah, that's good. Bet's whole comp paints really well in some way too.
No E-Leader on this stage right now.
Wow, look at that.
We'll have to pilot something else.
Moonlight has gotten control. They're just going super deep as well, dude. Oh god, that whole stamp as well, dude. Nice jump out. Huge jump out there. Moonlight's got so much control already, dude.
Essentially, their full team's out on the stage right now. That's
unlucky.
A nice little 1v1 pickup for Zero as they move forward, claim some more turf, and now trying to take on a little one-on-one action.
That's rough. I saw the dart hit too. Just had to hit one more shot.
A pretty solid hold that Moonlight had of this hills area of Bet. So that was a really nice 1v2 that Zero is able to fight through there. Give the rest of the team a chance. You'll note that
I understand though.
Avenues to jump your way back
with that, the Claw Gal angle shooter combo, it's like you could either hit the angle shooter first and then shoot, but like if you hit the angle shooter first and then you don't hit the shots straight away, then you're just kind of at the mercy of RNG, and that was kind of what happened there. Especially being on a slope, that's just even more awkward.
Right now, Lily, and it feels like whoever gets advantage here is going to be able to pull ahead just a little bit with under a minute 30 left.
I mean, truly, as we were talking about museum, there's stages and steps you have to take on that stage. It's the same thing here. You kind of have to take control of your spawn, then you move forward and take control of this hill area, and then mid, and then the opponent's hills. So as we see Moonlight moving forward, or Bet moving forward as the case right now.
Ooh, yeah, I'm trying to get beacons on the other side, but that's an insane pick, actually. Just so they can't go through the... Oh, they just like super backed up. They kind of gave up so much control, dude.
Bet is deep into Moonlight territory 9.
And this is big, just a minute left.
I don't know if there's someone in that base, but then Moonlight just gave up so much control. I don't know why they did that.
Down as well. So a couple of the big fighting forces from Moonlight down. Now they're going to be.
It's like everyone backed up.
You know, Nolan is going to be providing this tactical on this Claws 96 gal.
It's just that they backed up when they had advantage too. So it's just I don't know.
Jordan, it is time.
Maybe it was just a misplay.
Now or never is playing. Here come the specials, and now the game begins.
And here it is.
Okay, this is the part of the game that actually matters.
All teams, 8 players on the stage right now.
Anyone who gets picked here, it could be game losing. Okay. Oh, okay. Moonlight wins. Moonlight win. Oh, do they win though? They should win. I feel like they should win off that. Oh, lagging into this platform. Huge strat. Somehow stays alive. Oh, never mind.
1 second left. Is it enough for Bet? It's all in the furry paws of Judd.
I think Moonlight wins that.
Let's see. I'm seeing a lot more green, more rind than melon.
No,
and that's gonna go
it's 0.03. 0.0. Wait, no, 0.04. It was that Booyah Bomb at the end. It was that Booyah Bomb at the end.
Flex player that is very close.
Dang, dude.
About as close as you're gonna see at this level. What a
I think honestly, if Moonlight doesn't get any, like, if they don't get picked right after that, then
are two totally
After they got the
different
2
moments.
picks,
In the last 30
they didn't get
seconds
any. If they
on
didn't get
aggregate,
picked there, they
I think
basically
The
win.
last 10 seconds, though,
Because they have an extra person just to paint. It's like one slash or one shot somewhere, and then you basically win.
A ton of turf.
That's really rough.
Onto the hills area of Moonlight. It was just enough, and I bet those players are partying right now.
And Lily told us as well too. You called out that
So
booyah
coin
bomb
flippy,
in the
dudes.
final
You never
couple
really
of
know.
seconds, and at .4, that might have been the game changer right there.
It easily could have been, because that booyah bomb was also thrown into Moonlight's spawn, which is a place where they could not contest it at the end of the game. If it had been anywhere else on the hills, they might have been able to paint over it, and we might have even.
That's
seen
so.
0.1 difference.
That's. I mean, in situations like that, you just gotta be like.
4 versus 5.
You just gotta be like, whatever. Just go next.
Trust me, the paper's
Even when it's that close, it's just like, man, we could have taken that, but it's just, you know, what could we do?
We get set for game 4 and an opportunity for Bet to possibly score the minor upset. They lead 2-1. They're going to choose the mode here, and essentially that's going to leave either Rainmaker or Tower Control.
Tower 4 is the scariest in comp. Yeah, because, dude, you could be so good, but it still wouldn't matter. Like,
I've been told here. So now, if you're Bet, how do you close this out?
Crab leg is so
It's good, Walker.
Again, for those just joining us, if you are the winning team, you get to dictate the mode. The losing team gets to dictate the stage. The mode makes sense here. Bet loves tower control, and they're probably delighted that they get to use it here in game 4. But
tower control. They played zones. They played zones, clams.
This screams base
tough.
to me.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Absolutely screams.
Durag, what's good, man?
Tells me immediately.
Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome to the watch party, dudes. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well.
I'm taking out 0 before they're even a challenge. I'm taking out everyone. Everyone, not a problem. And the pressure that Basil can put on.
Have a good one, Remedy.
On a high open stage is absolutely wild.
This is what's interesting. Bet has won the 2 games in which they choose the stage. If they lose this one, they will choose the stage for game 5, and we saw them do that on Urchin Underpass to eliminate that E leader. Of course, that game 5 would be Rainmaker, but either way, you can still try to find something a little truncated to eliminate the #1 option there for Basil. So looking at this now, if you're
I guess Turf War has to be picked at some point,
got the E leader, you've got
because I think they can't repeat modes,
pretty solid on tower control.
if I'm not mistaken.
To a game 5?
Hey, Moody.
You really rely on Omega here. And one of the big highlights that we saw in that highlight package, it was Omega on this
good, Nintendo
particular
Rock.
stage in mode, going crazy on that mint decapitator. If they get in the spawn, watch out.
Game 4, Moonlight
Game 4,
versus
dudes.
Bet. Possibly coming down to this here.
Ooh,
And a
this
chance for
map
Bet
from
to
tower
move on
control,
to
dude,
winners
so rough.
semifinals to take on Milky Way, or will
Forge,
Moonlight
splash.
continue to shine bright? Here
Forge,
we go.
splash,
Grab
sniper,
capital, site of tower control.
very standard.
And now, as we look at the loadout, Lily, I'm going to give you the opportunity to set the stage for us here when you look at some of these weapons as you curiously look at the choices.
I mean, there is a few things, nothing new from Moonlight. Moonlight is exactly what we expected them to be. It's going to come down to Basil pinning people down and everyone else picking them off. Bet, however, has opted for the crab tank, which I love to see. You think tower control?
Oh, nice
might
build,
pull in the
Rex.
Splash to get some strikes,
2
but
kills
no,
is good.
We're going crab tank for pressure.
Both teams had their crew cut in half essentially. Now they respawn. Nobody really has a lead at this point here. 9 just 2.
Ooh, I like that.
Moonlight, but a lot of action going on at the moment. It just seems like they're trying to
Nice.
set up spots as Nolan picks up the Splat, avoids the Splat bomb, but then all of a sudden able to stay alive and gets the Booyah bomb out. Sometimes
Yo, Sapphire Rock, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it.
Nolan's been the MVP, I would say, in the couple of games that Moonlight has really pushed forward there.
Appreciate it. We're watching North American League right now.
Very quickly, and then opens things up for this first push. This checkpoint, one of the most contentious first checkpoints.
The
in
North American League
entirety of
playoffs.
Splatoon 3. You've got to break through it quickly.
First day of
As
it.
the tower moves away, Jordan, you're sort of defended simply by the tower path itself.
Mecha trying to provide a little bit of anchor support. They hop on the tower to push it forward just momentarily. As you mentioned, that first checkpoint, the hardest to get to, and now...
Yo, Tiny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Back and forth it goes, Lily.
It really does. And honestly, again of all places. Just on Moonlight's push.
Huge raid. What is this?
We saw a crab tank pop and just
Huge
lob
raids.
shots over that massive wall onto tower. We're seeing the same thing here again.
And
Crab
Space
tanks
Trent as well. Thank you so much for the raid.
lobbing shots,
Welcome,
strikes
welcome,
coming in,
welcome.
But that's how their special is working.
Welcome, welcome. We're watching competitive Splatoon right now.
He's a member of Bet. Moonlight with all 4 on the stage still. Just over 3 minutes left. Shadow hiding behind that tower, getting a little bit of cover, trying to chew into this first checkpoint. Will they be able to bite?
Hope you guys
through?
had a good stream
And it's
with whatever
Splat
you
by
guys were doing.
Nolan fallen so far, as you pointed out, 9. The early MVP
Is this quarterfinals?
used a
Yes.
bomb right in the face of their spawn as well.
Also took out 0. Moonlight is waiting for Bet to use their resources, backing up a little bit. And then
How was
taking
Game
these
Awards?
players
I like
out,
watched an hour of it and then I
identifying
fell
where the attack is
asleep.
coming from. We said it's open air early. You can see exactly where the defenders are going through. Now you've got Omega on the drop here.
Nice, Santa. How are you, bro? I'm doing good, man.
You've got the second checkpoint.
Moonlight's in control here,
Omega's
dudes.
out. Could put that big bubbler on the tower. This is all Moonlight thus far, and they can
Crab is good. Oh,
and now we're
that's not, that's rough.
That second checkpoint. We've broken that first checkpoint. Once
Dude, wait, Omega's still in the tower pushing. Oh my god, he's still getting kills, dude. Dude, he's doing this by himself. Hello? Wait, he's the only one. Wait, it's only
staring down that snipe rider and tapping tower.
Oh my god. Oh, get the check. You can get that check. Boom. He's just toiling with them, dude. They got no blaster to defend us, dudes. That's crazy. That's actually crazy for Omega.
Doesn't math, and now it's Moonlight with the advantage still. They've gone through all 3 checkpoints. They got it all the way down to 7.
Don't worry, there's no Raiders at Game Awards. No, I know that.
And look at how far that tower is going to have to move just to get back into the center. Right, Moonlight can come out of their spawn, Jordan, swim over to the right, and now they're still at the tower. They don't even have to super jump their way back in.
In this position here, it's so nice to have a blaster because the blaster can actually do something against it. But like every other weapon in the game, there's nothing you can do. Unless like you're throwing a booyah bomb or strikes or something.
But it looks like Omega's just right back in again and no one's noticed.
Moonlight's got the blaster, but Bet does not have the blaster here. For this situation.
Into a game 5, that's a splat there on SS Nolan by Becca. That picks up 1. Triple ink strike ready to go for Dante if they decide to use it. Team member jumping in, and all of a sudden they're all clustered together. This is some.
What team am I cheering for? I'm not cheering for any teams. I'm just hoping for good games, dude.
They're gonna have to act quick because down goes another member of Moonlight 9.
It's got to be quick and it's got to be perfect at this point. If you continue to trade out with Nolan, that is not going to work in your favor. Now, they took another member down, and it was Basil, so somebody probably got way behind
Nice.
him. But that's A-okay, because who else? It's Nolan. Johnny on the spot. Great work, and again, continue to put pressure.
They don't need to push it. I mean, okay, I understand where they wouldn't want to push it. They want to push it to the far right and then just leave it there.
It feels like their attention is just so diverted.
They don't need to push it that much farther, though.
Oh my god.
Yep, dude, I like that.
Just teasing Mecca.
Put the bubble up. Huge. They probably could knock out here then. They don't have to, but they probably could.
Down goes Omega finally with just
holding onto the beer bomb. Yeah, that's smart actually.
Time left on this clock here for Bet. Look at all
the wave breaker's good. It's a very good wave breaker. Oh, what a snipe!
Just hanging back there, peppering some shots left and right. Moonlight trying to close this out. Booyah bomb.
Yeah, the game's over.
Just 3 seconds left.
Not bad, dudes. All right, a game 5. Game 5? Not bad, man. Good stuff.
When Moonlight looks good, they look
we love to see a game 5, dude.
That's how it goes. And listen, as soon as we saw Crab Leg, there was sort of a knowing nod that spread amongst this desk, because that is the power that you get when you are making your counter pick, and it looked great for them. And the wild thing
what weapon would you use if you were in this scenario?
The laser that comes from the E-leader.
I know I want a blaster on the team.
The E-leader's looking over there. I can't go over there.
On that map specifically.
And it turns out that's where you're.
I need a blaster on that team, or on the team. Because there's so many spots where blaster just kind of just does whatever it wants.
As long as you've proven that you can shoot somebody, then you have now put a flag in their mind that this person is a threat, and if they're looking at me, I could be splatted at any moment, and we can't allow that. So I need to now avoid it, and once you get that going, you throw Nolan and Omega in there, 2 high AoE weapons with pretty good range. Suddenly there's nowhere for anyone to go.
That leaves us Rainmaker for Game 5 coming up here between Moonlight and Bet, the 4 seed versus the 5 seed. Couldn't ask for anything better, to be honest here. So we're going to have Rainmaker. Now it's just a matter of what stage, because Bet, keep in mind, both teams essentially have won both the games in which they choose the stage, and now it comes down to Bet. I'm going to give you the hard task of trying to guess where they might want to go here with Rainmaker. Anybody's guess here for the most part, but it seems like anything that they can do that eliminates Basil, and that E-leader is going to do very well for them.
Yeah, either by attacking, by the stage, or by the mode. I mean, if there was ever...
Okay,
these
dude.
teams have been exceptional, I would say, on Rainmaker throughout the league. But what I will say is Rainmaker is a mode where we typically see the E-leader go away. It's oftentimes the splatter scope. Even Q switched over to the splatter scope in the earlier set that we saw with Milky Way. So they should have an advantage in that sense.
Blast a
Of course, they
moment
love to
on,
move forward and attack, but you're right. I mean,
for,
the stage will
Moonlight there,
determine
dude.
A lot here. I know Humpback Pump Track is an
Good
option,
Drizzy.
a very interesting and unique option. We could go to Inkblot again, like we saw
could.
earlier. That might be, if I was bet, that might be where I head, Inkblot.
Bet. So you look at Rainmaker stats for Bet. They are 2-7 against the top 8. For whatever it's worth, maybe we throw
2-2.
the
It's a
stats
game
up
5,
here.
guys.
But
Who
this
do you
the
think is
game
going to
mode,
win?
As you mentioned, neither team knocks your socks off for the most part. It's just going to be a matter of who maybe advances the Rainmaker the first. We might not see a dunk here in this situation, but for Bet, it's gone back and forth. It feels like if they could be the aggressor, whatever loadout, whatever comp that allows them to step on the gas and not be on their heels so much like they were in tower control is going to serve them well.
I think the biggest thing here is we're going to have to see some star play from Simo on that 10 umbrella. That is going to be the key? The key
Yeah.
to success here.
That unlocks the
And
victory.
I think Moonlight is going to have to factor that
let
in
me
when they're
snooze
trying to get those
ad.
bonuses, because there's no way. I mean,
Snooze
some
ad
of
for
these
Twitch,
stages, 10 umbrella,
just so you guys don't get stomped on win. Stomped.
So Rainmaker, we are still waiting on the stage
Stomped with an ad
decision for
while
Bet.
this
is
game
a
is going
very
on.
big decision because the winner here will take on Milky Way in the winner semifinals a little bit later. But it comes down to this situation between Moonlight and Bet. Moonlight, as you said, they've looked really, really good when they've won their games. Do they have one more in them? No team has won the consecutive games that they need.
The
to
number,
get this victory here in
YouTube chat, the
match.
number
Moonlight,
above
maybe
my
they're finally
webcam
getting
is
Maybe
my
so.
memberships
I think
for
we were just
YouTube
told this- Yes,
and
I
my
got it,
Twitch
I got it.
subs
Inkblot
on
Art
Twitch.
Academy is where
It's
we're
not a
headed.
view
Lily
account.
kinda teased it a little bit
It is
earlier.
a
Why would you go
member
Inkblot
subscriber
against
account.
anywhere else? Why was I even thinking that? It's
So there's
because when you
24
get that
members on
checkpoint
YouTube,
you
and
get
there's like
up on the flat area,
140
so that's area. You have a shield the whole
Twitch
way
subs.
through, and if you have your ink vac as well, now that blocks everything. And it means that you aren't going to have to worry as much about the flanks. And I know that seems weird given that Bet has been the team that's been flanking so much, but when everything is right in front of you, it means that you can coordinate a little better. You aren't as worried about Nolan and Omega out positioning you. This is such a fun place to settle it on Rainmaker here in our first game 5.
You think Moonlight will win it? We'll see. We'll see,
Art
dude.
Academy between Moonlight and Bet. Any other thoughts on mode and stage before we get started here?
I'm terrified.
For anybody or just in general?
In general.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we have a 2-7 in Rainmaker against a 3-7 Rainmaker. In terms of matchups, like both of these teams are bad at Rainmaker.
It's why it's game 5. They waited the whole
When
time.
it rains, it pours. Let's go here, and that's why it was the 5th game mode essentially, because neither one really felt
one wanted to
confident, and
do
so deal with the scraps that are left on the table, and you work with it here. And so it does
Hey,
feel
Cabo.
like though Simo with that Brella is going to be critical if you can get to a situation where you can get the
Rooting
lead,
for
you
both
get
teams,
that
may the
second
best team win.
platform,
Hey, that's
the
fair,
final
dude.
part of the stage, you've got all sorts.
We
of
just want a good game.
Got a
That's
great
all I
defensive
want.
Resource too. We talked earlier in that last game. I know Milky Way moves so quick that we didn't really get to harp on it. That ramp is uninkable. So that means that if there is a Tentabrella shield, you cannot wait and remove your ink. You've got to move forward.
Buckle up, boys and girls. We got a game 5. Moonlight versus Bet. Who will advance
Hi, Santa.
to winners
What's good, son?
semifinals and who will be knocked down to the losers bracket? We'll find out. It's Rainmaker.
What makes a
on
Splatoon
Inkblot
player
Art
based
Academy. And Lily,
different
what do you see with these
from
loadouts here as
others?
we get started?
I mean, it's about what we expected from Moonlight. We do see that VAC charger coming out, except instead of the NZAP, we're seeing the Dapple Dualies coming out on Moonlight as
Everyone's
well.
pretty dang
Something
chill.
we expect from Rainmaker now, but not necessarily something I expected from Moonlight.
Mecha with the early tentacooler, chucks that out. Mecha picks up a splat, and right now it's a slight
Nice.
advantage for Moonlight on this stage, even though Bet nearly got to that checkpoint. And now it's Mecha just hanging
Actually,
out.
this it's not really an in between
down goes Mecha as Omega picks
with
up
so
Yeah, tried to
Splatoon
be a
player
bit of a
base.
nuisance there.
It's
Allow
either
the
you're
rest of the
very
team to swing
chill
back in wherever
or
they
you're
wanted
very
to. They
over
have
the top.
accomplished it. It does look like Bet got their footing back.
There's no in
underneath them
between.
here. a nice crab tank as well that they'll use to fire forward and try to take these players out. They're going to continue to jump and try to grab the Rainmaker there. More pandemonium here. It's 2 down. Jordan, this is what
There's only
Rainmaker is
2 kinds of
supposed to
Splatoon
look
players
like.
in the Splatoon
Everyone
player
moving
base.
forward towards that giant shield, and you're just hoping for the best in the scrum.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of trades going back and forth, and right now that Rainmaker hanging out by the first checkpoint for Bet. They've got their early advantage. Still plenty of time left in this one. If you're Moonlight, you're just going to be patient here until you bust this thing open. And now with that ink back fully charged, here's an opportunity.
73 is basically not a push. It's basically,
Yeah,
it's still
one of those
0
things
to
that
0.
I noted at the beginning and didn't say, however, is Bet has completely dropped their backline weapon. They have no anchor on this. They've moved Mecha onto the dualies as well. So they're really just hoping to move as quickly as possible without any interruptions.
Keep in mind, Bet essentially sacrificed a member of their team to keep that Rainmaker near the spawn.
Ooh, that's really good for Moonlight.
The lead will switch over to Moonlight.
Dude, I wish I could open up the map and, like, I was thinking, okay, like, I was thinking of pressing the button in my head so I can open up the map and see it, but nothing happened, dude.
Got taken out. That was the gambit that they were trying to play. Shadow's still waiting. I don't know if they know here. Simo is turned the wrong way, firing at someone else. That means Shadow
unlucky.
can't grab it. No, it resets.
I mean, it resets, but it's basically, I mean, it's, you know,
not yet gone. Shadow played that
the checkpoint on this map is so silly, dude. I feel like I feel like what they could do is at least put the checkpoint on the platform, because the position of this checkpoint is so silly, dude.
Zero rolling into position. Down goes Zero. Nolan picks up the splat. Nolan tried to get a second one, but no. Nolan goes down as Dante all of a sudden opening up
Oh,
a
that
can. Here
vacuum,
comes
dude. The
Inkback,
vacuum
and
is
that
so
Inkback's
strong on
gonna create
Rainmaker
all
when
sorts
played
of
well.
havoc.
Oh my god.
Beautiful shot from
Oh,
that
it's a
Inkback.
wipe.
Full wipe on Moonlight, so that push is over.
Dante's
However,
already in
we
middle.
did get it to 24, which, as we spoke the last time we watched Inkblot Rainmaker, was one of those moments that is getting very scary.
And that's the challenge now. Moonlight has got the lead. They can play defensively here, 9, even though they're on the opposition right now, as down goes Dante, and Shadow continues to cover more turf as they claim more territory, moving closer towards Bet spawn.
And just look at how difficult it is for Bet to actually turf. Every time a couple of their members move forward, it just seems like the additional range, the AoE that Moonlight is able to bring to this table makes it so difficult. And then you've got Shadow jumping out there moving as well. The Dapple Dualies are hard to pin down when the fights go on. Now that Shadow's behind you, suddenly you're looking back. Is someone going to jump there? Can we move forward?
Dude.
Can we even get this Rainmaker shield broken? There's a lot of answers they have to find.
How does Moonlight play this? Mollusk, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, man. I appreciate it.
Right now, but it's Shadow that has it
Oh, okay, they've lost a lot of people. But the Rainmaker's really far away. They don't even have the first check. Oh, if you can get the second. Good stuff. That's basically a death. That's basically a death.
Now has to reposition themselves with under a minute 15 remaining.
That's good.
Dodging some of the ink. Simo has the ink back ready to go. This is an opportunity for
Omega. Oh my god, the control by Omega, dude.
Omega comes through with another splat.
We have 3
Oh
down
no,
now
you
on
could
the
just
side of
hold
Bet,
that.
and
Oh wait, they
puts
told him
Moonlight
to
into
pick it up.
position. They have 2 options now. There's only a minute left of the game, and they have a pretty solid push.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I mean, I guess I'm okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. They're not pushing.
Corner, where it's easy for them to come and defend from spawn.
To position the Rainmaker.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall it.
On a defensive push.
It's just I don't get. I mean, maybe they were trying to push it, but then they were like, okay.
I will say a couple of them went down a little bit quick there. I think Moonlight maybe handing an opportunity.
Why aren't I there, dude? You're good. I'm not American, man.
That's the checkpoint out of the way. 2 of them did go down.
I'm from the United Kingdom. I don't have a green card. I'm not an American citizen. So I can't play in the North American League.
Traffic, and now it comes down to the final 20 seconds. Can Moonlight hang on and advance? This is game 5 right here. Winner goes to winners semifinals. It's Moonlight with the lead. Bet. Precious seconds ticking away.
Okay, yeah, that's game over. Nice.
And Nolan gonna close things out, and the looter
Well,
continues.
good job, Moonlight.
As they
Nice.
get the victory and move
Well
on
played,
to
well played,
winner
dude.
semis.
They didn't grab the Rainmaker.
They didn't grab the Rainmaker.
That was such
You need the Rainmaker to score.
Good game, good game, good game. That was good. I'm the Twitch chat just went through now, but yeah, that's good.
Members of Moonlight were shooting, so you see that situation and you think, well, okay, that means that the next wave is coming.
Good game, good game.
So then Basil pulls
Very
out
good.
the ink vac to make sure that no one can get forward for 3.
Not bad, not bad, man. We've only seen 2 games.
What in that scenario. they move forward, and again, that's why that lead.
I wonder how many more games are going to be played after this, dude.
If that was 50 that they
I wonder if they even...
instead of 23,
Will they stream the losers bracket? Maybe they don't stream losers bracket. Maybe they just focus on the winners stuff, and then they just kind of let the losers bracket kind of go on its own. Because there's no... I don't know if they want to do every single game from losers. No, there's no way.
That special to be able to
I understand all of winners quarters, sure, that makes sense.
Member of our team, Zach
But,
is standing
you know.
by with some expert analysis after
We'll
what
have to
was a
see.
riveting second match between the 4 seed and the 5 seed.
Oh, we got Zach.
Thank
Shiny
you,
Hunter
everybody on the
Zach.
desk, and great to be over here. We're gonna take a look at Moonlight. It was such a close back and forth set, but we're gonna take you back to game number 2, that last second push. That
What does he have for us, dude?
Here with 14 seconds left, 13 clams. That is gonna go up to 20 before all is said and done.
This
But
is like
we're gonna
game
also
2.
Focus on how Moonlight was able to put up that defense against Bet. So to start here, you'll see these 3 specials are already online for Bet. What
Oh,
is
he's got the-
missing though? Keep in mind this Sniper Rider player right here and when exactly they get that special online. So as we play the
He's got the interactive smart board.
we're going to see here that Simo's going to jump and they're going to regroup, and the canopy from that tent umbrella is going to be the key here. Dante's spot checking is going to force that member of Moonlight to jump back in, and now here's that canopy coming out and the specials coming out. They had the crab tank followed by the Trisuka and the triple ink strike, but they wait that out, take down the canopy, and Omega with at least 2, and there is
Huge,
that
dude.
lonely tactical there that was not able to come out at all during this time. So an unfortunate turn of events from Bet, but for Moonlight, a recipe for success that ended in their ultimate victory.
Zach, fantastic work. Thank you so much for that. And so that
Absolutely
was
amazing.
all that you could ask for in a match between 4 and 5s. We check out the updated bracket. That went the distance to game 5, but it is Moonlight that'll move on to take
right.
on Milky Way.
Good
Don't
stuff.
Forget, 9 pointed it out.
Good job, Moonlight.
One of the few teams to have success against Milky Way during the regular season.
I wonder if they
Coming up here
do...
in just a moment, we'll have FT win
They do
versus
FT win, Doc
Speaking of
Motif, and then they
FT
do
win,
another
we had a
one,
chance
and
to
then they
catch up with
do...
them earlier
They
in the
probably
season
just
as our
go
man
to
sat
semis.
down with the crew to learn more about that.
I feel like they'll just do semis, and then they'll continue after that. I don't know.
I am EE, and I am sitting down with FT Win to have a little fun with them and to get to know them a little better. Before we get into anything, introductions are always in order, so I'm gonna go down the line here and take it away.
My name's Kia. I'm the captain of the team.
My name's Biscuit.
My name is Bursty. My name's Sam.
Well, we're gonna play little games, very simple. After I ask the question, brief countdown, and then you point to who you think the answer pertains to. Simple enough? Let's do it. Okay. Whom among you
Should be an announcer.
is the
Yo,
loudest?
please get me in here, man. I know I'm not American, but I can act American, dude.
Okay. That did not take very long. You even self-agreed.
I can act American.
Because you wear the C on your
Look,
chest,
all right.
Is this a captain thing?
Yep.
I just like being loud in the middle of the game.
We got a lot in common, man. Like, yeah,
Howdy, y'all.
You know what it is. Now, something I can't relate with. Whom among you
Sorry.
is the quietest? All right.
All right, let me do that again.
2, 1. Really? You're a little bit of a chatty Cathy before we even got on the camera.
I mean,
I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. I can't do it, dude. I can't just like.
Okay, that's
Just-
fair.
just-
I can relate. I can respect that.
just
No
a-
doubt about that. Now, this one might be a
Howdy,
little bit
y'all.
tricky, 'cause I kinda
How
want
y'all
to know
doing?
Whom amongst you has the best vibe? 3, 2, 1.
I don't know, dudes. I need to work on my American,
Why do you
okay?
think you have the
I need to
best
work on my
Just
American.
loud.
I don't have a very good American voice. I figured out.
Another thing I'll ask: Who among you?
Since
is the
when was I
most
from
likely
Austin, Texas? Look, I've watched a lot of SpongeBob. I'm just trying to mimic Sandy.
Answer truthfully for me.
I have,
3,
you know,
2,
like,
1.
I don't know. It's just all I know at this point.
Okay, a little bit of a split decision. It seems like. Is this based on anything that's happening?
Just eat a
in the past
cheeseburger and a
Time
bacon dip.
That's fair though.
Ranch sauce. Ranch sauce is disgusting, dude. Disgusting. Ranch sauce,
Who among you is
mate.
the most excited to
Get that out of my sight.
3, 2, 1. And why is that?
We gotta get stuff done. Gotta get it done so we can show up on the day.
I mean, you don't get the W's without putting the work in. Who has the most say on the team?
You never liked Howdy as a greeting?
That's not exclusive.
Well, it's okay. At least you guys have cool hats.
3.
I've seen that Howdy hat in the game.
Okay, maybe it is exclusively a captain role. Apologies.
I get opinions from them, but like, I pay
Maple syrup
I play
and
the
it's
most
snowing
for
right
them,
now.
So, like,
and I watch
sound
the most of,
Canadian.
everyone else, like other teams, so I generally just like know what we should do. I think.
So you study the film enough to make the boss calls.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. Who among you is the most versatile? 3, 2, 1. Really? Talk to me, because I know he trained you. So how does that work?
I feel like I've played every role in like at top
Ron
level,
Sauce
so
is
I'm, like the past years of me playing. So I feel like I'm just like already experienced on like different roles.
Did I see Chris Johnson's tray flip? Dude, I've watched it like 50 times. That is like the most perfect tray flip of all time, dude. It was so sick.
That team will probably be like me or like.
It's just, bro did it so perfectly, man. He did so perfectly.
Who do you guys trust the most to clutch it? Make the clutch play. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Give us a
I saw it when like it like released like 30 minutes in. It was just like, oh my god. And he big flipped Wallenberg as well. I'm just like,
it's a lot easier for me to get stuff done and like last minute.
he's a psycho for big flipping anything.
Every team needs that.
Who does that? Just like, because I tried to I skated today. I was practicing big flip. I'm just like, bro, trying to throw that down like
Through the ceiling. 3, 2, 1.
like the longest gap is just psycho, dude. It's actually psycho.
It seems like to see it kind of culminate in a W, I'm gonna be elated about that. Well, for your team as a whole, what
Have a good one,
would you do to
Megatron.
win the Splatoon 3 North American League?
We're a top team and we want to assert our dominance. So we want to show that we're the best in the North American scene currently.
It's kind of like put a stamp on it.
Right. Yeah. Make it official.
We didn't really, as a team, we didn't play any officials in Splatoon 3, but we played a lot of officials in Splatoon 2. We only lost one of them. So it'd be really great to, you know, just come back and play our first official in this game to win as well. It'd also be really happy for me to give, like, Sam this first one, because this is the first thing he's been to play there.
I think that's outstanding, and I think the mark of like a good captain and just leader in general is like, I'm not just playing for myself, I really am playing for the team. Love the way you speak on that. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed that sit down with FT Win as much as I did. Great group of guys, and I look forward to everything they're able to do in the future. Until next time, we'll be seeing you.
Thanks, E.
Great to see the faces of
My favorite Splatoon guy.
Their matchup against Duck Motif, but let's take a closer look at FT Win as we
Get that
check out
bag,
some
man.
other highlights from the regular season.
FT Win, feed to win. It is not for the win, it is feed to win, and that is their philosophy in the game of Splatoon. They will attack, they will continue to attack, and then when you think you've got them all, one jumped in.
I respect
and they
it, I respect it.
continue the attack. It is their philosophy, and it has been for the longest time. A couple of incredible highlight players on this squad. Of course, Captain Kyo has won just about everything that you could win. Would love one more piece on the mantle, but Sam might be the most gifted pure attacking player in all of North America. And then of course you have Rafe, who can move to a number of different backline weapons, putting up gaudy numbers throughout the season.
The number 2 seed, FT Win. They'll be taking on the number 7 seed, Duck Motif.
Duck
And Lily,
Motif.
what's quacking with them?
Duck Motif has had their nose to the grindstone this entire league. They lead us off the most in all matches possible and make sure that we have, good games to look forward to.
Championship tournaments are always the best of tournaments. True.
Similar to some of the other teams that we've seen.
Like, I wish I could have watch partied every single, like, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to watch party all,
They have that problem where
what's it
once
called?
they get knocked out, they can't come back as quickly. So they have to make use of every
all the
moment
weekends,
of
but it's just
game.
like, bro,
Luckily, they have a lot of
I'll be
talented
watching
players
with
who are
no
all
energy. I'll just be
very
like,
engaging and
oh my god, guys, I can't wait to go to bed.
struggled a little bit into our
Oh look, the team won.
see if they can,
that's
hold up against
that's
our second
legit how I would
The
have been,
number
you know.
7 Duck Motif taking on number 2 FT Win. It's going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. Will be the first game between these two teams here. And so let's start with this. Just your thoughts on that stage and mode here, Nine.
It's the most played in the entirety of the league. The most played stage and mode combination, Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones, and it makes perfect sense. If you've got a strong backline player, they can have fun here. When you push forward, you can really punish the opponent and make it difficult to drop back in, but lots of different specials can access the zone from relative safety. If the theme of Splat Zones is you always have a chance and every player of every role can be the hero, this stage is the one that exemplifies it the most.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, too, because Duck Motif last amongst these 8 teams as far as specials per game. FT Win is second, and so we know there's an aggressive play style from FT Win that's going to be coming. It's just a matter of can Duck Motif handle that when FT Win is going to be bringing that to their front door.
I mean, that's going to be the challenge. I think the name of the game here is put Bandit in a good position. Bandit is the anchor for Duck Motif, and putting them in a place where they can control as much room as possible is really going to give Red Shell a chance to shine. And, I mean, Kara as well. Kara has been an absolutely amazing 52 gal this entire league, and I cannot wait to see what she can pull off.
And really the question for FT Win is something that you talked about earlier, Nine. It's the endurance. I mean, a lot of these league days were long days, and a lot of their losses happened in grand finals or the reset of grand finals. And now that we've got this tournament over 2 days, these playoffs, that's going to lend well to them not having to have as long of a day here typically.
Well, it wasn't that a lot of their losses happened in grands. It was all of their losses who happened in grands. So nobody is happier for the format today than FT Win.
Here we go, game 1, Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime. FT
Barnacle
win,
and Dime, man.
On Duck Motif. We'll figure out who's going to be on the other side of that winner's semifinals bracket. Lily, what do we see as they begin their shopping?
I mean, I'm a little concerned here. We're seeing Ray.
Wanted to see Milana commentate. She probably will. Maybe at some point today.
Players, but
I don't know.
Really hoping to see
I know she's there.
A little more long range to give them the advantage.
We'll check on Red Shell at the moment
But
right now. Just covering up a little
there's no
bit.
like there's no way that these lot are commentating for the whole 4 hours. I mean, at some point you got to take a break, you know.
Back and forth and basically neutral up until Duck Motif claiming the zone in the first 30 seconds here, 9, but down goes a member of their team. As all of a sudden we see
free kills, dudes. Free kills.
This is an FT Win classic. They will give up everything at the start of the game if it means they get the first commanding push. You've got Sam here who gets taken out almost immediately, just a little too much extra damage. So the lead goes away, but that's not as commanding a position as FT Win probably could have gotten out of that scenario. Right now, Duck Motif, a head full of steam here. They'll take it back before a lockout even had a chance to happen.
Solid 15 seconds from Kara.
Oh, went for the toilet tactical. I get it, sure.
Motif with control, narrowing the gap of this lead. They can't retake it, and FT Win trying to apply that penalty.
Oh, missed opportunity. It's just that I can see where everyone is on the map, and it's just like, man, they just didn't know that that person was specifically there, and then they missed the kill. It's gonna be so sad sometimes.
That weapon in a way that makes it look like a light weapon. She's dipping and dodging and picking up shots in ways I can't even imagine doing on a weapon that heavy.
You hate this level? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Barnacle. That's a wipe. If they wouldn't get the win, they go all the way left. If they could.
I just have to point out how ludicrous that shot from Sam was to get that player to where I don't think that the player even knew that the S-Blast could hit from that position. And now this is the lockout that they were not able to achieve earlier.
Hang on, I gotta close my door.
This positioning now has to back up a little bit. Doesn't want to go down to this range killer whale, but they've got enough specials here. If they can wait out these missiles, this is their game to win.
Here come the Tenta missiles, not enough to reclaim the zone. It's
FT Win's basically got this though. 1 3v3, easy kill, 3v3 again.
FT Win has to push back. It's going back and forth still.
That Booyah Bomb.
Booyah Bomb comes in. And finally, FT Win does reclaim it with under 2:45
Oh,
left.
Duck Motif with a huge cap. Okay.
On a big penalty. Here's an opportunity for them, Lily.
Duck Motif has a lot of
good jump out.
Displacement specials. They have the zip caster, they have the whale, they have the missiles all coming in, and all of these are tools designed to take FT Win and move them out
Dang,
of the
dudes.
they want. And we're seeing that in action here on all of these retakes. All of these things coming together to create space for Duck Motif.
And Duck Motif is about to lose the zone. That Booyah Bomb wasn't enough to claim it for FT Win. Here's Bandit and company. They might have the advantage to reclaim this 9. This is a big time opportunity with 2 minutes left.
It was, but ran right in the direction that Sam was looking, and he's not going to let you.
Slowly taking the zone back.
Is already eyeing up another one.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I saw that one coming, dudes.
Energy's too high, Sam.
Looks like they can go top left now, though. They don't have to, but I mean, actually, no, yeah, they would want to. They got still almost 2 minutes left. Oh, that is rough.
You can't defeat Sam. All over this game.
Yeah, having this hold is so rough, dude.
Duck Motif do they have for Sam? Let's check in on Vexen, just trying to provide a little bit of cover.
Gonna whale him out.
90 seconds remaining. FT wins
on
still
the-
controlling things, and now it's just a matter of if they can close it out.
I wonder if Killer Whale works well. Works well with Object Shredder. Hey, they really have to fight for the zone here, dudes. Oh, the crab is annoying. The crab is so annoying there. Gang, dude.
That's it.
Eventually, they get pinched in the end, and FT win.
Not
picks
bad,
up the
man.
Victory 1-0 in game 1. And really, 9, there's a lot of things that you could point out. I think the individual efforts of Sam and what we saw on a couple of those highlights there, those are things we're certainly going to clip and talk about later.
If there's one
That crab
thing
was
to note
really
about
annoying for Duck.
The group that was trotted out that time for FT Win, you'll note that there's no Kyo, not currently available for the roster for this particular match. That means that the front-running duo isn't there. So that's good if you're Duck Motif. That's only one threat.
The GG crab ran.
The problem is that threat is Sam. And as we saw, Sam might be enough single-handedly breaking this away. I mentioned the numbers being absolutely gaudy. 12.8 splats and assists per game on a weapon that doesn't provide Tacticooler. Those aren't many assists, Jordan. I'm going to say that.
And it's very impressive because you can have a game plan, Lily, but all of a sudden, if one player can come in and just outplay not only one but two of you, it can just blow everything up.
And I mean, Sam is a creature of opportunity. Just blazes in, sees anyone coming in. I mean, just rolled forward, picked off a shot, turned around. There was someone jumping in, turned around, chucked a burst bomb, took someone else out. Sam is a menace, and they're going to have to find a solution to not just FT1, but Sam specifically, or they're not going to make it through.
And amongst engagement players and Slayer players that oftentimes go down quite a bit, that 12.8.
Even after crab nerfs. I mean, it's still a very good, it's always been a good special. It always will be a good special for what it does. Just for just pure suppression and just the bomb, you know.
We're back to a familiar situation.
But it's definitely, it's more in a more fair spot, I'd say, compared to what it was like in the start of the game, where it was just like super insanely quick, you know.
The most popular tower control pick throughout the North American League.
Haven't kept up with updates. Something broken at the moment. S-Blast 91. S-Blast 91. It is definitely one of the strongest weapons in the game.
For Duck Motif to be in. There's not any wrinkles that you can throw at FT Win here. You've just got to fight them out over and over and over again.
It's true. They're just too experienced. There's just no way you can come in and throw something that FT Win hasn't seen before. They've seen everything. They've played too much. They're
Gamefly, this is FT Win versus Duck Motif. It's the third game of today.
And they're also so versatile too. Which is the other thing. They've had
S-Blast is pretty difficult to master. I wouldn't say that.
This as well. So if we do go to
I don't think it takes that much to play that weapon really well.
Yeah, with FT Win, again, it's similar to Milky Way. There's really no weaknesses with them other than if you just get them in a long day and they haven't had a snack in a while.
If you play it just like a jumping blaster, like it's so easy. And then of course, like those moments when you're just running and you can just do long range just because you can.
You better be ready to play some of your best play possible. So here we go, tower control, game 2 between FT Win and Duck Motif. And for this one, it feels like if you're Duck Motif, you've got to essentially be flawless here, 9.
Well, I mean, take a
There's harder weapons, and sword is definitely a harder weapon. It's just like when you get really good with sword, it can be like, wow, dude.
They're just trying to out-tower control.
Should have known I would have said S-Blast. I mean, there are both S-Blasts. Well, there are 2 S-Blasts on each team, so... Or 1 S-Blast on each team, so...
Early on, nobody's grabbed that tower quite yet. Bandit throwing out the Tacticooler here.
I saw potential with Duck Motif for that first game, so we'll have to see what they do.
Down goes a member of each team.
I think this game could still be close.
30 seconds have gone by. 9. Finally, Duck Motif hops on the tower.
Yeah, some opportunistic play there. I believe Hexen actually fell off the map early there, had to jump back in, so that was an awkward spot to try to make the defense from. This crab tank should give them at least a chance at defending and maybe sneak a couple of their players in, but right now, FT Win hasn't gotten a solid foothold. They take a couple down here, but they're going to have to fight very diligently to get back into the center. Kara firing up almost took out both Sam and Rafe there, so I'm liking what I'm seeing from Duck Motif.
Duck Motif, they're swimming well in this one so far, Lily, as you continue to look at FT Win, having to expend resources to get back into this one, but it's Shaq that picks up 1 splat, looking for a second, not before Duck Motif can retreat.
Shaq, honestly,
do I play sword? I do not play sword, but The times I've played Sword, it took me like a few hours to actually warm up to it.
Okay, what? Excuse me.
Oh, nice, dude.
Sam, not once, but twice. Trying to get a third one. Gets a little
3 down. We got
mechanics
Pencil being the last one for Duck Motif.
And they continue to push back Duck Motif.
FT Winners got full control. They got the Booyah Bombs out. They got so much. They got. I mean, they kind of just take this. They didn't even get another pick. And it being the S-Blast as well is so bad for them. You never want to lose like you never want to lose your S-Blast, especially when you're in push, because it's just like that weapon is your like the best. Like I said before, best describe that weapon. It's like a special that just moves around the map. You know.
FT Win ready to leave the story at this moment. They've got the Tacticooler on top of the tower right now. They're at checkpoint 3. It's just a matter of cleaning up a couple of things on the ground.
Nice jump out.
Duck Motif on the stage, retreating out of there. Duck Motif just trying to hold strong and push that tower back. They finally do, Lily.
They truthfully do, but I mean, Red Shell trying to move up and take some space has no idea where Sam is, and that
rest in
is
peace.
dangerous. Sam is just going to take you out, period, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, we do manage to get into mid, and we are managing to take some control, which is step 1. We still have 2.5 minutes, so it's not like this game is over, but 15, that's a far push to go.
Well, you haven't even gotten through the first checkpoint. Also, if you're Duck Motif, you're just trying to get back on the other side of the stage here for the most part. Rave can be so patient back there, just applying all sorts of pressure. Red Shell
okay, that's
not gonna happen.
Good by Red Shell. That's very good by Red Shell.
However, gets splatted. Now it's 4-2.
Only sign of life on FT Win. Okay, we got some signs of life here.
Right now, in order to slow this down, it's Vexen who's going to be tossing the first one out here. That Booyah Bomb to try to clear some space. FT Win waiting and trying. I think the crab tank might be fired out and used already, and that might create enough space for Sam to get in.
I just don't. I don't think Vexen should have done that. I think they should have just continued to focus on watching the ledge, because they went back and then they looked at their own sniper and then it was just like they just kind of like I don't know. They lost. They kind of gave FT Win free control because of that. Hey, Cad. Nice, Cad.
4-1 on the stage. FT Win looking very comfortable here, Lily, with about a minute 15 left.
The problem I think we're having right now is Duck Motif forgot the first rule of fighting a lane war against an S-Blast.
I don't have a favorite team, though.
45-degree angle from a teammate.
It is so true that residual damage can stack up. Here's Kara pinned into a corner, just trying to escape. Has a couple of escape routes. Vexen trying to provide a little bit of support. Suction Bomb comes in, forces him out of the way. Under a minute left here. Sam with the Booyah Bomb. Where do they place it to get in the way of FT Win? That annoys them, takes out Vexen.
Oh, that's an insta jump out. That's really good. It's 2 down again. 40 seconds left. They don't really need to push tower. They just play TDM and then they kind of win the game. It looks like they are going to try to push the tower though. I mean, yeah. Bro is out of position. They just have to focus brush. If they get brushed, then they can just win the game. The Booyah Bomb's really good as well.
Shaq diligently being the next wave. They even scratched out a couple more points there. They continue.
Oh god, those Booyah Bombs, dudes.
Like a repeat of our earlier
the double Booyah Bomb is definitely something, dude.
FT Win just right behind somebody, no matter who.
Oh, nice shots.
Pick up 2 with 8 seconds left. Who
got missiles ready. I know you're saving them.
Tenta missiles ready to go for Kara. 4-on-4. But you know,
just locating everyone.
Strong, digging their heels in the ground, waiting to make one more defensive stand.
Wow.
Was that possibly it? It was an FT Win. Picks up
good
the second
stuff.
win. They improved to 2-0.
I felt like Duck Motif had a chance. There was a really good chance, but it was just a missed opportunity, dude.
FT Win has a big name. Everyone knows them, everyone knows the players, and there's a certain amount of fear that comes from that. You look at FT Win and you say, oh no, they're going to get me. I need to be careful. But Duck Motif,
it's just like double Booyah Bomb is just good for tower control. I can see it. Also, Rook, have a good one, dude. It's good because it's like whenever anyone is using Booyah Bomb, everyone is just getting free special just cause, and they're just constantly throwing it at the tower or at any point that is like that needs to be I don't know, pressured in some way for a good amount of time. Which weapon is probably the most unpopular in the entire community? Nova, maybe? Oh, Nova's seen play in comp, actually, thinking about it. What doesn't get played in this game?
How could that be and why is it? It's because FT Win, if they can fit one more jump in, and if their Snipe Rider player has to move up a little bit more to get that extra jump in, they will do it. They will gamble that you will crack.
It's crazy. I would probably say it's. I'm thinking like Clash or
Scrum. They've needed Sam to kind of open things up.
Clash, but probably. I mean, I feel like if you see Clash, you probably see it in lower level though.
I'm not sure there's anybody better in North America.
I could I could see recycled though too. I would like to say H3, but I know there are some psychos that do play H3 despite it. Even though I still think it's throwing, but
at this point, I think you called it out right. If you're Duck Motif, you can't afford to be patient and timid and meek. You need to be the ones that take it to FT Win. We've seen that.
I've seen people, a lot of people play like Bamboozer is just. Oh wait, no. Okay, I have it. This is the most unpopular weapon, GooTuber. It's GooTuber for sure.
I think it does, honestly.
I don't think I've seen anyone play GooTuber besides at the very start of the game. Besides the start of the game, when before they nerfed Center Missile.
There's a lot of flank opportunities. There's a lot of
like no one's using that weapon now these days.
For a lot of movement from players like Redshell and Kara, and I think that's going to be the key here. We need the members of Duck Motif to move.
The thing is that I don't even see GooTuber as bad too. It's just that I think there's no reason to use GooTuber, mainly because Snipe Rider exists. Snipe Rider and Elite, and what's it called? Splat Charger all exist.
They sweep their way to winners
in the start of Splatoon 3, yeah. In the start, when Tender Missiles were still very strong, and it was actually a solid Tender Missile pick, and also Pencil was not a thing either. So it was pre-Pencil, pre-Pencil area where you would actually see GooTuber be played. But now it's like it's just there's no point of using it at all. There's like every other weapon that we mentioned, like H3 or like recycled or anything like that. Like the thing is I've seen at least a few, you know. But now these days it's like GooTuber you don't, you know.
Has an opportunity here to grab that Rainmaker, take it left, and get set up. We have
we saw Bamboo today too. That's the thing. So.
Which is an absolutely amazing start for Duck Motif.
All right, Duck Motif pushing forward, trying to be the big bird in the pond here right now as Vexen grabs the
you know what it is? I think like if Snipe Rider does not exist, then just maybe we would see GooTuber. Maybe just maybe. Like honestly, Splat Charger, Elite probably still would be way more popular. But maybe, just maybe, would see more people play GooTuber. Oh wow, okay. Fair enough. Good push.
To take that one down, but that's why I said it's still in a precarious position, Jordan. As long as the Rainmaker is up where anybody can access it, you have to at least keep somebody back to guard it, and FT Win forgot.
And there's not a lot of topography to navigate once they get that Rainmaker. It's just a matter of can Duck Motif get there. It seems like it's going to reset here in just a moment as Kara's trying to bust free. It does reset, and that gives FT Win a chance to sort of recalibrate. With just under 330 left here, they've got two specials ready to roll, but you love the aggression you're seeing from Duck Motif so far.
I absolutely do. I'm loving what I'm seeing of them dipping and dodging forward. I'm loving the opportunities they're taking. Everything about all of the changes, the weapons, the stage
rough, man.
Offering them so many opportunities, and we're seeing
Duck Motif has got great control in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Splat so far seeking down another competitor. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. Red Shell ducks and covered. Gets rid of the shield here.
Oh, that's good.
Can't get one more Splat. And Nine, this is a completely different.
It's good pressure though.
Motif. I've got to say, this is not what we saw in the previous two games.
Well, and this is why
the most unpopular weapon class, probably Splatlings right now.
I feel like in the other more procedural, slower modes,
I think the only Splatling you're really seeing is
go somewhere where you feel like you can win
either heavy edit if it's like Flounder, or like you'd probably see like mini Splatling.
Sneaky play, grab the Rainmaker, change things up there. But Lily, this is all from that opening 2 or 3 down situation that they got.
This truly is, and they are just keeping this hammering going. This every opportunity. They don't need to have one big push and hold it. They can take it by inches and then go miles. And that's all they need to keep doing here. And they're doing an amazing job of it. I also think Bandit on that Splat Charger is doing a fantastic job. He plays so much better on a one-shot kill.
Shaq near the checkpoint, trying to advance forward. How about the patience by Shaq to have The rest of the team moved 4-9. Now they're past the first checkpoint and a chance to possibly take the lead here.
Does Dark Motif have it in them to hold it for 2 minutes? I think you hold this and just let it reset. Oh, that's a good 2-pick.
Crash on top, but that moved everybody away here.
They want to get mids.
Might grab the Rainmaker and knock it off the side. Instead, they are content simply to let it
never
reset.
mind.
But now things get a little scary. You lost that very valuable
Minute 30 now.
resource in your checkpoint. There's still plenty of time for FT Win to make this attack.
Oh, Bandit with the snipe. Good stuff.
Getting the shot. Huge play from Bandit here to close things out. And I don't know. I think that this push and the threat might be gone.
Yeah, Bandit steals the Splat. Red Shell moving forward, picking up a few more, applying pressure. There's Shaq to the right. Zipcaster ready to go for Red Shell so they can work things up. Down goes
yeah, they're just holding it. They're just Dark Motif is just trying to hold it as well as they can. Because 33 is a really good push. Well, it's a decent push, but it's not completely safe, but it's a solid start, you know.
Coming out from Red Shell, this is exactly want to see this menace just above them, raining ink down and stalling
Dude, he was trying.
until the members of Duck Motif.
He tried to get a pick, but he didn't want to die, so I understand. Oh, that vacuum.
Rainmaker, Sam trying to sneak through. No, 13 points short. And all of a sudden, here comes the killer whale.
Good whale as well. Oh, he's still alive though. He's getting jumps. Oh, RNG, RNG, RNG. Oh my God. 30 seconds left. Holding two on Dark Motif. They're all spawning in. They got the tactical. They could just 20 seconds.
It's bombs everywhere. Who is going to crack first
and
jump in and grab Sam moves forward here. What about the Ultra Stamp that's going to take the lead? It's a
FT Win with the win. Oh, that's gonna hurt, dude. That has got to hurt, dude. They definitely had it. They couldn't reset it in that situation. I didn't think they wouldn't. They would have touched it and then they would just like, I don't know. They would have insta died. Maybe actually, as the hammer comes out, you kind of just have to like get yourself in there and just like try your best to just like, I don't know, stop. Just touch the Rainmaker, you know, but I don't know. That's rough. That's really unlucky. Before that, I guess they could have. I don't know. The 52, yeah, the 52 dying was so unfortunate too. That felt like, dude, if bro wins the fights, then that this whole situation doesn't even happen, you know. The RNG actually RNGs properly.
Maybe this is something they could take with them as they head to the losers.
Dang, that's unlucky.
The value of aggression, and maybe they learn something with that loadout. It's never too late to learn things about what your team might need. They looked completely different, as we said, and while FT Win did get the victory, it only took a push.
Unlucky, man, unlucky. It was a nice try though. They played their best, dude.
A 2 and a 7 here. Credit Duck Motif down the stretch.
Yeah, they really pulled it together. I think if anything, they've got to feel good on Rainmaker moving forward here. And sometimes that's a nice thing to learn. Maybe you haven't felt that Rainmaker is your strongest mode, but you just made FT Win pull out all the stops and some hero plays from.
It's difficult, man. It was difficult. It was a difficult situation to what's it called? To like have a decision on, you know.
As the answer, Zach is standing by with some more analysis.
Zach with the analysis. Oh, he's already got this one ready.
Ends in the sweep for FT Win, and it was so close. In fact, maybe even a bit of an overheat there from Vexen, who looks as we start this clip to be in a great position. So they get the pick there onto Hexen, and they're going to have the sight to maybe get somebody on the jump in. But as we play this clip going forward, here are the shots along with the Killer Whale 5.1 coming through.
Gets a kill. Oh, he goes for the jump and then he rolls too, man. It's so rough.
Beacon to jump back in. The tacticooler is going to come out, and
I get it.
folks from FT Win are going to pick it up all at the same time. That's going to give them a lot of momentum. But who have they been talking about on the desk this entire time? It is Sam rushing forward there with the Ultra Stamp, gets not one but two, allows Dr. Shaq to perform their magic and get the break on the Rainmaker. Beautiful work from an FT Win team that's moving forward with a sweep.
Yes, sir. Clean operation right there from FT Win. And so they'll advance on to winner semifinals. Who will be facing them? Well, that's going to be the winner of Fo and Gourmet Race. But let's go ahead and check out the bracket after we are now done with our third match.
All right.
There it is, FT win with our second sweep of the day over
Fo Gourmet Race.
As we mentioned, the 3 versus 6 matchup, which should be interesting, especially when you look at what Fo
Production.
has been able to do.
Production put the 3 in the wrong place. I see you. I see you.
That was one of the more popular choices.
It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes, even Nintendo.
This league, I would say, you said highlight, as if every game they played didn't seem to be a highlight. This team is about style. They are about making you feel bad because they are simply better at the game than you. They've got the loud threat in 3Z who gets splatted a lot but is also forcing you to deal with continued attacks. And when you finally have dealt with that, who else is waiting but Dat Menace?
So this is numbers guy?
That's a problem every time they get behind you. You see right there the ink brush closing it down, but you've got to also give a lot of credit to Dark and Harshy. So disciplined, understanding that
we got Harshy, we got Dat Menace.
Forces of this team so that you can keep that attack going and keep moving around.
And you have to point out as well with 3Z,
Fo is C3 though.
Anybody else per
it's
game.
Interesting.
However, that doesn't take away from the havoc
hey, Austin.
they can create. That 1-2 punch with Dat Menace will certainly be fun to watch. Their opposition, well, let's go ahead and send it to Lily. I mean, you got a Kirby pen the other day. It's only fitting that you do Gourmet Race here.
Absolutely. I mean, thank you. I mean, Gourmet Race, I mean, they're nothing if not consistent. Every single time they came to the league, they scored.
Dude, I have finally come around to that. You were always right to grow comp and the community at large. More people to need to make content. I know.
Very balanced game.
Very much so. Because we're watching a bunch of people, which some are making content, which is good. But even at this point, it's hard to be attached to certain players if they don't make anything that well, if they haven't had like any lead up to this point, you know.
On Hagglefish Market coming up here between these two teams.
Gourmet Race is an exception though, because we've had Pika basically like doing videos of like all their weeks of when they played up till this point. So if you had followed that, you would have known that their whole story going through that, which is so cool to watch actually. Like if you did, if probably someone in this chat has watched it, but or watched it all. But yeah, man, no, you like everyone's got like if you're a player that's playing actively in comp, you gotta make something. Even if it's just super simple content, even if it's just games that you play, or even if it's just, hey, I'm an X rank and I'm playing these games, here's how I play. Just something, man, just something. Because it's just like something. It allows people to be attached and want to follow your story, instead of it being a thing where like, okay, now you've played this huge NA league, and when it's done, no one cares afterwards.
Their ability to push forward in coordinated efforts is really going to be key.
So, do you think a lot of teams take the foot off the gas once they got the decent lead? I don't think so. I think it's more so that they like they play a little bit more defensive if they know they got a good lead, because like, you know, if you could hold, it's easier to hold map control than instead of like trying to fight again and just giving the other team another opportunity to try and push, you know.
And if we can get that set up, if we can get Shiny into position, everyone else branches from there and supports everyone.
You remember in Splatoon, all the players on top teams, with little exceptions, made content. You could watch their streams and VODs. Yeah, this is true.
And 9, we've got to
this is very true.
A little bit more, because it felt like
it happened a bunch in Splatoon 1 to some extent, at least in terms of like, I mean, I feel like it happened more in Splatoon 1 because when it came to tournament streams, like someone had to stream, otherwise there's no tournament stream. There was no spectator mode in that game, so it's just like it felt like we had to force content to happen. Like content would be forced to happen because the community wanted stuff to happen. So you know, the community had to become the observers at some point.
But you've got to be very
In Splatoon 2, it was there, but sort of there, but not really there, but could have been much better. I think when like Ghost kind of stopped, I'm not gonna lie, like the period when Ghost Gaming stopped because I was on the team, it was like that period till the next game. There's just like a huge gap of like nothing I can remember, you know.
It's going to be interesting because you look at Gourmet Race and they're second in,
which is really unfortunate. It is what it is, you know.
And you know, this is also a team that's going to get splatted more than anybody else. Gourmet Race, they certainly have to pick themselves up from spawn.
It's easier to hold a lead, but hold a lead for 4 minutes is extremely tough. Yeah, I understand. Like,
certainly times I imagine, Lily, that you
I think it's just like, I mean, I know you're talking about Duck Motif, but it's just like,
yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where
in the situation they were in, it's just like they couldn't really push out on that. I mean, they could have maybe they could have like thrown someone to just get a pick and then they get more control, you know. So we lost so many people. Squids Next Door, Rocket was the first sponsored player, and Sony never knew. This is true. I don't know. He got rid of the channel for some reason. I don't know. It's unfortunate it's gone. Because that's
there's going to be a lot of splats left and right. Two aggressive play styles meet. Only one can advance to the winner semifinals to take on
Rocket
FT
Tech,
Wins.
man.
We begin game one between Fofo
I saw him.
the 3 seed, Gourmet
I saw that
Race,
guy
the
like
6 seed,
the last time I saw him was like
Control, Hagglefish Market as we get set to 9
years ago, dude.
This loadout here, my friend.
Well, that's
Years
exactly
ago.
what I expected from
But he's
Fofo,
completely
and more or
moved on
less
now,
the
so
same.
it makes
I will
sense.
say one interesting wrinkle here is actually Pika playing the Splattershot Pro Frozen. Now we've seen a lot of Splattershot Pro play today. I think every set has featured at least one, but from Pika, if you call Pika a tactician,
True, but as an observer, haven't played in years. If there's a ton of videos to watch, it's an overload, and I'm not going to be watching all of them compared to if there's a couple of players. Only be more intensified to follow storylines. Yeah, some storylines would be nice. Like we need some storylines because it's just like, you know.
That Kid trying to find a little bit of cover, picks up their first splat. Expected Zipcaster comes out. That Kid with another one. Let's just start the game with a highlight. That Kid flying around. Once more, take out everybody.
Love that.
Kid, it's your show. Take the mic.
All right, I
huge,
quit.
man.
That Kid stole the show.
Faux splats for Dat Kid, a faux, and that opens up the door for them to move forward. And already the tower's advancing, and you see the one-on-one capability, Lily, of Dat Kid and how it can just turn a game on its head.
It's really going to come down to them shutting down Dat Kid, and I think after that, 5 splats in a row, Gourmet Race.
Oh, they're not.
Oh, here we go again, dude.
Caster coming out. Dat Kid finally goes down, but Gourmet Race, their heads spinning at this moment as Faux just applying all sorts of pressure. They're making their way towards the second checkpoint. 4-4 on this stage, at this time, and now all of a sudden you see Faux in solid positioning, trying to continue this push here, Nine.
Oh, look at where that Zipcaster was deployed from, all the way on the left side. So got taken out. It's much ado about nothing at this part, but that shows you again they're trying to find different angles to keep their attack. Now credit Gourmet Race, they use their specials to separate the members of Faux in that attack. Great job there. Identify where they're at.
Who is that kid? I have no idea. It's just some guy called that kid.
Unbelievable play from that kid. They actually had done a really nice job, and now they're finally going to get a chance to prove that they can attack too.
3 members go down though for Gourmet Race, and that'll just leave 1 member isolated. That's Shiny on the tower, gets a little bit of help as Leap jumps in, and I gotta hand it to Gourmet Race. They survived that disadvantage pretty well here, Lily.
They absolutely did, and not only did Shiny survive and hold that tower in that 1v1, but put out the tacticooler so that all the members jumped back into a safe position on that tower. They were able to grab the cooler and jump right back out.
Down goes
Gourmet Race for the comeback.
It's be really hard. They continue to attack the
tower.
tower.
And they're still pushing.
The Booyah Bomb right in the middle of the meeting. And now Dark is able to send the tower back the other way. Faux playing a little bit of defense, but it's Gourmet Race that's got the lead now, 9.
Again, I want to point out, as wild as the play was from Dat Kid, it was wild because Dat Kid was the only one left up. They had already gone 3 down, so then they cycle another 3 down situation.
Oh, they shut it down. Oh, okay, and they push off that now.
So now
just don't get sniped. Just don't get sniped there. That's what that makes sense. Good missiles there. Oh, we're going to right.
Oh. Miner in a one-on-one skirmish trying to get out of there. Does a nice job of retreating. Dark in the shadow of that Booyah Bomb, able to find a little bit of protection. Goes back and forth right
Inkling
now.
of Fire, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the raids.
Forward. They pick up a couple more splats, but it's still Gourmet Race with the lead here. Lily,
Appreciate it.
45 left as we kind of go back to neutral.
I hope you had a good stream.
The 2 minutes remaining.
You really do. What I really want
It's
to
already
see at
2
this
minutes
point
already,
is what
dude.
Mika and Leaf are sort of considering here on the left-hand side. I want to see a flank. We're spending too much time letting Fofofo get position
Dang,
and
man.
get specials.
Oh,
And now
Fofo's
we have a
in
wipe.
control again. They pushed really deep. They have Ultra Stamp ready.
But the problem is the tower
And
can only
Booyah Bomb. The
move so
Booyah Bomb's
fast
pretty
now. You can advance, but you
high.
gotta
The
wait for
strikes are
objective
good.
to come from behind you. Can Gourmet Race gather themselves? They're picking up splats left and right.
Well, there you
Oh,
go.
it's
That might
only
be
that
enough.
kid,
They
and
had
he's
enough
down.
defensive
And it's only a
resources.
minute left,
Call it a
dudes.
wipeout, and Jordan, they also still had that checkpoint that they could use even if things got really bad. You look up at the top of the screen, though, Gourmet Race does not have that same checkpoint to contend with if they want to continue to fight.
Not bad,
You see
man.
Pika positioning on the right side. Shiny watching over there to help as well. They don't want to let any of these flanks come through. As Lily noted, they got wiped out so quickly. ZZ moves forward here.
Oh,
Now time for
man.
maybe
Oh,
another
my
highlight
God.
play.
This
Here
guy.
comes 3Z, also looking for Miner, who is out of ink. And Fofofo with 45
What is
seconds
this guy's
left.
name? 3Z or 444? Oh, it's 3Z. Okay.
Fofofo is pushing the tower here, but
The numbers are getting me all jumbled up,
one
dudes.
member compared to the 4 for Gourmet Race. Booyah Bomb comes out. Also, the Stamper from 3Z able to pick somebody up right there. Flattens the competition.
His name's
Tries to
Zeki.
combat with a
Why is he
Booyah
cool?
Bomb
Why
with
is he
their
calling
own
himself
tower
3Z?
right near the checkpoint. Fofofo loses it, but they're back
You
on
can't
it,
expect
Lily.
people to know
They
that.
are back on it, trying to break that. They have 2 members on the tower, which, as we know, breaks things a little faster. The Zipcaster in there, able to be taken out, but we are so close to lead. They just need to maintain this. They have no choice. They have 3 down from Gourmet Race. They need to sit on tower.
Oh, they
cannot
win
get
here.
off. 30, counting down, and manage.
At the last
Wow,
second,
dude.
They take the lead. It's a buzzer beater victory.
Probably initials?
For Fofofo. They were impressive enough.
I guess that could also
down
make
the
sense.
Stretch, and they get the win. And credit Gourmet Race, but 9, it was just too much Fofofo. As
Dang,
time was
dudes.
winding
That was a
down,
good game.
They were just all over that tower.
That was.
Every
We had
single
like
fight
really
there
good plays
at the end,
in
you
all of
could-
that.
You could micro-analyze it and break down, like, you took a little too much damage here, you took a little too much damage there, and that stings for Gourmet Race. You really had the best, and it was, again, 3Z that second time, diving forward through a lot of damage. 3Z was already at like half health left when they dove forward and made that happen. But that's Fofofo in a nutshell. Any one of their players can break open the game with a number of highlights, and then they're disciplined, rotate around the tower, and eventually, if you've got the tactical or loop in your favor, you will find a way to win.
And that's what you
What's good,
pointed
Gray?
out with Gourmet Race, is that they were doing a great job all game, Lily, of being able to push forward, keep Fofofo on their heels. But when you talk about disruptors on each of these teams, 3Z and Dat Menace.
That brush was going crazy.
For Fofofo, 3Z down the stretch.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think it was close enough. It could have gone either way, truly. I mean, and that was game 1. So what it comes down to now, I think, is mentality. Either you look at that and you go, dang, we were so close, I'm angry, or you say, we were so close, that's winnable. And we need that second mentality in order for, I mean, Gourmet Race to pull through.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing. How do they respond here? Because Fofofo obviously will get a chance to choose the mode here. And
But pros need to keep their names recognizable if they want to make stories. Yes! 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 Very much so. Like, if you're in a tournament, especially like this, keep your name recognizable, especially if you want to keep your name known. Otherwise, no one ain't gonna know. It's a missed opportunity.
That it's going to be on Rainmaker. So for Gourmet Race, I think the thing that you take away
Keep
from
that name
first game
recognizable.
is I think that Pika over on the pro worked. Pika has been a very flexible player. Clearly, it worked out. Had a number of.
It's such a pet peeve of mine. It's a pet peeve of mine as well,
I
dude.
don't think you need to scratch.
Because then we start calling them like different things, you know.
Explosive moments that let you.
And it's just like, okay, man, like no one cares about the inside joke. Just let us, like, we just want to know who you are. That's my view. It's because it's just like, it's like either an inside joke that no one knows about because bro has not made any content about it, or it's like, it's just a random name because I don't care. It's just like, how do we know? Who is this guy? Like,
The game in Splatoon 2 was endurance. The amount of time you could spend just stalling things.
is there a story behind the name dudes? There is actually. I have a video on it on my second channel.
Powerhouse that is
Rainmaker.
9 has the wrong shot.
Undertow spillway. Off we go. Do we see any changes, Lily, from the loadout now that we get to
Do you hate it
Rainmaker?
when someone changes names in tournaments? Dude, it has to be hell for commentators for sure, especially when they're what's it called? It's gotta be hell for commentators, especially when it's streamed. Of course, it's hell because it's just like, man, what is your name, man?
Here's Miner and Shiny right now, changing positions, but coming right in and mixing things up. It might have been Dat Menace, but then 3Z to clean up.
And what a perfect perspective to watch right there. Shiny moving backwards as more and more yellow ink continues to push forward at you. Nice job there taking out Harshy before that was a break on the checkpoint. There's going to be some jumps in, so the threat is not yet gone. Shiny would love to get this tap shot to close out 3Z. Now they're going to have to guess when the second attack is going to come through. Leaf actually did get behind.
Do we know if they're going to make an EU League 2? This is sick.
It's a bizarre one.
At this caliber, I have no idea.
That kid jumped in all the way behind.
What I would know is that it would be up to Nintendo of Europe to be able to put something like this together. And that, I don't know, it's really difficult because like you have to like coordinate Nintendo UK, Nintendo Portugal, Nintendo Spain, basically every Nintendo of Europe. You have to coordinate with all of them. To make it happen, which, I mean, they've done it before, European champs and all that, but to do a league, like an online league, it's a lot of coordination to do. In America, it's a little easier because it's just one entity, and all they need is the okay from Nintendo of Japan to be like, okay, yep, we can make this happen. But Nintendo Europe is, I don't know, it can happen. It's just, there's so much coordination and so much more work that I feel they have to go down into it.
100% aware at all times of where
like so much work.
3Z and Dakid are.
Yeah, Shiny, how about this? Taking it almost coast to coast and will for the near jam, but not before they go down. That was a critical splat at the last second, right before the checkpoint. That's going to slow down their prospects, and all of a sudden, Fo is regathered and regrouped 9.
And I don't want to say that scoring points there is a bad thing, but you almost have to look at that as we didn't get the checkpoint. We really didn't get almost anything out of that. Their push to 62 doesn't do anything. They desperately needed more out of it. Now this is
this is a very scrappy game. This is more scrappy than I've seen.
The jump does get picked out there, and notably that is the backliner Shiny who got taken out on the jump. That means no tactical, or the pace of play starting to get away. Another nice shot from Leaf here, but Jordan, you see Gourmet Race, every time they take a couple of these players out, there's a member of Fo who's still waiting. They would love to get a checkpoint shortly, but right now it's just too much Fo.
Just over 2 minutes remaining. Fo loses 2 members of their team, and now it's an opportunity for Gourmet Race. They got to get through the wall, and no, that is going to be Dat Menace taking out a couple of members. Miner have to provide a little bit of support, but all of a sudden they roll into a 2-on-1. And now it's Gourmet
Definitely not
Race
getting
that is
Nintendo
down
Spain to
half their
cooperate, that's
team,
for
and
sure.
all of a
It's
sudden,
pretty much
Fo
promotional
looking
account by
really
now.
sharp, Lily.
They really are.
I mean, if Europe is on it, it definitely is possible.
Well, they themselves are in a
But it's just the matter of getting them all coordinated. Like when one is coordinated, then all of them can coordinate. It's just, you know.
In their movements and their play styles than Gourmet Races.
Miner stuck in the one-on-one with 3Z, gets the
wow,
splat
look at
against
that.
3Z, and another assist. All of a sudden, Gourmet Race picking up a couple of critical splats. They've got an advantage, but now they've got to hustle 9.
They've got to hustle, and they got to pop that Rainmaker shield again. Somebody was sharking and took them out here, so Miner, surely this is the time they get it. No, 3Z was behind. Okay, that should be all of the tricks out of the way. We can break this at this point. Up and no, still not able to break it.
Gourmet Race has a minute left. It's only Dapples to. Oh, he's raining! Oh, Pika with the play of the century! No! Oh, let's go!
All fixed now.
Lucifer, thank you so much, man. Huge play by Pika there to get that. I was just like, he's the last alive, dude. Oh, Leaf has got a good check. This is huge for them. Wait, Booyah Bomb, Booyah Bomb, Booyah Bomb! Get a Booyah Bomb! Get it up, get it up, get it up! Go, huge, huge, huge! Oh, it's so close. They should have held on to it a little longer.
They were 1 point away. Lily, Fo
Oh no, dude! They should have. What you do? You let them run it. They die, and then you throw a Booyah Bomb to repop it, and then go for the pop there, dude.
Now they have to pick pick it up, and it's
That's so rough. That's so rough.
So close yet again.
And now it's in that really awkward spot, unless they can get it out. But
after this, but hold on, there's a little bit of time left. Can they bust the shield?
they're gonna use this trick. The Rainmaker killed him.
But that's not gonna be enough.
That's unlucky, dude.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. It's fo by a hair getting the victory.
Unlucky, man.
If we get
He just threw the booyah bomb a little too early, dude.
I mean, that's going to be the
Just one too early. Just one too early.
Gourmet race, and
That's unlucky. That was a good try, though.
And they threw the booyah bomb. They didn't, of course, have the ink back. That's what you'd love to have in that scenario.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky, very unlucky, dude.
Use that as some sort of coverage, but I don't know who it was. We'd have to slow-mo that. Take out the member who was still there. 1 point left. I mean...
I have a controversial opinion.
Okay.
The member that was left was Dat Kid.
Okay.
Sharking behind the pillow. I think Leaf would have been better served fishing for Dat Kid than throwing the booyah.
Is it a best of 2? It's a best of 5.
Dat Kid has to die or back up.
It's a best of 5.
Choices. So my controversial take here is, instead of throwing the booyah, you throw those blaster shots.
So they have to win. They have to win 3 games.
Or even move forward.
But it's like it's counter pick every single time.
It's hard, I imagine,
the team loses.
Sitting on a booyah bomb, you see everybody cluster together. I click button that hopefully opens everything up. But the point-and-click adventure didn't work out in that situation, and as
it's so close.
But with those eagle eyes, you saw Dat Menace right behind, and you gotta credit Fo because listen, there are times where, regardless of the rankings, if you can pull out a victory, it's those moments
that kid is playing
game. 50-50 coin flip. It just takes one minor play, and Fo has done that in the last 2 games.
I'm glad that you put it there, because these are decisions that have no right answers until hindsight. That's what makes this game so enticing to all of us, is moments like that. And we've now had in 2 games 2 finishes exactly like that as well. So there's something to be said for the players who know exactly how much time they have left to make one of those plays, to dive forward and to close it out. And I think the most frustrating part of that loss too is that you almost beat Fo and Rainmaker.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been as close to a chalk pick as you could have, that they will win Rainmaker. So man, there's no solace in being down 0-2 for Gourmet race, but man, I've been impressed with their play.
It is double.
It's 2-0
so
to
if they do go down, they're going to go to the losers bracket. They'll have a chance. But listen, it's only 2-0. It's not over yet at all.
It's not over yet. It's true, good Jordan.
We're going to have
very
Splat
true.
zones on Barnacle and Dime coming up here next. And as far as Splat zones go, Fo, second overall at 17-5. Gourmet race 8 at 2.
Take that.
So we'll
Yo, Vinny, thanks, man. Thanks for 9 months. Appreciate that, dude.
Possibly for the entire match as we get set for Splat zones on Barnacle and Dime.
Stream's lagging a bit. Yo. Stream, don't lag on me.
What do you see with our loadouts?
Nothing changing, really. It all looks pretty much the same as we have seen. We do see Leaf, however, switching to the 52 gal, which I think is an interesting pick, considering we're switching off
we're smooth again.
Which does really well.
It's a zones game.
Solo zones.
Tacticals on both sides.
And a couple of splats go back and forth as they make an early trade here at Barnacle and Dime. Let the bartering begin. Here's 3Z trying to just find an opponent to seek their sights on, and they go down. And so how about Gourmet Race? Winning a couple of one-on-ones early on here, 9, but they do lose control.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see. Yeah, I was about to say I'm interested to see where all the other members
for in control again, dude.
Come up over the members of Gourmet Race very, very quickly there, and this is where things can get really scary. Now, taking out 3Z early on is nice, but they were tacticalered up, so you have to almost treat this as you need 2 for 1 in all of these fights. Dart gets away, and actually the kill.
Has there been any games without tacticalers? I believe the very first game that was played today.
Able to set up their lockout in the positions they wanted.
Very first game.
The best of it, but Gourmet Race responded too quickly.
And now Gourmet Race has the zone, and they're looking to push forward just a little bit. Here's Leaf in that 52 gal behind the splash wall. Not enough as 3Z picks up the Splat from the lower position. Tacticooler comes out, and now Fo is
have a good one, Moody.
Ready to roll forward, Lily.
They truly are. I mean, Hershey had to jump out, which is giving a little bit of a disadvantage for Fo moving forward.
Zones on Barnacle, man.
Down, so what disadvantage? Who cares?
Oh, he's going in.
Picks up one Splat, has the zip caster, just chasing members.
Oh, he went for the guy who jumped all the way back and spawned, dude. Fair play, honestly.
And now
it would be a huge Splat, though, if they did.
Fo chopping into that penalty. They're going to start to build this lead, 9.
And this was the lockout situation I was sort of hinting at earlier. Fofo
Right.
was not able to set this up. These missiles will be nice to at least identify where the players are, and sure enough, they got that kid in the scrum. They have 3Z, so that's both of the frontliners there, and that's Dark. Surely at this point, even if
That's
Beacon
okay.
does
That's
take a
okay.
swim, you've,
Got
at
the
least
kill,
taken
but
the
like
zone back.
3
So,
of their players were
Jordan,
still
that's
up. So
twice now that Gourmet Race has proven they can break out on a stage that's not so easy to break out on. The real difference has just been 1 or 2 members of Fofo, as we've said earlier, find the awkward angles.
ah, dude, that's so annoying.
Gourmet Race pushes forward,
To get picked off like that is so annoying, dude.
a little bit more patient here.
It really does. It feels like they're not quite able to get the positions they want. We're taking a little too long to put up our wall.
Nice.
And the members of Fofo excel so much more at those close fights than Gourmet Race does. So we need to keep them at a distance.
I'm
and
sorry,
we're just not
Twitch.
doing that.
So far, it's a 9-point lead for Fofo. They've got the zone. They're going to chip away, but Gourmet Race trying to wrestle it right back. And now we're kind of getting into this stalemate here with just over 2 minutes remaining, 9. Who's going to make the next big push is really the question that'll decide this game.
Well, and this is, as you noted, Jordan, been the one thing Gourmet Race hasn't been able to do over the course of this game. It's, can we lock out? Can we identify? Earlier, 3Z took out Leaf in a situation exactly like this. This time, it's the better going to Leaf. They have the better position. Jordan, this should be the lead for Gourmet Race. They just need to find one more player, but again, they've slightly overextended.
Oh, this is gonna be. Oh, Pika holding it down, dude.
Wipeout, Pika, unbelievable play.
Gourmet Race,
Not bad, dude. Not bad at all.
They get the wipeout, and now they're building upon this lead. Can they lock out Fofo? Just over 90 seconds remaining. However, 8 seconds left. Gourmet Race, they're going to try and take a game.
Good stuff, Gourmet Race.
A game 4, they do. Gourmet
GR with the comeback,
victory.
dudes. We got a game here, dudes.
Coming up here between these two teams. I know, I'm sorry. Lily, let's get to Gourmet Race. Really felt like in the second half of that game, they finally figured out how to lock out.
That was it.
Fofo.
We have Turf War and Clam Blitz
I mean, the name of that
coming
game
through,
really
dude.
is,
Do you want to go through Turf War now? Or do you want to go through Turf War later? That is what Gourmet... Well, actually, no. Gourmet Race doesn't have that opportunity to pick.
From the positions you have to defend on that map, you can't even move forward into their spawns because of that wiper and brush. So unfortunately, you have to set up further than you would like to, and it just took them a few tries to get there. Fortunately, they found their footing.
Let's talk about the confidence boost here, 9, because of the 3 games we've had, that was the most decisive victory by any team. That's the 6th seed against the number 3 seed that many people feel could threaten to win this thing. If you're Gourmet Race, you look at how close you almost... You're 2 plays away from sweeping Fofo. That's the truth so far, yes. And now you should be feeling great about your prospects.
And you've done it on a variety of situations that have been presented to you as well. Of course, Hagglefish, very wide open air sort of place to play tower control on. Then you go to Undertow, Spillway, Rainmaker, where it's all about the weird topography and different angles here. And then you go back to the most popular stage and mode combination in the game, and you really seize control of it partway through.
Turf War is a big coin flip, dude. Flounder, Flounder Heights, Turf War, dudes. You think so?
2 plays, 2 seconds, you could even say, from sweeping this seed. And I'll tell you, I did a little homework here. I talked to some of the members of Gourmet Race about this matchup with Fofo, and they said, this is the team that we wanted. This is the group that we wanted to play because we felt that we had some answers for some of the problems they would present.
Gourmet Race trying to eat again. We're getting set here for Turf War and Urchin Underpass. And Lily, Urchin Underpass, Turf War, it's going to be fascinating. It's going to go the distance, obviously. Yeah. What do you make about the way these 2 teams play with this particular stage and mode?
Well, I mean, it's worth noting that Fofo has led on zones, but has not led on Turf War, which is arguably zones, but bigger. And Gourmet Race, however, is second in Turf War.
Hey, dude, are you winning?
So I feel
yeah.
like I have a little bit of advantage coming into this.
I've won every single game.
If
I'm winning all the games, dude.
Either way, 3 minutes will
it's just what I do.
Will we get a game 5 coming up, or will Fofo advance? Here we go. Got both teams just doing what you're supposed to do in Turf War, and that is inking turf so far, 9. We do see a couple of changes to the loadouts.
Yeah, that heavy edit Splatling is going to be coming out from Harshy. This is a nice little wrinkle they have that I think is just a solid weapon that they can pull out for situations like this. So it's going to give them a little more versatility. It also means they don't have to use the Dapple Dualies or the N-Zap. So they've got a little
reflex on both sides. That's typical for Turf War.
Fights on the defensive side, but As we saw in our earlier match that we had here, it's a lot of scrum in the center until we reach the end of the game.
Down goes 3Z. Here comes Dat Kid with the killer whale, and Dat Kid will go ahead and climb up, get some higher positioning, and now just being patient. Miner aware of where Dat Kid is. Very wise by Miner.
Unlucky,
However,
dude.
Dat Kid doesn't matter. Gets that splat.
Yeah, that's a
Different
rough spot to
Corgi,
be.
different-
You know that
different
someone is
player.
sharking and just right around the corner, and then a booyah bomb forces you into that corner, and okay, well, whatever. Let's just go and respawn here. I'll be back into the action early on. You know, it's kind of interesting to think, Lily, as this one's gone on. This has been the stage that Fofofo has picked over and over, regardless of the mode that's being played. Why do you think that is? Why do they like it so much here?
I truly think it's because of the high mobility of Fofofo. There's so many
the
avenues,
brush.
and while this
That
stage
kid.
isn't, I would call flat, it's very open. There's a lot of ground to cover, and because of that, the more mobility
Oh,
you have,
that's
the more
unlucky, dude.
advantage you have.
Try to jump
Dat
out.
Kid, another splat, and all of a sudden Fofofo is moving forward with under 90 seconds remaining, and Lily sending it back to you. Fofofo, what can they do here now that they've got control of mid to try and push a little bit closer towards Gourmet Race?
I mean, truthfully, this is the harder part of the stage. Once you have control of mid, you're now fighting uphill, and that's rarely a position you want to
How
be
did that
in
happen?
against things like a bucket and a reflex.
We're just not going to
But
explain
if
that
they
one.
can just get a few choice picks, maybe get these flanks off, like we see Dat Kid giving an attempt over here on the left-hand side,
It's
then maybe they can knock him
like,
out
bro.
of position.
I know it's like Spec Cam, like freaking out, but like, it's just like, how did that work?
Every piece of
How'd that
you
work
see the
out? That was a
flank
little
come
like,
through. You see the
huh?
pressure coming up from the middle, and then the range special from that booyah bomb. All of them went down immediately. They played right into Fofofo's hand. Dat Kid is going to be really difficult
Oh,
to displace
Gourmet
from
Race
this
have to
position.
do
If
something.
They can't deal with
They have to
the
do
threat of
something
Dat
hit
Kid right
like now.
They have no chance of getting to
Right
the
now
center and
time.
equalize.
And I think Dat Kid in these upper hallways is
yeah,
really
that's
the
not
difference
good.
so far, Lily, as you see Dark pick up a splat. It is applied so
It's
much
not looking good.
tremendous
They're
pressure
going
with
into their
15 seconds
base.
They truly have. Here comes the booyah bomb out. Gonna throw that into spawn and kind of set Gourmet Race
Oh,
a
it's
little
not
bit
looking
back
good,
in their spot area,
yeah.
but they do
Oh,
go
actually?
3 down in the last 10 seconds,
Actually?
which, as Nine has mentioned
Might be possible?
multiple times, is probably the worst possible thing you can do. But was
Gourmet
it
Race
enough?
might have
We
just
saw a
taken
lot of
that.
Gourmet Race moving forward down this
Might have
stretch. How
just
much is
taken that.
Fofofo? And
Oh.
Ooh.
let's see here. And that is going to go the way of Fofofo.
That's so unlucky, yeah.
They win game.
It was a good try.
I'm not going to do it to you again.
They're moving
Because they get the
Fofo
victory and they move Fofo forward.
Oh my.
But just like we saw a convincing win for
Not
Gourmet Race
bad.
in game
Good
3,
try.
Fofo, that was
Gourmet
their
Race,
most
good try,
convincing
good try.
win. Really, it came down to that wipeout.
All right, so
at that moment.
how are they doing it,
Talked
dudes?
about they
Are
went
they
3
going
down
to
at the
do?
end. I think we now know where the fourth one was.
Are they going
were
to
in
do
the spawn of
the
Gourmet
semis
Race,
now?
which is why all that
Or are they
great
gonna
work
go
that
on
Gourmet
and
Race was doing
do
was more or less
losers?
being
I wonder.
X'd out. It was sort of a tie. And as we know, going into that last little scrum, they certainly had a lot more of this stage to play with. That's why Fofo.
What will they do?
All right, let's send it over to Zach, who's at the board with his latest analysis.
Well, we're going to change it up here a little bit. and
Is the
have
finals
two
tomorrow? The
reports
finals
for you. We
will be
have to,
tomorrow
of course,
because there's
start
another
with
day of this. So,
spectacular work that Dat Kid, otherwise known
but
as
this is
Dat
game. This is
Kid,
day one. So
with this Octobrush, take a look at the special progress here. They're going to get their Zipcaster midway through this clip as we start to run it here, and this is a full quad. So starting it out, they're just peeking around this, taking almost a slosher angle to get around. And
Bang,
then
dude.
midway, that Zipcaster
This was a sick play.
through the box is just the tiniest
Bang,
that you
got
can
the quad,
imagine.
dude.
Landing up top to get the quad with that timer running out. That special is so hard to get. But now, Gourmet Race trying to run through. Dat Kid was able to get a pick, and they're
Is this
putting
Pika's
themselves
play?
for success here. But again, as Dark goes down, they're in this sort of triangle formation.
Oh, yeah, no,
Archie falls,
Pika made the play, and then
pushing forward here, a
Leaf had the
great
booyah bomb.
effort putting the booyah
You just
bomb
had to
out as
hold
well,
it. You just had to
but it is
hold it.
going
You
to
just
be
had to
them
hold
being
it.
taken out there,
I would have just
stopped
hold it,
at
let him
that
die,
ball mark. So a great
and then
job
repop the
there by
booyah bomb and then
Fofo.
go off from
Wrap this
there.
one up in 4 games.
Zach, that was 2 clips. I want Foe next time, my friend. Great job over there. And so let's go ahead and check out the bracket now that we have completed our 4th match here. And it is going to be Foe moving on to take on FT Win. Milky Way versus Moonlight. So the top 4 seeds advance, but you could argue Gourmet Race just a couple plays away from the upset potentially. Should be a very exciting losers top 8 coming up here in just a moment. But let's go ahead and send it to an interview. Our good friend K-Bot had a chance
Interview?
to catch up with Moonlight. And when they get done, we'll have the
You
second
got interviews?
come in. That's going to be Falco, Zach, and Big Money bringing you the second half.
Oh,
of the
big
action.
money.
We'll see you in a
Big
moment.
money.
Well, hi there, everybody. My name is K-Bot, and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by Moonlight today. They're one of Splatoon 3's premier North American teams.
This
Starting
was
with here,
shot
Shadow,
back
Nolan,
in
Omega, and
September.
and we're going to get to know them a little bit better, playing a couple of icebreaker games.
'Cause this is a
and
Riptide.
asking some questions about their team. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to play a little game. I'm going to give a superlative, and your job is to point.
Will I ever get a
to the person
3,300 times battle?
represents.
Never.
I'll count down 3, 2, 1. You point at the person that is your answer. Okay? So the first one, who's the loudest in team comms? Okay, well, I didn't count down. But seems like we've had pretty clear consensus already, Omega.
They're a little dramatic. I think the sound.
They're actually right. Omega's really loud.
It's too high. It's their fault.
You think they've got you cranked up to 200%?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's like I've been telling
Honestly, unbelievable that Nintendo was willing to do this,
Well, who actually needs
all
to be
this
cranked
work.
up to 200%? Who's the quietest? 3, 2.
I actually know why, but I'm not saying anything.
Basil, seems like.
I'd say that's true. Yeah, I'm pretty quiet.
Why is that?
Most of the time, I'm just too logged in to calm some things, which is something I'm trying to work on.
Okay. All right. Next up, who has the most say?
But just know
strategy.
is that when you make an org within the community, and it's really, really good, you can get some
For
good work
context,
done.
Chara is sitting behind the camera right now. Chara coaches this team, but most people are pointing at you.
And things
Shadow.
like this could happen.
So who is it?
Listen, I give the orders to these guys. Chara gives me the orders. Somewhat chain of command thing going on. I don't even know.
Okay.
I get the strats from him. He gives the strats to me. I give strats to them. Like, it's a good system.
All right. Whatever works for you all, right? That's the important part. Do you feel like having a coach raises expectations that others have for this team?
I feel like it's definitely raised the bar a little bit for us, but I think it's mostly just on us to really like keep ourselves in check and try and make sure, like, okay, even if there's a lot more eyes on us and
A
people are expecting us to do better,
Falcolic.
We really are just putting in the work and doing what we can and hoping to put on a good show for everyone.
Who do you trust the most to clutch? 3, 2.
Count slower, count slower, count slower.
2.5. That's upwards. 2, 1.5, 1, 0.
Oh, me.
Good morning. 2 more months.
Pacing thinks
to
it's
go.
a 57 months, man. Or 58.
Your team votes you.
I joke about it, but I play a lot of weapons that do random 1v4s.
Can you think of 1 or 2 particular moments?
There was a game on Scorch Gorge, Splat Zones, and I was the last one alive. I had a big bubbler on the left side of zone.
I'm not surprised they would say Omega because he's actually like really, really
Somehow
friggin'
won that
good.
game. Nolan told
Like
me later
really,
that,
really friggin'
that he
good.
thought, oh, we lost that game, and then I. Yeah.
What would it mean to you to win the Splatoon 3 North American League?
I bet I'm going to steal their answers, but it's everything we've worked for the past 2 years. Like, the basis of the team was to play these events. It's finally here. This is what we worked for. So, I mean, it's everything to this team.
Omega is, just so you guys know, Shadowwind, Nolan, Omega, Basil.
Like, I was just doing it for fun, but now I've taken it a lot more seriously, and I really want to win, especially with them. It'd be my greatest achievement. Be so nice, so fun.
Omega?
Well, I had something interesting happen to me when I thought about all the tournaments I played. When I talked to my family about it, I'm like, I think I'm one of the best players in Splatoon right now with all the best teams and everything. I think we're one of the best, and I don't really know how to express that or anything. I'm very proud of it.
I'm here with my best friends. I'm playing to win, and I want to win with them so bad. From playing handheld on a personal hotspot in the floor of my room on 2018 to playing on stage with them, I couldn't imagine that I would get here, but I'm so happy that I am. And I can't wait to keep pushing with them and see what more we can do.
I need to give you a hug.
All right, well, that was Moonlight. Thank you all so much for sitting down with us and sharing a little bit more about your team, and we look forward to seeing you compete.
Well, we are right back here for more action with the Splatoon 3
Big money.
American League playoffs. We are so excited to get you started with winners semifinals, and we will be taking a look shortly at Milky Way versus Moonlight. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me now on the desk are two fantastic casters. And Milana, we will start with you. How has your impression of day one been, and what are you looking forward to?
Holy, like some of these matches have just been so close.
Big
I haven't
money.
seen matches like this even throughout the league, and I just love Splatoon, man. It's so good, and I hope you guys out at home are having a great time too.
And Falco, welcome into the desk.
I'm having a great time.
Splatoon also blossomed with today's action.
Oh,
Am I going to be
absolutely.
streaming
I mean,
till
we
this
have seen
ends?
everything
Yes,
across
yes,
the
yes, yes.
spectrum from all
This
games
is
and
only day
matches.
one though.
You going to game 3,
So there's
you're going to game 5,
this is day
especially
one,
some
and then there's
midway
day 2
games.
tomorrow.
Well, we might see
I don't know when they're
action.
ending this though. That's the only thing.
Let's show you what we've
So
already done today. We see Milky Way getting that 3-0 sweep over the number 8 seed Healthy Diet Food Groups to advance to our winners semifinals, and they will take on Moonlight, who had a much different journey with a 3-2 victory over Bet. And on the bottom side there, FD win with a sweep of their own over number 7 Duck Motif.
Same time tomorrow, yeah.
Out, as you just saw, Vofavo with the 3-1 over Gourmet race. So Milana, taking a look at the number 1 versus number 4 seed here, we are getting the teams that the seeding would expect, but maybe a little bit closer, especially on the.
did you gotta show the stream replay when you get home? Yeah, sure.
So many times on the battlefield already throughout the league and a couple of the weeks actually, and some of these matches have been just so
All happening on the weekend of your birthday. So it's your birthday on the 15th. Oh, your birthday on the 15th. Okay.
A lot of us have seen Milky Way. We've seen Milky Way.
It's Monday though.
Over
It's not the
course
weekend.
of many years,
What is
these
this?
players have been at the forefront of the competitive scene, and just being able to see Moonlight kind of step toe to toe with them, it's just been so great. It's been really
Close
fun.
enough, yeah.
And Falco, for Moonlight, you know, they have been one of the teams that has matched up the best against Milky Way. If you include ladder, 3-3, an even record against Milky Way, not many teams can say that.
Yeah, definitely. And they've taken a few games off of Milky Way in the top 8. They've played each other 13 times in the top 8. Moonlight has won 5 of them, with Clam Blitz being Milky Way's best at 3-0. Moonlight undefeated in Rainmaker at 2-0 against Milky Way.
Well, and we've not got long to wait here as we look forward to Game 1, which is going to be Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Milana, we see that stage come up not infrequently. It's proving to be a little bit more versatile than the tower control meme would purport.
Yes, totally. And you know what? I think something that we really have to be keeping an eye out for, especially for Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones, I think just having that giant zone smack dab in the middle of the stage is just going to be something
Oh, Inkblot zones, dude.
focus on, because you know,
I mean, it's not as bad as Scorch, just thinking about it.
able to take the zone, right? So if you can't cover that entire zone, it's going to be kind of a moot point. So both teams are going to have to really focus on turfing.
It's not as bad as Scorch. Scorch is actually awful.
Just a condensed version of Turf War, so a great way to start us out as we are getting ready for our Game 1 of Winners Semifinals.
Oh, winners semis. Okay. So they're not doing losers yet? I guess they're doing winners semis. They're both winners semis today then?
Set the stage for the meta. We will see if they can.
I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing, dude.
Yeah, really keeping strong with what they have. Ice on that Splattershot Forge. In Milky Way running a lot of the same weapons that we have seen them play before too.
So Milky Way using the same composition they've done before. And we got Moonlight's comp, same comp. Tomorrow must be losers round then? I have no idea, but we will see.
I think it's just so important to be able to visualize where exactly your opponents are, and I think bringing that
Ooh, nice trade off.
of the E-leader to the battlefield
2 vs 2.
is going to be so invaluable for Moonlight.
In Moonlight's favor, I think, yeah.
Just a wider field of vision for the rest
Oh,
of the teammates.
okay.
What a strong start
Good
here for
slash.
Omega, as they are absolutely tearing through Milky Way right now with this mid decapitator. Falco.
Oh, nice try. A little overheat, but it's okay.
We've seen Omega shift from that wiper over to the mid. I would say it's paying off.
Oh, it certainly is paying off. And what I love is Omega is not a shy player. Already moving up onto the side of Milky Way's side whenever they don't even have the zone yet. They're able to get 1 pick, 2 pick. I'm going up to your tree. I'm going to hope that we can get more. I'm going to let the rest of my team members take control of the zone.
And with the E-leader backing them up, it's going to be NZAP versus the Snipe Rider as your cooler matchup for this one as we see Moonlight.
Oh, it's unlucky.
Not so lucky to be able to get out there. One player at Shadow left, and they will get the jump out almost mid-air.
Shoot him.
Block things down and getting the zone for the first time.
And I think something that's so important about Ice as a player is that he is so well-rounded. He is keeping an eye out for Moonlight.
Close
He's
attack.
watching those drops. He is, you know,
Oh, that is not a good death.
second pair of eyes, especially
Oh, but it's a trade-off. Oh, it's not a good trade-off though. Dang, they got good control here. Unless Shadow gets this kill. Oh, it's rough. You have to jump out. Oh no, you stayed in. Okay. Fair. Oh, okay, you stayed in. Gets control back. Okay. Moonlight in really good contention here. I think they're close. They're closest to attack as well. They got all specials almost online. They got bubble to stall. They got tack to fight. Ice is in the middle. Oh, he's in such an awkward spot. Oh, what a jump. That's a good pick. Moonlight's in a very, very good spot. They got Lita here. Ooh, okay. Milky Way is getting all their specials online now. All specials are online. Every special is being... I mean, they're holding on to Crab, though. Ice! That's unlucky. No, it was some picks as well. Oh, S-Blast denies the Crab. Oh, the Basil with the snipe as well. Oh, Basil's going crazy here, dude. Oh, the teamwork. No, how did they both die? No, they went into the rear bomb. That's gotta be like, oh no, that's so unlucky. They didn't have to die there, basically. They really didn't. That's so unlucky. That's a great starting kill, though.
I want to get in a good position for me to use my crab tank. Make sure no members of Moonlight can drop down and still staying alive.
It's a good kill. Crab. Everyone is tacticals. Oh, this is rough. That's a rough rear bomb in front of the Crab. Milky Way's fighting back. Basil with some nice snipes as well. Yeah, you gotta throw it out. There's not a lot of time left. 3 of them on the zone at least. Oh no! I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Yeah, rest in peace. That had to go. That had to go on the zone. That had to go on the zone. Unlucky. That was a nice try. I think that had to go. That had to go on the zone. That be on. Just to at least neutralize, and they might have some more time.
Together, it's almost like pairing peanut butter and banana if you're more used to pairing jelly here, Falco, but it's gonna be
peanut butter and banana.
Yeah, I mean, it was
that would kill me, dude. Actually, though, oh my god, that's like both my kryptonites in like one sandwich. It's like both. Like banana puts me to sleep, and I just don't eat peanut butter anymore because I don't eat peanut butter anymore, mainly because I've scarred myself from wanting to eat it again. Because I was an insane kid back in the day who put too much peanut butter on their sandwich, and then yeah, no, never again. I can't eat it again anymore.
There were some rumblings about maybe changing that composition, but they've really favored the length that weapon brings to the table.
I think it just is they're just able to kind of reach a longer part of the stage, and this is going to make it a little bit more Milky Way's just going to have to play a little bit more cautiously around that E-leader, whereas Q, bringing that Snipe Rider, I think, is playing a little bit more of a supportive role. And not to say that Q cannot hit her shots. Obviously she can. We've seen it week after week after week. We've seen her play not just the Snipe Rider, but other weapons as well. But I think just utilizing that and having that special for the tacticooler, bringing that to the battlefield for their teammates, I think they do kind of get forced a little bit more into a supportive role as a result.
Have I ever eaten noodles with peanut butter? No. But that sounds absolutely disgusting. And I don't think I'll ever do that ever in my lifetime. Just to let you know.
And it looks like we have a stage as well. It's going to be Museum to Alfonsino for this one.
Yeah, this one only has one checkpoint for these Rainmaker carriers to get through, and so it's going to be just a force of sheer will to push forward. There's not going to be which way are we going to go, how are we going to push up, but there's only going to be one checkpoint, and of course taking control of the enemy spinners. That's the name of the game for pretty much any mode here with Museum.
I know a guy that probably would though.
Discussed earlier the most common stage and mode combination.
I actually he loves peanut butter. He loves peanut butter. Like would actually put peanut butter on anything.
Rainmaker on museum to Alfonsino.
Peanut butter and noodles is overrated? It's actually a thing? That just sounds... Ugh.
I think just having the teams be able to rely on something that
It's
they
just a bit ugh to me, I don't know.
a lot is going to be beneficial for both of them. So we'll see how this turns out, Zach.
Well, Rainmaker has prompted a suite of changes.
96?
For one team, it looks like that
This is Rainmaker on this map. Makes sense though. 96 on this map is actually a good pick.
Falco, we're seeing several on the side of Moonlight. Yeah, and
Reaches far, you can put a wall anywhere. There's not a lot of cover. You kind of need a wall as well.
Especially with that Kraken to help push forward, and then of course
It's just the weapon is so dick. Yeah, I said it. I just don't like. I don't like 96 in this game.
Their Rainmaker statistic going into today: 8-7 for Milky Way, 3-7 for Moonlight. As these two teams jockey for position here, Milana
Nice.
Brand able to get the pick there on the shadow and jump out as it looks like a Kraken Royale, something that we have not seen a ton of, was bearing down upon them.
I think, you know, something to keep in mind about that Kraken Royale is that it is maintaining some sort of a level of invincibility, which means that the opponents cannot shoot you and be able to
The weapon's awesome.
They can only
I think it's just that I have a really bad love-hate relationship with the 96 in this game. Because it's I feel like it's wronged me so many times. Where it just like misses all the time. It just misses all the time. Like not all the time, but all the time, you know. It's just not reliable. Like sometimes I feel like I can't rely on it.
Able to grab a Rainmaker that was about to despawn and get that first checkpoint here.
Milky Way is in the lead. The Kraken's good on this map though too, because it's just so flat. And technically, to be honest, like I said, I think everything about it, this weapon, is good on this map, but it can be kind of rough. It can be rough if if everything's not going well.
We can regroup. We still have 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We have 3 specials online right now, especially with that Ultra Stamp. We're going to try and get this Rainmaker popped and try and get to that first checkpoint.
And where before today on Rainmakers, we see a nice splat there by Q onto Omega, who's trying to come out with that Ultra Stamp. There is no counter ink back on the side of Milky Way, Milana, so Moonlight has that splatter scope in the back pocket. In fact, 3 specials, including the Kraken Royale that's coming out. Milky Way, not as much at their disposal.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Moonlight is going to have to utilize those specials to their advantage. A lot of these specials are to help the Rainmaker move forward towards the enemy base, but, you know,
What?
they can't get the pushes happening.
Okay, I know it's just Spec Cam freaking out. This is not what's actually happening in the game. It's just Spec Cam just actually like freaking out completely, dude.
Rainmaker push Basil trying to hang around and keep that ink back alive. That's going to be an important special here, Falco, as Ice tries to get the advantage set up. Jared over there to the left on that spinner that you called out before this game.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to use that Azure advantage, and where I think Milky Way has a large benefit.
You have a love-hate relationship with the recycled Brella. Very fun sometimes, but also very bad. Yeah, no, I understand that. The weapon's strong, but it's just like, man, this weapon's so annoying at the same time. Like it hits like a truck, but you know.
That is going to be a reset, and again, that's only going to benefit Milky Way as long as Moonlight cannot get anywhere close.
It's only up to, they've only pushed it to 58. Like Moonlight still has a chance. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, Ice getting picks. Oh,
Milky Way has 2 backliners with Ice, who did just go down on that Forge Splattershot Pro, so consistently joining with Q Snipe Rider.
And they do, and you know what? Because they pushed it to a certain point, Milky Way bringing that Rainmaker to a 58, they really are just focusing
I'm not sure.
on stopping.
Ah, dude, that's so annoying.
Like I mentioned before, these specials that are kind of designated to help the Rainmaker move
Omega in
forward,
the wow, dude. If Omega gets this kill too, that would have been insane if he did.
It just might be a detriment overall.
And as we approach the final minute here, maybe an opportunity for Moonlight to move forward. They're going to have to break the Rainmaker out here, Falco, from not an ideal position. So they have the specials online, but as far as where the objective is located, it may take 1 or 2 pushes to get to that first pedestal.
Yeah, that's exactly why that
Timing.
in the first place.
Oh, you get both kills. That's good. That's actually very good. If someone just pushes up really, like, the rest of the team just need to push up.
Getting splatted as long as this Rainmaker can stay here for the next 15 seconds. And Moonlight has not netted any points except for
Yeah, they need to get that.
last 30 seconds, but
Oh, this is good for them. This is good. They do got tactical though, so they're going to be up already. I think you go now, dude. I think you go now. You go now. You go now. Go, 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 go. Go. Go, go. Oh, the thing's going to move. Oh, they're waiting for the vacuum. I understand. Oh, it's so possible. So winnable. Oh, you got check. No. Oh, it's just so close. It's just so close. Ah, they had everything on the rain, dude. That's so unlucky. They were waiting for the vacuum, but then they lost to... Ah, it's so unlucky for Moonlight, dude. It's actually so unlucky.
Back and forth, but also not back and forth. That whole game was.
It's pretty close. It was pretty close.
This stage only has one checkpoint, and one checkpoint stages tend to go really fast because you get that first checkpoint and then you just like zoom towards the end, right? But in this case, it was kind of like we made it to the checkpoint. No, that could be enough. And I'm like, wait, but that's not how we play Rainmaker.
We called out both of these teams not necessarily fondest of Rainmaker as a mode here, Falco, and we talked about 58 usually wouldn't be the push that you would want. This time they come away with it, and Milky Way ends up securing, you know,
Your most hated weapon is the Stamper. You have no idea how to handle against it. Wolves.
Exactly. I mean, they
weapons.
were able to, now they're up 2-0, which is great for them. But you think about in Moonlight's position, all they have to do is pick up the Rainmaker, get to the checkpoint, and move one unit forward. By the way, that was Milky Way's first win against Moonlight in Rainmaker in any of the top 8, because they didn't beat him at all in the top 8 in Rainmaker, so that was their first win at that too. So I'm kind of surprised that Milky Way chose that specific mode. But again, you know, Milky Way up 2-0 right now. Again, a very close game similar to that. I'm very curious what's going to happen in Game 3.
Well, they are going to have the opportunity once again to pick the mode, the final opportunity, no matter how this match ends out, for Milky Way to pick the mode, and that will result in Moonlight, Milana, picking this stage here. We are still awaiting both now, but as we look to what would have to be a reverse sweep for Moonlight to come out of this one the victor, are there any tidbits or things that you can rally upon from games 1 and 2 that you can take?
If they lose the next game, they go into losers. I think they go into losers semis.
It almost feels like they're a little
Well,
bit
whoever
hesitant
well, do they? No, they don't. They go into losers round 2, I think.
We've seen that
Sorry.
even just today.
That's my mistake.
We've seen Omega
Whoever loses this game.
the top level. We've seen Basil getting really, really nice picks on some really difficult games. So I think Moonlight really has
Not
to
correct
just
graphic nuffs.
fall
Sorry.
into him. They're like, okay, maybe they're like Milky Way's top seed. It's kind of hard to feel like I could perform toe-to-toe with them. But they've already proven it. They've proven it week after week. So that's what I want to see. I want to see a more brave, a more disciplined, a more out there.
I'm sure I could find a bracket. I don't know.
Technically in top 8s is, I believe, in Milky Way's favor, but even going into this one with the ladder,
Maybe the bracket, there is a bracket somewhere.
maybe some untapped potential in their composition.
They shown the bracket on the stream though. But just like having the bracket would be nice to have.
Could be going back over to that. S-Blast 91 is a nice offensive option.
I don't know where to look, actually.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, I like this mode pick, and of course that's going to be for Milky Way, but you know, it could very well follow suit of how Rainmaker played out, with no team really progressing past that first.
I don't know where you'd look for it.
I think Moonlight really has to use those slow games to their advantage, as we are going to go on to Barnacle and Dime for this one, Zach.
Yeah, normally selected for Splat zones, but it is going to be reserved for tower control.
If Moonlight loses, I'm gonna probably leave at
discrepancy in the record on
to tell them you did your best. That's okay.
15 and 4.
Show your support to teams that you like, man. It's all good.
7, 5th in the league for Moonlight. That is not a record that you want to be heading into a deciding game for.
You know, we can look at the numbers all we want, but I remember very distinctly that there were a bunch of tower control games that Milky Way played where just by the skin of their teeth they were able to stay on the tower, or it just so happened that the opponents kind of lifted their feet from the tower and they were able to take the win. So, you know, we could see the 15-4, but who knows? Moonlight might be able to keep their toes on the tower, you know?
Well, and Falco, to Milana's point here, one thing that Moonlight has excelled at is in matches that have gone the distance or gone longer. I believe 8 of their 13 top 8 matches have gone to a deciding Game 5. So if they are able to
Which team do I want to win? I would like Moonlight to win 2 games so we can go to a Game 5. And then I don't care who wins after that. That's my view.
So we'll see what happens here in this one. Well, we take a look at potentially deciding game
Tower control. Tower control on this map though. Ooh, Barnacle and Dime, dude. Barnacle and Dime is disgusting.
We did mention that S-Blast coming out from Moonlight, and Nolan, there he is, bringing that S-Blast out. I think it's going to be great for tower control. Blaster is always a prime pick for tower control.
I hate this map on tower control. It's so bad.
And with that Booyah Bomb, definitely going to be helpful as well.
And this is a great stage for visibility, so we see the E-Leader come back out for Moonlight. You have a ton, Falco, of great sightlines to play with here, and you can position yourself well behind where the objective is at.
Yeah, and I think, too, when you're facing a player like Basil who's going to be using that weapon, once you see them, it's too late because they already see you, and that laser is going to get you. So you want to make sure you are not in any line of sight in front of Basil, and right now it looks like Milky Way is doing a good job staying away from them.
Milky Way going to take the position of having the tower first. Jared having to roll away quite literally with that crab tank to take themselves out of what would otherwise have been an optimal position. Moonlight making sure that Milky Way slinks away as they throw out the Booyah Bomb. However, Moonlight in the process losing all but their E-Leader player here, Milana, as Milky Way looks to push the advantage.
They are, and the Tacticooler coming out is going to give them a little bit of an edge here, that if they get taken out, if they get splatted by Moonlight, they can come back into the action relatively quickly.
Okay.
The Booyah Bomb, honestly,
Is it zones, tower? I think it's tower control more so, but zones is kind of there in this stage as well. For this map, it's just because when you past the when you get past the second checkpoint, it is just like so hard to defend.
Down against Moonlight, and still the tower continues to move closer to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that allowed Milky Way 3 of their players to push up.
It's very snowbally, I'd say.
Until later, where Q was able to hop on, push that all the way to 65, so they had a lot of ink in front of the tower to help accelerate that, and now Moonlight's going to have to try and overcome this position with all these strikes coming out. A lot of this paint, or a lot of this ink that's coming out too from the side of Milky Way. So again, we could see that uphill battle that we saw in Game 2.
We saw Fofo earlier. For Milky Way, it's been 2-2-2, just 2 specials at a time. Just pop them in pairs as Q sitting behind the tower. That's usually the player that you would expect to be riding the objective, but has to get that tactical out first. And you can see just how quickly Milky Way regroups here. Milana as Moonlight looking to put together some type of defense with this tower still in mid.
And you know, Moonlight throwing out a Tacticooler, but
3 Moonlight's on control. No, 2 vs 2 again, dude. It's rough, man.
Hopefully they had anticipated, and I think it's actually really interesting that Milky Way
Moonlight just needs a situation like now where they get 2 down and they're the 4 up, so they can actually push. Here they are, though. They just can't afford anyone to die at this point now. Use that wave break to advantage. That's a good pick. That's a very good pick. Need to get rid of that. Fortunately, they had Tacticooler, so they, you know, even if they lost one, they kept it up. They kept it up though. This is good for Moonlight. Okay, signs of life here. Oh, this is very good for Moonlight now. Just don't get picked by Sniper Eye. They're in a really good spot. Just don't get picked for free. You're gonna need another Tacticooler. Oh my god, this is big. Grabbed attack. Oh, Omega. Oh, another 2. Hold it down. That's a very good Booyah Bomb. You just gotta hold the tower, bro. You gotta stay alive, Nolan. Oh, unlucky. Never mind. Bro, I think that situation, you just try to stay alive as long as possible, steal them out. Let your team come back to mids. A minute left for Milky Way, dude. Oh, that is not good.
unless you're aiming to shoot over those walls.
Honestly, unless you know for sure that there is a player there, there's maybe 1 or 2 players around that corner, it really is kind of difficult to aim. And
I'm using it now, probably. No? Ah, nice try, Ice.
It means that maybe there's just a better place for that crab take.
Ice looking
Very
down,
scrappy
not finding
again.
anything is Brand trying to make use of the splat bomb, not finding anything there, gets the initial shot onto Shadow and finds the pick. They are buffed up by the tactical, so they will be back here, Falco, as we enter the final 30 seconds. Milky Way was sitting on 3 specials, but
dude.
they importantly will lose their sniper.
Milky Way lost 2 again, dudes. Mega's, oh, it's only Ice now. 18 seconds left. I don't think Milky Way can win this. Well, they actually still have a chance, but it's gonna be rough. No one's got the Booyah Bomb. He just needs to stay alive. They got tacticals up. Omega can fight again if he wants to, or at least trade for a pick, and then they use Booyah Bomb to win. Yeah, it's game over there. Oh, they're still on it. Oh, I just touched it. Yep. Good stuff. Alright, game 3's been done. Moonlight's still in the game. It's not over yet.
Comes surging back with the most emphatic performance that we've seen from them in this match to bring it to a 2-1 here. So Milana,
Good stuff, good stuff. Well done.
stats as you mentioned on there.
Very much good job, and a good job well done.
5 as they lose 1 on tower control, and now I believe just Clam, Blitz, and Turf War left as we go forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it was a little bit strange to see Milky Way not making the pushes that we've known them to make, not making those really strong leads that we've also known them to make. That
It's true, actually. But I also think it's because Moonlight had the S Blast on their side, so their defense was just a whole lot stronger because of it, too.
they're maybe going into the next one hoping that
I am actually just basing it off they had S Blast to help defense.
you know, show the crowd what we're made of.
And Falco, Moonlight is a team that has been playing together what feels like forever. They have not done a lot of pickups or random teams. This is a team that has been playing together consistently for years, and they have earned their spot in sort of this upper echelon of Western Splatoon.
Yeah, one of the legacy teams who has had a 4 strong for however long we can remember. Again, they have
Dude, can Moonlight send Milky Way to losers, dude? That would be crazy. That would be so sick to see, though. That would be so sick to see. I want to see it, actually, because Milky Way is the favorite, for sure.
And if you're thinking about Clam Blitz, Milky Way is 3-0 against Moonlight in any top 8 series here, so that's not looking too great. But again, Turf War, we know how well Milky Way can just spread out and cover the entire stage with their ink, but again, you gotta win both of them, so which one do you choose first, Zach?
The advantage here for Moonlight is that they, by deciding the mode here in Game 4, thereby decides if there is a Game 5, what the mode for that one will be. And for Milky Way, Milana, not the worst position.
Would you rather play Clams or Turf War for a month? I play Clams.
True, and you know, we all know that sometimes a stage can make all the difference, where perhaps we play all of the modes kind of the same, like, you know, it's win or lose, but if you have a stage that you're really good at, you're like, man, I can play.
I don't believe in the struggles of Turf War. I think anyone can win Turf War. It does not matter.
Tax, as you could
It will not matter to me, especially if both teams are good to some degree. Hey, Siren.
Waiting the stage, but some of the more popular ones, Crab Leg Capital and Urchin Underpass, neither have been selected, and it does in fact end up being Crab Leg Capital as we get into this one soon.
Yeah, and this is the same stage that we saw Moonlight really try their best and do well. You know, it was Jordan Knight and Zach who said, hey, this is where Basil's really going to shine. Now the thing is, this is Turf War. Are you going to expect an E-leader in Turf War? Probably not as much. We mentioned how there weren't as many anchor players choosing those specific backline weapons in this particular mode. So again, Turf War is really the mode where we see a lot of change up for the weapons. I'm really curious to see what's going to come out.
And Milana, we highlighted but did not see the Mini or the Zinc Mini Splatling, and the other weapon that we almost always see, one of the variants of the Reflux, either what we call the vanilla variant, that 450, or the Milk that comes out from these teams.
You know, I'm pretty sure that every time we've seen Milky Way play Turf War, which admittedly is mostly on Urchin Underpass, which in this case is not, we've seen Q swap off from her notable chargers and swap to a mini Splatling. And I know specifically because every time I see her throw that Ultra Stamp, it just like warms my heart. Like It's so good. But I'm hoping that maybe that she gets to swap to that as well. Maybe a little less on this stage in particular, just because of all the grades. The Ultra Stamp might not like
Pandan!
successful, but
What's good, Pandan? I hope you're good.
It is a sight to behold. We have seen Q throw it over the tree that sits to the right of where the zone would be on Urchin Underpass in a perfect arc. The St. Louis Arch, shout out to 9 Hole Grains for that one, getting a splat there in the connection. But let's wait no more as we get into game number 4. It's turf war here on
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Let's take a look at what changes, if any, come through weapon-wise.
Yeah, well, Q's going to be sticking with the Snipe Rider, too. It's something you don't see very often, too. Basil's going to be moving to that one as well. Sticking with
Are there any top female players? Q. Right there in front of you, dude.
Reflux with the Torpedo and Booyah Bomb. Omega sticking with the safe weapon they typically have in Nolan on the Splat Shot Forge.
And in addition to that, we're also seeing the custom dually squelchers, and alongside that, a special that we hardly ever see, Milana, the Super Chump making its Turf War appearance.
You know, I don't really think that the Super Chump is necessarily the best special for Turf War. However, it is able to create a lot of space for your team. It is almost a little bit of an annoyance to try to pop all of those Super Chumps in order to not get them to unsuspectedly sneak up behind you. So the Super Chumps can
Ooh, that's really good control.
You know, Jared obviously with that pick, getting that nice pick right there, and moving into Moonlight space, probably a great...
That's just like annoying, dude.
Well, that last 10 to 15 seconds was
Just suppressing them down as dually squelcher.
range for that engagement was perfect. Being able to roll on these grades that you can't dink is great, and the Super Jump covering basically the spawn area of Moonlight perfectly. So
They've pushed up so far, dude.
did very well. They have the tacticooler set up on those grades as well. Milky Way does his Shadow Falco on this reflex.
Milky Way is also using missiles instead of Booyah Bomb.
Catch up here a little bit, just trying to re-ink over everywhere that Milky Way has too. And you mentioned with the chumps,
Good job.
these chumps are going to be popping in places that you typically wouldn't
Super aggressive.
on your own too. So it's a way to distract a lot of these players. And right now, Milky Way is definitely using that towards their advantage by taking control of mid here. Omega's going to be trying to break in here a little bit too, using that bubble. This might give a little bit of leeway for Milky Way, especially with the
Control is back in Moonlight's favor here.
But we are halfway done with this game, Zach.
Shadow and Nolan kind of skirting around the backside of this mid area, hanging around even to the left next to where that wall would be. Nolan hasn't left there.
This map is quite literally, if you have mid, you're winning.
It's going to be Q. We are seeing Milana this pencil or Snipe Rider v Snipe Rider matchup here, as both teams have opted for with the Tacticooler.
Yeah, and I think the Tacticooler is a great pick for Turf War. Just getting splatted can be, I think, the most detrimental for a mode like Turf War. So being able to get back into the action, get back quickly,
what a shot by
nice
Ice.
From Ice right there. Just being able to get back into the action quickly is going to be
Yo,
extremely
Vic,
important as we enter
I hope
the
you're
last 40
doing...
seconds.
Oh, I guess you're rating?
All the way backed up behind that
Oh, I'm not too sure if you're rating, but welcome, Vic. I hope you're doing well.
Shadow seeing if they can find the entry. They have to kite back a little bit just to make sure that the
A
shot
2-2 could happen.
go away, entering the last 30 seconds here, Falco, as the specials were
All the specials are coming out now, dude.
Moonlight's really going to have to turn it up here too. We saw that they were in danger.
Make a strike still, dude. Mega's got control. Ooh. No reflux now.
And we'll see if Milky Way can really hold on to this, but Moonlight...
Oh, that is a big pick for Bran. I think Milky Way win this now.
And that danger sign here, it is not looking too good for Moonlight.
Maybe a bit of a spoiler that danger sign is of who could
Yeah.
have come out the victor. Normally we would have to wait for John and
I'm pretty
Turf
sure
to
Milky Way
decide
won
this
that.
one, but the stage looking decidedly orange, as it's going to be Milky Way ending it off in Turf War by almost 20%.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Claim the match here 3-1 to advance to our winners finals.
And you know what? I think that's just such a solid place to be. You're sitting pretty in the winners side of this bracket. You have your 2 losses in your pocket.
Not bad, man. Not bad at all.
Is a double elimination bracket.
Very well played.
That you have to be able
Almost
to
had it,
have
yeah.
lost twice before you're out of the tournament. So sitting pretty in that winner side of the bracket is going to be very useful as these teams continue to move forward.
Well, it's been a beautiful suite of action, and it looks like we have somebody ready for us with a bit of analysis coming up here. It's not going to be myself, unfortunately, and probably for the better, can't clone myself instead. 9 Hole Grain's going to take a look at some of the action.
Well, Zach, we are all worse off because you cannot clone yourself, but I appreciate the kind introduction altogether. So let's take a look back here in game number 2 of this incredible set. You might have forgotten with the way that this game had gone thus far that it wasn't until the last 30 seconds that Moonlight even scored a point here in Rainmaker. But as you take a look right here, you'll note they've got a lovely shot here to take this first checkpoint. We'll go ahead and roll the clip right now, and you can see this jump facilitated by Basil with a nice use of this ink vac. A Booyah Bomb is actually going to be eaten immediately by it as Shadow gets this checkpoint. Now you take a look, there's a few different specials that have come through. What I want you all to keep in mind as this goes through is it's not always the big loud threat of the specials. Sometimes it's that fourth player that you're not expecting. We'll roll it a little bit further. There's shots coming in from this left side. There's a triple ink strike coming straight down. You can see Jared up at the top, but it's
dude, Q gets sniped. Q gets the snipe there.
The score right here, one more point would have done it for Moonlight. Instead, Q is the player who is the hero at the end. Lovely job saving your specials, with the last player left being the one that makes the hero.
That was good because I missed that part completely. I was just like, how did they lose 2? But
You've heard of shiny tips.
it makes sense because I just like also completely forgot that person was there.
Fantastic job breaking down some of that gameplay. In fact, let's take a look at the bracket following the way that that first winner semis match went down. And there it is, Milky Way with the 3-1 match victory over Moonlight. That's going to send Moonlight down to losers quarters as Milky Way advances to winners finals. And it also, Falco, spotlights our next match coming up, which is our second winner semifinals between the number 2 seeded FT Win.
Yeah, maybe they're just, I think they're just doing
yeah, these are 2 teams who have probably
winners semifinals today.
in this league so far. 24 games.
Actually, no, you know what? I think they're gonna do all of winners today. I think that would make sense. Do all of winners today, and then do the losers run, and then do grand finals. I think it'll be like the same amount of games throughout the whole thing, so it makes sense.
So it's really kind of a coin flip for how this one's going to go, Zach. And if you're including the latter in sort of the record there, it only goes up 1 on the
It makes a lot of sense.
side each. So 3 and 5 if you're Fofofo, 5 and 3 if you are FT Win here, Milana. So the seeding doesn't lie. This might be as close as we can get.
You know,
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
we can expect the game 5, right? You know, there's just something so exciting about watching game 5s, especially at this level, because we can see that there's just the smallest errors make it so that your opponents can capitalize on that, and just being able to pinpoint that and like experience that, it's prime Splatoon, man.
And Falco, we are all
Let's go, prime Splatoon.
Available with our mode and stage combination here. Which 3 modes have been played the most? It's Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. And look at how close these 2 teams have been as we look forward to Tower Control.
But then in grand finals, the winners will go in cold, and the ones who lose will just have to just one.
Second. It's just so
I don't know.
these 3 modes in particular. It really is.
Maybe they hold off on winners finals. Maybe they do the last 2. Maybe they do winners semis, and then they do the last. They do losers round 1. Both losers round 1s. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
But they definitely have something. Maybe they just really like
I think it would be cooler if they did winners final tomorrow, but I don't know what the plan is. So.
And I think the Splatoon 3 North American League has been sort of the blossoming or the advent of Urchin Underpass as a stage here. And Milana, we'll depart maybe from the stats for a second to see, are there any players on either of these 2 teams that you're particularly looking forward to seeing?
Listen, we've seen Fofofo. We've talked about how players on Fofofo are just... It's basically their highlight reels that we've seen. We've seen 3Z, right? We've seen Dat Kid, and it's just... I was in the back when I believe it was Dat Kid got that quad, and I was just like, I kind of like choked, and I was like, oh my god, I'm like, I can't express myself. Because
I can vouch for that.
Yeah, he was there. He was watching me like choke, and like he was just like, what happened? And I'm like I couldn't talk. So like it's just so impressive watching them.
What do I think of pickle juice? I've never drunk it personally.
And we've talked
Have a good one,
about all
Andrew.
of the players on FTWin, and just being able to watch Sam has just been so interesting because as somebody who maybe is a little bit tangentially outside of the competitive scene, seeing Sam rise up the ranks, join FTWin, and just perform...
Thoughts on cucumber? I've never had it before, besides
I don't know if you meant to do that,
pickles.
but Dat Kid with Dat Quad is something that
I've had pickles before, but I just haven't had like cucumber in non-pickle form.
players that we
If
have
that
at the
makes
top,
any
the other ones
sense.
being on Duck Motif here. Any other weapons or sort of players that you're looking forward to seeing here?
Yeah, and Milana touched up on this a little bit, but Sam from FT Win, who is one of their newer players, but has really shown their place.
You're making burgers right now,
as they're really
Pog?
dominant. And it's really interesting after watching the interview with FT Win and, you know, kind of getting to know them more.
I hope that makes sense.
I can see how Sam fits in with this group, but it really has been showing some dominance so far.
And again, one of the highlights of today, depending on who you ask, you know, Kyo not being really available for
You're just here to see Splatling players eat. I haven't seen a single Splatling player today. No one's touched a Splatling.
Two support player composition.
Yeah, I was honestly a little bit
Like,
nervous about that.
likelihood is just we would see a mini Splatling come out, but we haven't seen it yet.
Type player, somebody who always is at the forefront.
Thoughts on bread? Gas. The best kind of bread, garlic bread. Can we all agree? Everyone hands up. Garlic bread is the best bread. We can all agree with this, right?
Because of it, but it seems like they've been kind of rolling with it. So, you know, we'll see how that kind of affects as they continue through.
Hall of Fame worthy? I like that, yes.
The Slosher has been one of the top 3 weapons played across the Splatoon 3 North American League.
Potato bread, though? That exists? Never heard of that.
Jack, who's been very good on a variety of weapons here, Falco. That is something that shows how good FT Win is to have a player like Shaq as their sub for these types of events.
Right, and that makes it difficult for Fofo. They have a harder time predicting what Shaq is going to play when he has a lot of weapons at his disposal. So the more variety you have, really the better, the less predictable you're going to be. And, you know, Shaq was more active before, came back and is subbing with
Wheat bread, but garlic is up there. Yeah, garlic is just my number one, dude. Garlic bread is just, yes. Taste. Tasty, very tasty.
In the semifinals of the winners, it is going to be very difficult.
Well, we don't have much longer to wait. It is game 1 of our second winners semifinals here. Taking a look at the 2nd-seeded FT Win versus the 3rd-seeded Fofo. Shout out, as always, to Czar on the spectator camera here. And Milana, let's take a look at what they're running to start out. I'm not seeing the pencil on either side that I thought I might see. Harshi, for example, on that heavy edit.
You know, honestly, it's a little bit strange, but we've known Shaq to be an NZAP player, and you know, it's always important that when you go into tournaments, you play what you know. So Dr. Shaq bringing that NZAP, using that tactical is going to be beneficial for their team, and we do see that rush coming out from Fofo, which really is no surprise to anyone, but just a pleasure to watch.
And that means Rave as well, who's been on the Snipe Rider for a long time and has a 14.4 Splat assist per game, is not going to be there, but that kid who put on a clinic earlier, seeing if they could replicate some of that success, does not find it with the Zipcaster. Rave, who is going to be on that Splattershot Pro Winter, helping Falco to advance the tower just a little bit.
Yeah, just to kind of push it up a little bit and help support some of their team members. And now FT Win in a much more comfortable position, finally able to play offense a little bit. Sam, we can see, has the Booyah Bomb at the ready, gets a tactical, gonna wait to deploy and throw it as some of their
Brawlers have been pretty uncommon, which is surprising for how strong they can be. Well, at least well, actually, no. I think you probably don't see Roller that much, mainly because I feel like when there's a Roller on a team, it's like your entire comp has to play around it to basically support it. Well, not completely the entire composition, but like I feel like it takes a little bit more for the weapons around you to actually to go ahead and support the Roller as well.
To be able to break that checkpoint, but what we can see here is that FT Win is tapping that tower and making sure it does not make it back to mid, because that would be lost time and they don't have time to lose.
Falco, you might have heard of the game Two Truths and a Lie. I'll give you 2 truths without the lie. The Booyah Bomb has been very popular today, and players have been getting splatted out of it pretty consistently.
Yeah, can't contest with that logic at all, especially with how this day has been going. It's really been using those specials to how you can push this tower, push the objective forward. And again, FT Win not shy with how they want to do it. They push to 45, and the tower is going back just a little bit, but they are still making Fofo scramble. A lot of their players having to use some of the specials, but going down. As long as FT Win can keep up this momentum, keep having a player advantage, it doesn't really matter where the tower's going to go, Zach.
The stage decidedly orange, but Fofofo, after getting a couple players down, trying to make the most of it. However, FT Win, especially backed up by that cooler, comes back so quickly, it means that they barely have any time to recover. 3Z, I believe that's their second Milana Ultra Stamp in a row that they might have wanted to make a highlight reel play with and just were not able to.
And you know what? Sometimes we just can't make highlight reels all the time, even if you're 3Z, even if you're on Fofofo.
Watching this while playing Splatoon, Splatoonception, huh?
What matters is that you come back into the game, you come back with a fresh mind, that even though you're going 1-2 down, that you come back together as a team.
Rafe and Sam were chomping at the bit there to get the jump in, but I don't think they were able to. Sam having to content themselves with the Booyah Bomb as Dat Kid sharking around, seeing if they can pop the Zipcaster in a good position. For now, they will content themselves with the stage being much more purple as they advance forward here. Sees the tactical.
Wow, dude. That's huge value Zipcaster right there, dude.
Yeah, you know, there's a reason why Milana pointed out Dat Kid earlier, because they make moves like that.
That's so many points for them, too. They might be able to get lead, but he's already gonna get another Zipcaster too. He got it so quick. You could just pop it now and just distract or get a kill, you know. Okay, that's still good. That's still good. And they got 2 down still. Oh. Oh my god, that bomb is so annoying. That kid, no! He almost got the lead. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad, dude. I think they just hesitated a little bit.
You know, there's still a minute left in the game, Zach. There's still a minute left, which means that it's not over until it's over, but that push is so tragic that they landed at the 45 mark, just like FT Win. Unfortunately, because FT Win got there first, FT Win maintains that 45. But you know what? They're really going to have to get it together because the momentum is in FT Win's favor at the moment.
Jack building up this tactical in a timely manner. Spots one.
Twitch, I forgot to press I forgot to press snooze, so ads might come through in like the next 20 seconds.
Good amount of room to maneuver around here, Falco, and maybe even an extension of that lead if they can get the tower back.
Yeah, they're really trying, but now they're
Oh wait, there's a Splatling here. I just realized. This is the first time we've seen a Splatling today.
We don't want that kid to be in that position again. Trying to get some splats. We're going to play a neutral game here. We're going to use some of our specials and try and push
Touch.
off of the tower.
It's rough, man. It's rough.
Here in mid, as 3 are going to go down, FT Win is going to be taking that one by Nailbiter.
Chaos officially controlled.
Damn, man.
On a huge stage.
Insane there. Insane work.
Popularity in the Splatoon 3 North American League. We did see a match earlier in Milana where it was multiple games in a row that were won by only a single point. Maybe shades of that as we see FT Win take game 1 here.
You know, it was just that the momentum was so much in Fofofo's favor because of that wipeout.
Hey, Chris Gamer.
It just, they weren't able to ride that momentum past that 45 mark, and it was honestly kind of tragic. And I remember Lily saying earlier that, you know, you can either come back from this and be really depressed about the fact that you lost by 1 point, or you can come back with a stronger mindset. It was like, hey, we almost won that, which means next time we can win that.
And Falco, Milana brings up a good point here, which is that the mental factor doesn't really come through a lot in the gameplay all the time, but we know, especially after hours of waiting and having to either wait or warm up elsewhere, once you finally get into the action, your emotions can run wild if you don't control them.
Yeah, you might have to wait an hour until you play, but you know you have to show up for those 5 minutes for that particular game. And for Fofofo, they were 1 unit away from tying and getting the win. They had 1 player alive, but they just unfortunately weren't by the tower. But I mean, it
was good, Chris Gamer.
come back from that. But you were thinking too, hey, this was a mode that FT Win, they're 4-0 against us anyways. We have better modes up our sleeve, and one in particular, I think they could choose if they wanted to get that option. But of course, they have to get a game win before they choose the mode. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and this was also the mode out of the 3 that we mentioned earlier, Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, that Fofofo did not have the on-paper advantage against all teams in 3rd compared to 2nd for FT Win. Now, if you're looking at either a Rainmaker or Splat Zones, which as Falco mentioned, you are not getting to choose. However, we will be going to Splat Zones here, and for Fofofo, 2nd compared to 3rd, a record
Hydra's DPS has always been slept on, yeah, but it's just too slow to get things going, you know.
77% win rate. Right. Yeah, and this is where Fofofo really actually excels against FT Win. So it's interesting that FT Win chose it because Fofofo is 4-1 in Splat zones against them in a top 8 bracket. So trading sides a little bit, you know, FT Win, they're not afraid to go to it. They figured they were going to have to go to Splat zones anyways, as it's like arguably the most popular mode played here. So the pick I like personally, of course, but it's interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
And Milana Falco mentioned most popular. We are, for the stage, going to the most popular for Splat Zones, and that combination being the most popular across the board, it is Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime for Game 2.
And you know, we've seen this earlier before. Like, we've seen some of these teams already play. Obviously, as you said, it was the most popular, but even just earlier today. So I think these teams are just going to have to really focus on the fact that they do not want to get locked out of that middle part of the stage. And they're going to have to really work together to be able to make that happen, because that, I think, is probably one of the biggest pitfalls.
I wish they made it better. You main Hydra, yeah.
Well,
I understand. I think it's just if Hydra was just a tad bit quicker, then it could be played. But it's just really slow. It's not even that. I think it's just really slow with everything else that's in this current game, you know?
Yeah, just a lot of flat surfaces too. Not a lot of tricky areas we're going to flank, kind of go around the zone. It's a more predictable type of stage, I say. It's, I would say, arguably like Final Destination stages that we have offered here. So, you know, I think it could be favored towards FT Win and their play style and just how quick they push up. Fofofo, they are a very aggressive and fast team, but I think overall FT Win just might be a little more polished, a little bit more, you know, able to predict.
Hydra is always such a force to be reckoned with. True. I think, like, if we were to play it in comp, there's just gonna be, I don't know. You just have to get, you can't have a sniper, you can't have an Elia, you can't have anything else that's slow if you're gonna play a Hydra. Like, everything else, everything needs to be quick. Like, everything. Like, you probably always have to use a zap, and anything else is like, is probably not like a mid-range, but it has to be like a quick shooter. I don't know. Fofofo 17-5 in zones. Sploosh, yeah, no. Sploosh is a little too short.
We have some partitions and walls around the set.
Little too short.
Separate the two of you at any point, so. But not much longer to wait here as we get into our game number 2. It's going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. We've seen this one a ton, and we're going to continue seeing it quite a bit, I would reckon, as we look forward to seeing if Fofofo can come back from that Game 1 loss here. Falco taking a look at the compositions. Shaq going to be on that Pro Frozen, and on the opposite side of things, the Ink Rush coming out from Dat Kid.
Yeah, we've seen
right.
that particular weapon too, and I think
S-Blast on FD Win side.
Their advantage. You know, both players are both
Wiper, Brush,
well.
Pro.
They're gonna have to scatter
Yeah.
all around the map to avoid some of those shots that might be aimed towards some of their teammates. You always got to be on your toes on where you want to position yourselves.
Winter would be Winter and Snipe Rider be Snipe Riders. We get set here for Game 2, the early advantage. Although it went to FT Win initially, Fofofo going to be the one to claim Milana a good portion of this stage, take the lead, and Dart getting the fall-off splat against Rafe to boot.
And they are positioning themselves so well. They are having that early lead.
Fofofo has the control.
Board right here. And, you know, I think what's really important, like I mentioned, it's really easy to be able to lock out the opponents on the stage. So
Pro is very meta right now.
FT Win is going to have to focus up. That tactical out is going to be able to benefit them in making them be able to move out from their spawn just a little bit easier. 3-bomb coming out as well. This is their opportunity to move forward.
Fofofo breezing past the halfway mark here, and they have the specials to keep it going. The Tacticaler and the Killer Whale 5.1 came out to combat Hexen on this crab tank here.
Dang, they're running out of time, dude.
Are coming through, and we do see some players sitting behind the zone, but as we get to single digits, not much time left.
It's not time, dude. There's no time.
Dominant start they've had all day. You know,
dang, dude.
They're going to take that one.
That was a quick game. That was like a minute 10-second game, dude. That was very quick.
I'll let you have that one, but Fofofo taking it. And again, having some of the players in
Insane,
different dynamics
dude.
on the side of FT Win, that one definitely benefited Fofofo.
Yeah, no, I think that they really knew that Kyo was not here, which means that, hey, I think if we can get the splats in, I think we're able to kind of lock them out. And FT Win was just not able to get their grounding, and they were not able to get together. The specials came out, but Fofofo was so easily able to kind of cover that. So yeah, it was kind of a tough one for FT Win for that
This
one.
game is very fast.
I mean, one of the
It's
most
a very
emphatic
difficult
games
game,
that we've
dude.
seen all day,
That comp.
including the top 8
So
Russian
difficult.
Kieran Falco. You look at stages like Barnacle and
It's just like
Dive,
everything needs to work. One person dying is just like, no. It's like the end of the world sometimes.
goes down very quickly, especially with no penalty points, so it gives you a very limited window to actually
Like
do
one
that
person dying in this game is like, oh, it's so bad because like it just makes it so easy for the other team to start building map control up, which is why you don't want to die in this game.
It just really makes it that much more difficult for them to try and push back in against a team like Fofofo, and I'm glad Fofofo was
UK champion. This game is very difficult. Yeah, it is. It is. It really is. If you ever played this game in high level at any point, you would understand how hard this game is, dude.
Yeah, when Nine and I looked at
It is
the
so
faster
hard.
knockouts that we had seen going into for the top 8s leading into
Because it's
the
not
playoffs,
it's not so straightforward sometimes with like some of these situations that you're, especially in Splatoon 3, some of these situations that are happening. It's just like you really have to think about it, dude.
that sort of trifecta of modes, and we truly will round it out here as we move on to Rainmaker.
You know, I think, again, I think the dynamic is going to be different because we constantly talk about Rainmaker as a mode where you play fast, you play furious, you get up in there, and you get, you get the checkpoint and you continue to push forward.
Even mid-level, yeah. I mean,
So I
any
wonder how
level.
that dynamic is going to change now that Kyo is
I don't know. Mid-level's pretty good. I mean, mid-level is good. There's a lot of good players in there, but it's the same thing. It's just it can be so difficult.
And Falco,
you know.
this one probably truly
Such a difficult
we get
game.
The stage here and we'll go to Museum to Alfonsino. So we stay again with the theme of popular stage mode combinations. But look at this heading into today for Rainmaker. Fofofo first with a 73% win rate.
I'm gonna go get more celebrations. I need some more. I need some more.
Call it one way or another just through the stats.
No, you certainly can, and especially with how different Game 1 and Game 2 against these two teams went. But to what Milana said, once you get past that first checkpoint, even if you don't have a player advantage, you just need to keep up that pressure, keep pushing the Rainmaker over, because again, if the Rainmaker, if it's on their side, that means it's not on your side. So you just want to kind of keep up that pressure. And there's reasons why a lot of teams, they will put the Rainmaker in a tricky position for the other team to try and pop. We only have 15 seconds left. We're just going to kind of camp this. We're not going to let it explode. And if it does, we'll pick it up. And
Right, guys, I'm
definitely
back.
see that play style coming out.
I got some more chocolates.
With Rainmaker,
Got some more chocolate. Oh no, I dropped one. It's okay.
I'll
I'll delete it.
More weapon composition changes. Do you think we'll also see any strategy
I got a
changes
Galaxy. I got 2 Milky Ways and a Mars bar.
metered style of play?
I wonder about that because I know that Shaq has just a plethora of weapons under his belt that he can choose
A little bit of
from,
chocolate, mate. You know,
like
mate.
mini
Yeah.
styling. So we might be able to see something like that if Rafe decides to stay on that Snipe Rider for the Tacticooler. We might maybe even see an Ink Vac come out. Who knows? I think there's just a lot of variety, like you mentioned, and I think we can definitely keep an eye out for that as far as composition goes.
And we keep mentioning Kyo here. That is one of their more consistent players that they will not have. So lots to look forward to as we get into game number 3 here. Going over to Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino, and Falco taking a look at any potential changes. One thing immediately sticking out, and that is a 96 gal without the deco.
96? Whoa. Whoa, okay. What the heck?
There will be no ink back on the side of Fofofo. Once again, that kid sticking.
The commentators always impressed you. You don't know how they can. Dude, commentating Splatoon is the hardest thing in the world, dude. It is difficult. It's so difficult because things happen so quick. Just being able to capture everything is so hard. Like, you gotta give your respects to all commentators, for anyone who commentates this game. It's so hard. So difficult, dude.
They are, and you know what? I think Fofofo, even though they're all coming back from spawn, they're gonna to have to work together to come out of spawn together, because there are specials still ready on FT Win. The Tactical are coming out, that, you know, the Splatana being here. Sam always performing well with that Splatana Hexen, as you mentioned earlier with the crab tanks. I think it's going to be very difficult for FT Win to make this push just because of where the final checkpoint is, but it's not going to be impossible with that ink vat coming out.
Yeah, smartly backing up. Here's the ink vat. Finally, Shaq had to progress forward a little bit, and Sam, who donned in that power armor, gonna get splatted en route to a wipeout against FT Win, and that's gonna give Fofofo a little bit of time to move forward here, Falco. They have just the Ultra Stamp online, and 3Z not shy about rushing forward with it.
No, not at all, especially in that position with that the middle pillar there in mid, and it allowed members of Fofofo to immediately get that first checkpoint and seemingly
I like the whale.
That was a perfect
And I like how he waited too. That's very smart. Well, that's very disciplined there. He dies anyway, but it was cool. That was good discipline. It's unfortunate it ended that way, but it was good.
Hexen not being shy about where they want to go. Sam is going to be joining them too. This is just a game of back and forth here, Zach, with these teams taking control of the Rainmaker, pushing forward. Now it's FT Win's turn to take the lead.
Yeah, and they're going to take it. Shaq going to push forward all the way up to 39 on the back of the ink vat, kind of protecting the proverbial leader there with the Rainmaker as we see the Ultra Stamp go whizzing by Dark. They're not going to survive for much longer as they get taken down. Now Sam completely ignoring the Rainmaker shield as they had a teammate kind of working with it, waiting for the optimal time to push forward here and waiting for their team to group up. They do not yet have that Tactical online from the NZAP Milana as Hexen backs one into a corner, and it's actually going to be stolen
good drop
by
off.
Fofofo.
They are smartly doing so, because leaving that Rainmaker just is brewing trouble. You know, we can find some pretty scrappy plays coming out, especially for a mode like Rainmaker. So being able to drop that Rainmaker back to that middle plat, it's just a smart thing to do.
Now, kind of hanging around that spinner area, we see one member of FT Win jumping out as we see Dark and Harshy, who you can pair together pretty reasonably. I would say Deathminus and 3Z paired up, and Dark and Harshy paired up in terms of their playstyle. 3D as they advance forward, takes down
Oh my god, this Rainmaker game is close. Just got the lead by a single point.
Yeah, and your push is definitely not
Oh no, they push more. Oh wow, dude.
Once again, keeping up this pressure.
Oh, unlucky, man.
Keep up the pressure even when you have a player disadvantage in a mode like Rainmaker, but it finally looks like it will be ending at this.
Oh, dude, if you got more than one.
FT Win trying to get this back. So
Yeah, man. Any point of time and someone who's commentating this game really well. I mean, we've had like, right now we got
maybe the power armor giving them a bit of extra power as
we've had 9 and Shiny Hunter Zach since Splatoon 1. Like they've been here since time. They've been here for so long. So they've had like 9 years of experience at this, and like the thing is though, the really impressive thing, like they were very, very good, like way ahead of their time back then. They're better now. They're even better now, but it's just like they've been good, so good for so long, you know, like so good at what they do for so long. I don't think they're gonna stop. They're gonna be stopping anytime soon either too, because if events like this happen, I mean that's a gig. It's a big gig, man. It's huge gigs. But you know, this game is like, I mean, I've said before, this game is so hard to commentate. Like, I've tried it myself. I felt like I've had my best time commentating this game when I was at Octafest, when I commentated like 3 games. I felt like I was doing bits. I was sick. I was just like, dude, I'm catching everything, and I have like things to say. It's great. But you know, just like, I don't know. I think also oh, Fofofo wins, right? Okay, cool. Fofofo wins. That's crazy. But like, even like having as much experience as I've had, because I've been here since the beginning of the game. I've commentated here and there, of course, and I felt like the game has always been harder to commentate as time has gone on. Like, this game is really difficult to commentate because there's so many weapons to remember, and there's so many things in the game that you have to remember, and there's so many things that get thrown, and how the spectator time goes from one place to another. You know, like
I think
it's just like it's difficult. It's difficult. It's so hard. It's a lot different from like people say I would be good at commentating, but like they say like because I stream, I make videos, which makes sense, but it's just like it's a completely different skill set because you're really just on the spot and you just have to say things. It's like you always have to have something to say. You don't want to be too long, but you want to have something to say that's somewhat meaningful and something that's somewhat engaging and a bunch of other things, dude. It's just it's hard. It's hard. It's so difficult. And to keep up to, and also like I don't know. It's also nice to have like commentary partners that like that mesh well together too. Like you want to have like people that like you can commentate with, and it helps, and it like you want everyone to be on the same speed. It's because when one person's on a different speed and you're not on the same speed as them, it just doesn't work, you know. So yeah, no, there's a lot that goes into it. So difficult.
You're just thinking about what stage are we going to play, because we know we have to play both of these. They have the advantage of choosing the stage on what is going to be coming up here. And FT Win, they're a composed team. They don't let these hiccups get to them. So again, even if they don't have their main roster, they know how to play against this Fo team, who is just really aggressive and chaotic and does such a good job. So I think just looking forward, they might want to go to a mode that they have a little bit more control of, or they want to perform better in a mode that they have better control of too, and I think Clam Blitz could be that mode.
And for Fofofo, I mentioned kind of pairing the 2-2 players on their roster together. I can do so again with 3Z and Dat Menace, both of them under 1,000 turf per game, compared to Dark with 1,340 and a Harshi with 1,378. So you can see, Milana, a huge discrepancy there, a little bit more metered on the FT Win side, with their lowest being 1,052 and their highest Wraith getting up to 1,450 at times. So just insane amounts of turf output, which are going to be important for both of these potential modes.
And I think it's just really important to notice that, because 3Z
The Splatful trades, I don't know if I'm going to do it for this game because it would be like a 30-something hour run. I'll actually probably go mentally insane, so if you still want me to stream, yeah, I think I would go mentally insane.
That 3Z and Dat Kid are able to kind of do the thing they're good at because they have the space to work with.
Well, Falco, we are not going to be going to Turf War immediately, at least. We have...
To be honest, though, if I was to do a run like that, I would actually probably just keep doing the run, but what I'll do is just be like, okay, guys, I'm going to sleep, and I'll just keep the run timer keep, like, still going, dude. Like, I'll do a run, like, I'll like, stream for, like, 16 hours, and then I'll go to sleep. And I'll just keep the run timer on, and I'll wake up and be like, okay, guys, let's continue. Honestly, that might be the play. I actually might do that. I might do it that way, because then I can actually sleep.
It's a double-edged sword, one of the largest.
And I think I would actually prefer to do the run that way too.
But also plenty of room, especially for a brush player, Milana, to get behind, sneak around, and just create havoc in what is a pretty open field. And then, of course, you have to worry about that kind of
Splatful trades week. It wouldn't be a whole week, but
not only that, that narrow lane is just such a short distance from basket to basket. You can really, on the way from your basket to the enemy basket, you can collect 8 clams and be able to make a power clam and pop the basket all in one go.
Well, let's see which of these teams is better at creating those power clams as we get into game 4. Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, and we're seeing a couple of swaps here. Hexen going over to the Dapple Doolies, and a Harshi Falco back onto that heavy edit.
Yeah, so we will see coolers on both of these teams, like you said, from those respective weapons. That kid sticking with the Ink Brush, and then Shaq using the using the weapon that he typically plays with the Burst Bomb and the Crab, the Splash-O-Matic. So these are not picks that are off the wall or anything, but FT Win's really trying to take advantage of how they are opening up with this set. And as Milana said, really easy to kind of grab 8 clams, push it in, because these baskets are not far from each other.
And I know for a fact there has been clips of Shaq with this exact weapon on this exact stage creating havoc with the Crab Tank, and they're going to be the ones to start it off. There will be an errant Ultra Stamp that comes through, and that's 2 Milana power clams coming through in short order.
2 power clams, but many power clams in tow. You see that they are measuring the rate at which they are tossing these clams in, hoping to keep the basket up, but it really is just so much chaos right under the basket. I think that is going to be the end of the push for FTWin, and Fofofo is going to have a good opportunity to make that counter push.
And the added difficulty for DatKid of spot checking where those beacons are going to be, that's coming out from the Dapple dualies as we see Fofofo try to reclaim mid here and set up for this next push. DatKid is going to get it here, Falco, as they push forward, and only 5 clams currently at their disposal, and they lose everybody with Archie.
Okay, I have to jump out straight away, dude.
From that, you know, I think DatKid was hoping that they would have more of an advantage as a team to push up. And remember, with FTWin getting to 51, that is a very strong push. But Zach, look how many clams already on the side of FTWin. You have a power clam, you have additional clams. You're sitting at 23.
Ah, unlucky, dude.
So there's a lot of opportunity now for FTWin. If they want to push forward, Fofofo's really got to make sure that they don't go all down. The Splash and the Wiper both effectively sitting on 6 clams, so you can think that they're trying to save and build up those 2 additional power clams when the time is right. That will easily take care of that 24-point penalty, and then some if they can take it out. It's a 3-person bonanza on top of the 1 player from FTWin as they get taken down in the midst of that Hexen, sneaking around, surviving with this power clam here, Milana, and that number 23 has gone all the way down to 4.
It really
is not. Oh, actually. Oh, that's annoying.
Strike it big or not, but you know this is
Still alive though.
Fofofo's opportunity to make this push happen.
Fofofo got the lead. Oh, that's really good for them.
They do take the lead, but like I mentioned,
oh, unlucky.
It is so easy for
that's good for them
to make these power clams and pop the basket. So I honestly think
potentially could make a bull here, dude.
This is probably the stage that is the least sure that when you make a push that it's not safe. It's just not safe to be able to consider that a safe lead.
And Falco, the strategizing you have to do on the fly. Sometimes we see teams be contented with just throwing 1 power clam in and then running away from the basket. Both of these teams look like they want at least 2 if they're going to make that push.
Oh yeah, they don't want to have any push go to waste. That's why Clam Blitz is a mode like this where it takes a lot of forward thinking. You know what you want to do next.
Okay.
You have to think about your
nice.
next step after that, how you want to do it.
That's a good move by Sam.
That's just getting Splat after Splat with the Ultra Stamp, trying to get your team forward. They don't have a power clam quite yet, but it looks like they are in position to maybe score. They're going to be throwing it to Hexen there, who's going to be forming one. So this might be an opportunity for FTWin. They need a few more to follow up if they're able to get this in, but right now it is looking pretty good for them, Zach.
Like moths to a flame, they were drawn to the tacticalers that were right next
it's not going to be leads. If 4 clams, maybe. They're fighting for it though.
Here. They have 3, but can Sam get close enough?
Oh, no lead still.
Back, surprisingly, to try and face that ink brush. They lose all 3 players except for Rafe, who survives.
Unlucky.
Does not have any clams at their disposal, so it gets close.
But still in the lead. 1 minute left. No power clam on FTWin. Actually, no. FTWin does have a power clam, so there will be an overtime if nothing is scored.
That's why this mode is so tricky. You want to play offense, but you have to play defense at the same time. You always have to be aware of who's
so winnable too, Fofo.
And Fofo is just making sure that FTWin doesn't have any opportunities for them to score. We'll see if Harshi's going to be in a position where they want to score to try and extend this lead. And it looks like they
you missed the ball. You can catch it. You can get it. Oh, you can't get it. You can't get it. Okay, huge follow-up though. Huge follow-up.
This is exactly what's happening.
That is exactly what's happening. 13 points just left.
Okay.
Fofofo needs to be able to tick down.
FTWin will have 2 bulls off this.
Is going to be maybe FTWin's
15 seconds left.
To make this push happen, they're going to need quite a few power clams to be able to take the lead, but they do have 12 power clams under their belt right now. They're going to need to collect.
Oh, it's going to be 2 vs 4 here.
Let's see if this
unless.
Here comes the overtime. Shaq making the most of this.
Okay.
As they take down 3Z and holds on to
3 vs 2. Is it defendable? They missed a. Oh, they didn't miss a ball. Ooh, 4 vs 2 coming up. I don't think they have the time, dude. Oh, they're trying to defend the power clam. That's smart. Wow! Oh my god! Oh my god! There is. Oh, it's just 1. It's just. Ah, it's over. FTWin lose. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky. Fofofo beating the second seed, dude.
Making it happen.
That's good.
Falco, wishing for a second there.
That's
they were a
sick,
little bit
dude.
taller and maybe
Good game,
even
good
a
game.
baller, but they did make it work. Getting
That
those
was a good
power
game.
glaives in.
Yeah, they did make it work to get it in, and it's really nice for Fofofo they had that. This is the first upset that we have today in the tournament, a 3 versus 2, but still an upset on paper, and Fofofo played that ending very strong, not letting FT Win take the lead, even though we saw that score go down at the last second. We were all like, wait, what happened? How did that happen? We didn't see who scored it. There was just so much to watch out for.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. So FT Win has gone to losers.
And you just have to do everything you
They're in
can
losers
to
round
get it, but
2.
it just did not work out.
Fofofo now face Milky Way.
We have to get an update
But
over from 9-hole Grains over on the telestrator 9. What you got for us?
Are they gonna fight? Are they gonna fight now? What is the schedule, man? What is the schedule?
First, you knew this highlight was showing up. Go ahead and roll it. Dat Kid doing only as Dat Kid can to break open this game. It was actually the only one they lost, but when you can swing like that and take out 3, you get onto the highlight reel. But let's now zoom in to one of, I think, the wildest finishes that we got to see over the course of this wonderful match, which was our game that we played later on. I do want to highlight real quick just one more piece here, which is that sub-weapons are very, very strong. You saw right there, one suction bomb takes out one, another suction bomb takes in the jump. So this was FT Win's victory that they did get. But I want to look now at Fofofo on Museum d'Alfonsino that we saw a little bit later. That was just an unbelievable show, and you can take a look and start it right here. I want to point out, again, a long way that needs to be gone for FT Win, and it's going to start out here with Sam, who actually makes a wonderful play here on this Splatana Wiper. First, senses that there's an attack coming in from Dat Kid on this side. Takes that one out, then throws it right over the top, and down goes
Dang, dude.
So look at this. Now they've started to rotate the attackers here. 3Z has moved in. And just as soon as this crab ting comes out, I want to pause it. So you can see right here, 2 members right next to each other at this point. You can already see that one has gone out. We'll roll it here, and you'll see that one player does end up going down, and they start to get cycled. But they've got Tacticooler. And as we slow things down right here, look at the
man, this push was
left who could do anything
really
about
unfortunate.
It. 3Z with the melee range on that Splatana Wiper, just a couple points away from FT Win stealing this game from Fofofo. It was a set full of plays just like that. We expected fireworks in this match, and we got to see it. There's plenty more to come, though, so I'm going to throw it to you back at the desk.
Well, 9, thank you for that analysis.
Not bad, man.
Squares, but I would not go so far as to call a square as we take now a look at our bracket following that second winner semifinals game. Fofofo pulling off the upset over FT Win. They will advance to winners finals to take on the #1 overall seed Milky Way, and we'll look forward here shortly to our losers top 8.
I don't think they were supposed to put P there, but sure.
Gourmet race versus Duck Motif.
Okay.
Well, we like to have fun here on the broadcast, and occasionally we get to break out, and that is we have myself, Milana, Jordan, and 9 with a little bit of a fun video for you. Let's take a look.
Fun video?
All right, guys, listen, we have spent countless hours amongst ourselves as good friends and commentating and obviously doing the Splatoon 3 North American League show, but let's see how well we know each other. I've got a couple of questions here. We're going to go through these. I'm going to give you a countdown after I mention the question. You point to who you feel like answers this question the most, okay? Who is the loudest in 3, 2, 1, point.
Oh.
Okay, I guess there's a consensus there.
Listen, you say the way you say big money can wake up a whole neighborhood.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Ears still ringing.
Who do you feel is the quietest? 3, 2,
Has to be Zach.
1.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, it's Zach. I think we got a good consensus with Zach here as well, too. All right, this is good. We know each other very well. Proves that our friendship is genuine here. Next question. Who has the best pop-off? Who has the best pop-off? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, 9 and Zach. I think you guys have great pop-offs, but
This is
9
true.
especially. I know when we have done a couple of tournaments as well, too, I usually like to hand the baton to you for those big-time pop-offs as well, too. All right, next one. Who is the most versatile? Who is the most versatile? 3, 2,
Has to be
1.
Mel, right?
See, I'm going. I guess, boy, I think we're all pointing to each other, so that's good.
Oh, that's interesting. Wow.
Not a single vote in common right there. All right, here's the next one. Who is most likely? I already know where Milana's answering on this one.
Whoa, no. I already know what question it is.
Who is most likely to miss their flight? Who is most likely
Oh,
Yeah, so we were doing the preseason, and Milana and I and a couple of other people were supposed to take a ride to the airport, and my phone completely died. And
I called him. I could not get through to him. I'm like, this man is missing his flight for sure.
They didn't call the police, though. That's the thing I was worried about. It works about me. I'm glad you thought that I was sleeping well. All right, next one. Who prepares the most notes? Who prepares the most notes? In 3, 2, 1. Okay. 9? As well. I've seen actually the like.
I've never seen 9 do notes, but I can see it though. He puts his homework in.
Tabs and bookmarks as well too.
He definitely puts his homework in.
Shiny tips. You got all sorts of notes. You're always scribbling something down throughout the entire time we're commentating, so it's terrific. All right, next one. Who prepares the best notes? Who prepares the best notes? In 3, 2, 1. See, I'm going.
I wouldn't know.
Pointing to everybody else. I think we all are very diligent note takers.
Zach and I will point to each other on this one until we're old and gray here. The respect we have for each other's prep is.
We love our stats, man.
All right, last question. Who has the funniest puns? Who has the funniest
hold on a minute.
Hello.
Hold on.
Who has the funniest puns? In 3, 2, 1. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're the resident dad that you're going to have the dad jokes as well, too. I just thank you guys for laughing at them every once in a while. I really appreciate that as well, too. So
Listen, I might pretend to hate them, but I really do enjoy it. It really adds a lot of character to my life.
I'm on the other side of those a lot of times, Jordan, so I don't appreciate it, actually.
Being an observer in that regard.
Oh my gosh. Well, guys, listen, the memories have been
Yeah,
great.
Jordan's a dad.
I can't wait to continue to spend more time with you guys as we get set for the playoffs, and it's just been so much fun this season, so thanks again.
Well, and it's been wonderful to get to hang out with and talk shop with all of these wonderful casters, including yourselves, as we get set for the first match in our losers' first round.
Okay.
Here we'll be taking a look at the 5 through 8
So I have a feeling they're gonna do 2 losers rounds.
And healthy diet food groups. We'll see Gourmet, Race, and Duck Motif.
It'll be like 8 games, so wait. 2 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Game 5 loss against Moonlight.
Potentially 7.
Like they are one of the teams that is closest into breaking.
Oh, they do 1 losers game. Actually, they could do 1 today. Maybe they do 1 today. I don't know.
And against a team like Moonlight,
we'll see.
To Game 5, I think that was a particular match. A lot of us are like, this one could go either
They're not
way.
doing another 4 hours. There's no way.
Tricky, but preparing against healthy diet food groups, they are the lowest.
There's no way they do another 4 hours.
Head-to-head, they have
4 hours later, and I'm still here.
But Bet is 2-0 in their matches and their sets. So
Moonlight said they're playing tomorrow? Okay. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So they probably just do these last 2 losers rounds, and then they continue. So that's good. Yeah, because then tomorrow there'll be maybe like there'll be like 6 or 7 games.
I think it would be.
And I'm not trying to say that as a joke, because there could be bracket reset, and it would be 7 games. Okay, so so everyone relax. Everyone relax. Okay.
Definitely way more aggressive than
relax.
What maybe healthy diet food groups may be used to, so they're gonna have to really adapt if they want that underdog story to come to fruition.
And that's saying something. It's kind of paradoxical in a way, Falco, for healthy diet food groups.
I don't do this on purpose, okay? I didn't do that on purpose.
On either the Carbon Roller Deco or the Carbon Roller Angle, and 2, if you include their sub-ripping stickers, Splatana, Stamper weapons, those are weapons that love to play in the faces of their opponents, but again, as Mana stated, a little bit more passive. But we are already set for game number
1, it will be Clam Blitz that we get into. Museum to Alfonsino, a familiar
All
stage
right,
here.
it's the losers
Yeah,
rounds.
We see this as game 1, so definitely looking forward to it. In Bet coming out with the weapons they traditionally come out with. Into, as you mentioned, Eevee with that carbon roller deco. We're going to have Ziff on that junior as well. So again, just a lot of ink that they're trying to play out on this stage.
And we also see Dante, one of only 2 players in the entire Splatoon
All right,
3 North American
sniper
League
on
that
each
stayed
team.
on one weapon the entire time. Hint, both of them are slosher players. It's Dante and Miner occupying that space. They feel pretty familiar and
Jumping
happy
out
with this.
instantly.
Dante, in this instance, Milana will get the power clam and back out.
I think what I really like to see over the course of this league is just seeing the maneuverability of all these players. And as
Just
we
jumping
see,
back to
even just
spawn,
now,
dude.
The teammates are jumping back. They're jumping forward. They're really keeping an eye out for where their opponents are and
Is
what
losers
kind of situations they
best of 5 as well, guys?
themselves in, and
Anyone
maybe
know?
Not so much.
Maybe a new Olympic event on the horizon, synchronized jumping back to spawn as we saw 2 back-to-back, but a quick 53 push for Bet. They're making their face known early. It's
Yes,
going to be the
okay.
Carbon Deco getting a pick there, a stand jumping back to make sure that they have the stalwart defense that they need. But Falco, about what you'd expect maybe in that first minute here for Bet.
Yeah, and that was a quick 53. They got a lot
Ooh,
of those
dude.
plays in very fast, too.
Bet
so able
is
to push that down, apply this pressure, and
looking
keep this pressure in
pretty
control of
strong,
it, too.
okay.
Eevee doing exactly what Eevee does, is just Shark waiting for the perfect opportunity, having to jump out since they missed those 2 shots. Mecha's going to be taking out Ziff as well. And so Bet is going to try and keep the momentum.
They're just a whole lot more coordinated than the other team right now, dude.
53. Simo's going to be breaking this to try and give themselves a little bit more of an advantage, but that's going to be 3 delay down on Bet. Not as strong as they wanted for this push, but again, anything to keep the healthy diet food groups away from mid.
And I'm glad you mentioned Mecha. Mecha kind of a perennial type of Snipe Rider player that in an aggressive composition is that player that you're going to always be able to jump to, is going to be in a safe position. That's the part of what allowed them, Milana, to get 2 pushes right away and keep healthy diet on the back foot.
I think that just really it epitomizes the fact that they are an anchor player, that they are grounding their team. They're able to provide safe jumps. They are able to allow them to just see the greater picture of what's going on in this
Dude,
as I'm talking.
the game
another 2 power
is
clams
over.
in. Bet is
The
not
game is
relenting
over,
with
dude.
The pressure here, just 11 points on the board. They do have 3 clams under their belt, which is not quite enough, but you know, a push to 11 kind of could be
Yeah, the game is so over, dude.
healthy food groups to make a comeback from.
It was a storybook push. They had 2 power clams at the ready. They hide perfectly behind the canopy of that tent umbrella, and they are facing so much ink but remain unscathed here as they keep the pressure on here, Falco. The big bubbler not going to be too much of an obstacle for
What?
Zero as they hang around this cushion.
I don't know, they're not taking him out, dude.
For them. They could do this for the next
It's a
2
bull.
minutes and be completely content with it, but Zero just throwing in that power clam. And again, this is what's making it very
So many
difficult for
clams.
healthy diet food groups too. They just can't seem to break out of this spot. If it's not one player on Bet, it's another player. They have to take him out one by one. And again, we just haven't seen them. We haven't seen healthy diet food groups really do much in mid here. And this is where they're going to have to do it. They have a zip caster on the line. They have a bubble. They have the cooler as well. But it's how they want to execute this.
I feel like
minute 40 to determine
Healthy Diet's
what's gonna be the
comp
outcome of this game.
Stan, who we saw
is so dependent on the Stamper and Carp and getting kills. And it's like if they get shut down, or at least one of them gets shut down,
to make sure that happens.
or either one, it just slows down everything, you know?
So maybe Milana, that stray Splat bomb helping them out as they have 11 clams to their name.
They do, but 11 clams is still
Because I feel like Carbon has to kind of wait around for things to kind of happen.
and with 2 going down on healthy diet, 3
But
now,
like,
they are dropping all of the
you know, when
clams
you're a
that
good team and you know how to watch for these kinds of things and you paint the floor well, it can be,
they're like, hey, we're here, we're
it's
going
different.
to bust open that clams basket again, and healthy diet food group is going to have to come up with a solution for this.
Simo, who we had questions about going into today but knew that they were Umbrella player, does bring it out instead of the blasters or splashamatics that they've had previously, and that canopy supporting them yet again
2 clams.
as they get through the entire
Game is
penalty
over.
and get the rest of the clams in for a pretty easy coasting through, if you will, Falco, to a Game 1 victory here on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Right, and it's, again, very difficult if you're healthy diet food groups. You just didn't have any offensive opportunities opportunities. There were a few times you could get back into mid, but knowing that you're facing the players on bet and how well they can push forward and just keeping baskets open, keeping all the pressure, you really have to rely on getting a 3, potentially wipe out 4-player advantage if you want to do anything against a team like bet.
And Milana, if you're a player like EV playing that Carbon, you don't have any range to speak of. So you really want to be ahead of the action, trying to create that opening for your team. And they were hardly able to leave that sort of court area where the pushes continued to happen for bet.
I think it was just so difficult for a weapon like a Carbon Roller because much like brushes, much like stampers, Splatano, wipers, right? You need to be able to have a little bit of turf to work with, and if you are being backed up into your spawn with the rest of your teammates, who's going to be making the turf for you? It's obviously not going to be the Carbon Roller, and I think that's going to be really difficult to kind of work around, so they're going to have to find a way around that.
Well, lots to consider and lots to wait for if you're Healthy Diet Food Groups, as they will have to wait for the mode to be selected here, and it has. We see Falco, the immediate pick after Splat Zones is heralded as the mode for Umami Ruins as the stage from Healthy Diet.
Yeah, and Healthy Diet has gotten
Mommy ruins, but what is the mode, dude? What will be the mode?
Actually did go to a game 5 in week 8 of the top 8. So even if you watched that first game and thought, oh, Bet is very dominant against Healthy Diet Food Groups, this went to distance not too long ago, and this is a mode that Healthy Diet won on, so I very much like this choice from them.
We try not to be too swayed by any kind of recency bias, but just looking at the comps and the recent results can be so helpful when we're
past
preparing
midnight,
for the comps
guys.
like this as we get into game number 2. And a quick shout out again to our spec cam operators.
Shout out to Zah, dudes.
Always glad to have them, even if they are not sporting any Warrior gear. Let's take a look, Milana, at what gear these teams have brought to the table. And
no tactical.
It was in winners quarters, and it's that Bamboozler. I believe that's the Mark II variant.
You know, I think it's really interesting because, like we mentioned before,
I don't think they're winning this, man.
specialized kind of weapon, and it doesn't create that much turf, but it can give a lot of like firing pressure to be able to help your teammates to kind of poke.
I said it before, I'll say it again. The sniper is basically the bamboo, except much better.
And the return of the Super Jump, which we've only seen once, I believe, on Turf War over on Crab Leg Capital, but a 3-down situation already against Bet, who did have the advantage here in one of, if not the only 2 zone stages that we have available. Blop pushed all the way back. They will get the trade and gets the Super Jumps off here, Falco, as Healthy Diet looks to get something started.
Yeah, they're really trying to get this. Of course, like you mentioned, they need to control both zones. They're able to get their zone on the right pretty well. It's going to be Stan who's trying to push forward, going to be jumping back to one of their teammates, but with this stalemate here, again,
I wish Bamboo was good in this game, dude. I wish.
And finally, Healthy Diet able to take control.
It just does not
They're
paint
just not getting
at all.
to go down. They need to rely on this
Which kind of makes it really awkward.
Perfect opportunity for Healthy Diet Food Group.
And Healthy Diet.
So it just kind of, I don't know. It just feels like one of those weapons that just gets really, really outclassed in this game.
Who stuck on this Sorella Tintabrella, gonna get splatted ahead of their canopy. Milana,
Especially because Sniper Rider just exists.
Of those sub weapons against that canopy.
You know, even the best players sometimes move just a little bit too forward. That momentum pushing them just a little bit past that canopy, I think. But you know, with that trade going out, I think this is still Healthy Diet Food Group's game right now, but they're going to need to get a couple more picks. They're going to need to move forward just a little bit because they want Bet to fall into their momentum. They want to be the one controlling the momentum, and they're going to need to do that quick.
For now, contenting themselves with the lead as one zone belongs to one of each team as we see them push forward. This is Falco.
Do you think Splash Neo would be a better than Junior for this one?
Can lock the team out in spawn, but neither team has had the opportunity to make it.
It's just Strikes is just a really good special for zones, especially trying to just get back in.
Especially because they have not let Bet take control of the zone so far. It's gone neutral a few times, but that will still benefit Healthy Diet Food Groups. And this is their
Bet might lose this actually.
Where they can start their lockout. We see Simo struggling to get that Tentabrella deployed too, and this is by far the longest Healthy Diet Food Groups has had control of this zone. But with one of their players down, we'll see Bet contest in time.
Contesting the zone. They lost 2.
2 are down on Healthy Diet Food Groups. It's going to be Bloop who's trying to take control and repaint
and the tent just paints over the zone for free.
This is going to be a prolonged game.
A couple of specials aiding Bet there and taking it back as Healthy Diet gets to a healthy 2.
Alright, Bet's got the control and they also got the tactical that's about to go online too. Which now they can, as long as they don't die, they can just go ahead and fight. Yeah, here we go.
positioning of
Because
Bet right
anytime
now.
they die now, it's just gonna be like,
into
okay,
full
cool.
lockout mode for
We're
Healthy
coming
Diet
back.
Food. They're not letting Healthy Diet Food go back into the middle of the stage, and I think that can be very, very detrimental. Even with that just 2 points left on the board for
Oh, it's so awkward for him,
Healthy
dude.
Diet Food Group, I think it could be very, very dangerous because if we just look, there's so much turf in control of Bet. Bet is not going down. We have that Slosher player going down, but really, it's still
Oh, that's rough,
very
man.
strictly in Bet's control.
That getting close
That's so
to
rough.
single digits here as they have the protection of the big bubble, the wheel bomb coming out. It's not going to be
That
enough to take
10
one
shield,
of the
dude,
zones
so
away. The
annoying.
jump-ins will come through, but
Yeah,
that's
dude.
the lead, and that's the game. Bet a fantastic recovery to bring themselves from the brink there in this game number 2 and set themselves up instead, Falco, with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah,
It was
that is
very
not what
close.
we were
Gotta give it
expecting
to
a
them
minute
still.
ago, and that is the toughest point to be in if you're Healthy Diet Food Groups. You are just seconds away from tying the set up 1-1.
I do still think if you swap Bamboo for Sniper, it's like same weapon. You get tactical. You have more opportunity. You probably win the game off that. They had the chance.
Of that game, they just went full force, able to hold out and lock out Healthy Diet Food Groups.
And Milana, we've seen shades of it when Gourmet Race played earlier
They have more
today.
reach as
They
well.
Similarly had a game where they were in a pretty commanding position the entire way through and then lost that lead late. And now you have to have the mental fortitude to come back even though you're facing elimination to say, we still have at least a game to make it all happen.
You know, having a game to make it all happen is better than having no game to make it all happen. So, you know, sometimes
True.
you just have to look on the bright side, but it's just a different story to settle your heart, settle your mind, and be able to kind of throw yourself full force into that versus I'm just going to tell myself and fake it until I make it. You know what I mean?
Overcoming a deficit and having potentially to overcome some demons here, Falco.
Yeah, they had no
Healthy Diet Food
tactical.
Group's gonna have to play on tower control. They
That's
did
what I'm saying.
select
Like,
Megaward, but in
how close they did get if they had tactical. Oh my god, the difference.
6, no wins
The
yet.
crazy amount of difference, man.
Yeah, and that is where you're going to be struggling. And who knows if Bet looked at those statistics. We can use this to our advantage. But yeah, a lot of these metrics that we have don't really go in the favor of Healthy Diet Food Groups with how strong the other 7 teams are. So this is a moment where your Healthy Diet Food Groups, you're obviously going to be putting on your A game. You have been doing that all day. But here's where you reflect on how close you were in Game 2 getting that win, knowing you were just seconds away from tying the set. Again, they have to keep that optimism in their mind, know that they went to a Game 5 in Week 8, and like we said, Milana, anything is possible.
A lot of our statistics are from top 8, but there is just a huge ladder portion in each of those weeks that these teams fought for and were able to make Milana this top 8 placement. So as we see these teams getting ready, it is going to be Healthy Diet Food Groups who is all 4 of them ready immediately. It sounds like they're pretty confident in their strategy going into this one.
You know, sometimes you just have to throw your full force
Is there a
into
bracket
it.
we
Like,
can
hey,
view?
we're just gonna bring
I
our
wish
A
I
game. We're gonna
knew
try
where
our
I could
best,
find
and,
it.
You know, whatever happens,
I actually have no idea where I can find it.
hopefully, you know, abiding by this underdog story, that it happens in their favor.
Well, Tower Control Mako-Mart will be the venue where that reverse sweep would have to start. Bet on the opposite side, hoping to get into our losers quarterfinals here. Let's see, Falco, the weapon compositions. And finally, something that we called out before it happened, now coming through. It's that sticker Splatana Stamper coming out from Stan.
Yeah, Stan's going to be using
Actually,
that
what's
with
good?
the Booyah Bomb, of course. That is especially we see a lot of the times here on Tower Control, and Bet sticking with some of the weapons they played before. Zeph sticking with that Junior, with the Bubbler as well, so a ton of support on the side of Healthy Diet Food Group.
Similarly to how we saw Shaq or Dr. Shaq go over to the Splash-O-Matic, we now see that on the side of Bet, and there is the Crab Tank to boot. It's going to be Simo trying to back off and getting some chip damage off onto the big bubbler, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, just surviving the best way that they can. And Milana, it's Healthy Diet making the first push of the game.
They are. Eevee's going to have to make some plays right here. They are utilizing that carbon. They're playing a little bit scrappy, but you know, with a couple down, Stan is also going to have to use that sticker Splatana. It seems like Stan is a little bit not in position with the rest of their teammates.
Well, and that harkens back to this sort of more passive play style that Healthy Diet has become known for. And Bet maybe taking advantage of that, Falco. It's not always immediate, but the retribution is always swift.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Bet's been really doing that before. And Healthy Diet, now this is their strongest start they've had.
Who am I going for? I don't have. I mean, I feel like Bet's gonna win this game for sure.
Tower again, pushing it to that first checkpoint, not quite getting there yet.
But again, Bet and Healthy Diet Food Group still just kind of getting a feel. No team really having that strong momentum, and it looks like this will be Bet's first opportunity, and we'll see what they do at this first checkpoint.
As we continue with the cliches, defense does tend to win championships.
This is the second last game that's happening today, though. I think the game, there's going to be one more game after this, and then that'll be day 1 done. And then finals, grand finals, all that is going to happen tomorrow. So it should be fun because we get to see a lot of teams getting eliminated, but this is the first elimination round, so.
I think is going to be invaluable, but Eevee with that nice tri-strike or Trizuka, excuse me, coming out, I think is going to hopefully stop this push from happening.
This is an online league that's been happening for like the last 10 weeks.
Pressure is just so relentless from Bet, and Healthy Diet Food Group is really struggling to be able to counteract it.
So we see Simo grouping up and multiple members now, Bet grouping up to try and take that tactical rebuff to their advantage here. And Zero, a player that has been in the Western scene for so long, they are taken out there, but they've been an important part of this Bet composition. Is now finally around the 37 mark here, Falco. Bet is stopped in their push.
Yeah, Bet has not pushed it past that 37 mark, but again, this is very difficult for Healthy Diet Food Groups too, with these 2 minutes and 20 seconds that are remaining. So Bet is playing a slower game now, seeking out Sedan. Zero saying, I'm going to go around the corner, find you, you're just going to be hiding here, and I'm going to be guarding this tactical that I know you guys are going to want to have to try and stay alive. So again, we talked about uphill battles for Healthy Diet Food Groups. This one is certainly no exception as they are trying to get their footing here back in mid.
There is no Flounder Heights in the stage list, so this might be the closest to kind of sharking around on these walls that Eevee, a Carbon player, can tend to do, but they get taken out pretty quickly there, and the stage looking decidedly pink here in favor of Bet. 37, a pretty hefty chunk to get through, and Milana, they are keeping this tower going to make it even harder for Healthy Diet to put up a fight.
They are, but you know, 1 down on Bet, Eevee finding themselves in a position to be able to hopefully get a pick, maybe get 2. They're going to need to be able to make these pushes happen. And we see Stan getting a nice pick. Are they able to take out Zero here? Not quite. Zero taking out Stan. Instead, Ziff and the Tactical or Bubbler Tactical are both coming out. This is going to be an opportunity, perhaps, for them to push, but it seems like they just kind of left the specials there on the
1 minute left.
They just left.
And so
sorry, I wish I had more to say. There's just not really a lot going on.
Not get any palpable advantage from it. Both going on the tower, both disappearing on the tower as they do retain the Trizuka there from their Carbon Deco EV. Now Zero loading up the Booyah Bomb and seeing how Healthy Diet sort of loading up Falco on this charger perch here. They have the long range, including this crab take to deal with it.
Because it's been like quite stalemate-ish of a game.
And that's why Bet is not being as forward as they certainly.
I bet we will have the same face. Yeah. I'd like to make it more interesting, but there's not a lot happening.
The onus on Healthy Diet Food Groups to push up. Bet knows that they can survive these 30 seconds. Healthy Diet's going to have to put themselves out there if they want to try and push the tower, and now we see that starting to happen from Healthy Diet Food Groups.
All 3 checkpoints still available. They would not have to.
Yeah, this is just a hold. Bet's just gonna. Bet's got the GG strikes and a crab.
10 seconds here. The Trizuka coming out. A couple of shots missing.
The Trizuka's miss. So I mean, there's no chance anymore, dude.
Seconds to go in the tower. Still now being rated as they get
yeah.
2, and that is going to do it. A crab take.
I wish there was more to. To be honest, I wish there was more to say, but it was just a big stalemate for a really long time. So I was just like, I was kind of zoning out. But it's also getting late too, so it's a mix of that. But there's only one more game left, so only one more game.
Very forward playing. It was very difficult for Healthy Diet Food Group to kind of come around and be able to get the picks that they need to make these pushes happen. Their weapon compositions made it so that they needed to do that to be able to kind of move forward, where we constantly saw it would be Zero coming in and then Simo coming in and then Zero coming in again and then Simo coming in again, and it's like, when does it ever end? And Healthy Diet Food Groups just couldn't come up with the solution fast enough.
That's the fun part, Milana. It doesn't end. And Falco, we've seen Bet now twice in very different situations here. A game 5 where it was so close, and then a pretty emphatic 3-0. As they look forward to tomorrow, what do you see in this team that could be sort of their tagline or hallmark to try and get some of these tougher wins ahead of them?
Well, we know their next opponent and what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be against FT Win. So you're thinking about how well you played against Moonlight earlier today. Went to game 5,
12 hours to get through a single elimination tournament.
You just kind of
I've never experienced that before.
quite frank, and especially in that game 3, you had to make healthy.
I've never seen a single elimination tournament take that long.
You can kind of play the slower game.
And nor do I remember one taking that long.
Is just going to kind of relax, look forward to what's going to happen tomorrow.
Watching Splatoon content like yours and stuff like this makes me want to get back into playing the art style. Maybe you'll play Big Run, if I recall correctly. That's happening right now. Yeah, it's happening right now. Yeah.
Gone by Bet, being the first team to eliminate another team here.
Gourmet Race versus Duck Motif. That's going to be a good game.
In our losers top 8, that will set up, as Falco
Just got back from Dave and Buster's. Why is the commentator stand so clean? This is the North American playoffs. So they got one more.
And Duck Motif should be very exciting to
One
see a lot
more.
of these two teams play against each
What's
other,
it
and they
called?
have a pretty fun bit
One
of
more. Last game of the day.
high-stakes
Last game of the day.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have been around the scene for many, many years now, and most people in the competitive community are very familiar with the players. They're familiar with the expertise that each of these players have, and I honestly think that a lot of them are pretty unique in the weapons that they pick, so I'm really looking forward to it.
We did call out one member of Gourmet Race earlier, Minor being a player that has not really swapped off of the Slosher the entire time. That composition or roster rounds it out by Leaf primarily on the S-Blast, as well as Pika, who plays a couple of things.
Let's see, dude. Will Pika bring out the mini, dude? I wonder.
On that Snipe Rider 5H, that does mean they have a relatively standard composition, and as it's
Been playing it after a 2
game and composition.
month break. That's cool, man.
Try and use that towards their advantage too. And to talk about some of these teams and their history, 13 games played in top 8. Duck Motif leads that series 9-4. They are 3-1 in their matches, with their best modes being Splat Zones and Clam Blitz. So we'll see how that's going to transfer over into this competitive set as they face each other. And again, we talk about the stats in the history, but as we've noticed that things don't always follow with how the numbers are too.
Yeah, that's true.
It could go a different way, but there are definitely some good back and forth between these two teams.
And from an anchor perspective, you go with somebody like Shiny on Gourmet Race, who's relatively...
This is going to be the longest day today, but because I think tomorrow is going to be shorter, mainly due to there's going to be 6 games instead of, well, potentially 6 games instead of thing, unless there's a record reset, which could still happen, which then it would be 7.
I think being able to have that Snipe Rider under your belt.
Watching Modern Family, yeah, we welcome back. This is the final game of the final game today.
Your teammates an opportunity not to have
If I like Tears of the Kingdom, you should check out your Tears of the Kingdom random series. I'm okay, my dude. Thanks for telling me though.
Adjust their weapons or adjust their playstyle to be able to accommodate a tactic cooler, because Bandit, even though they are the anchor, they're not going to be playing that.
Came back just in time then? Yeah, it's gonna be Duck Motif versus
Well, in talking
Gourmet
about
Race.
standard playstyles and weaponry, we go now to a standard mode.
Could they do a global league? Is there a lag issue? It's not impossible. It's just that they'll have to do individual leagues for each region, and then they could probably do, well, at that point it'd just be like a world champs, you know. You ever streamed this late? I have before. But when we get around to this point, it's like, yeah, I kind of mellow out because it's like, it's late. I do mellow out because it's a lot later. So it's just like, you know, it's kind of normal just to be like, yeah, we've been watching a lot of games today.
And more than twice as populous that stage is to the next one in the list for tower control, Hagglefish with 10 coming into today. And Milana, as we look at these teams, Duck Motif with a winning record over Gourmet Race. That's 3-1 in top 8.
When's my next stream? Tomorrow. We're gonna watch day 2 of this.
Should hopefully be a little bit closer, especially with.
But this is gonna be the final game today.
Yeah, I think
I think they'll probably start off with the losers rounds first, and then they'll go to the winners round, and then, you know, they kind of move on from that.
We mentioned a little bit about the tiers of
they go on from there.
Right? Both Duck Duck Motif and Gourmet Race are kind of toe-to-toe with some of the ways that they play, with their skill level, with the amount of time they spend in the competitive community. So like I just it's like a rivalry.
Extra chill.
For me, so
Very chill.
That's why I'm looking forward to it.
Well, and in that rivalry, let's see what this shakes out to be in our losers round 1. It's game 1 tower control.
I actually have no idea who's going to take this game. We'll have to see.
DB on our spec cam. It's almost the battle Falco of a team in Gourmet Race with not that many expected changes versus a team in Duck Motif with plenty that they could swap to.
Yeah, plenty they can swap to. We talked about rush players before. We were talking about that kid, but we have Red Shell, as alluded to earlier, as being another very strong rush player here in the league, playing that Octave Rush, a weapon that we see all the time. And once again, we see the Splattershot Pro Friesen here with the Tent Missiles. Again, a very popular choice here on tower.
Am I going for this game? I don't know.
Set up here, the Booyah Bomb been a very popular special, pretty much run by most of the teams.
I don't really know.
Matches today, as we see Leaf use theirs and throw it just to the side of those boxes, and now we see the Tenta Missiles here, of course, coming out.
It's good for the content if Gourmet Race wins.
In that Pro Frozen.
And they do, and you know what, that Zipcaster.
So maybe I want Gourmet Race to win.
To do a little bit of work for Duck Motif.
It's good for the storyline. It's good for the content.
Get out on the way down.
So.
I think Gourmet Race is going to utilize this to be able to make something happen here.
And with an objective that comes back into mid so consistently, locking down not only your own set of boxes, but also the ones ahead of you are so important, Falco, as we see Gourmet Race use that position, Shiny especially, as Miner escorts the tower past the halfway mark and into the 30s.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how
I like that. That's a good Booyah Bomb.
has been coordinated, and the positioning of some
And you get the
of
check
their
as well.
teams too.
So 2 vs 4, 2 to 4.
Throwing it at the anchor players on Duck Motif, and it really paid off and excelled them to push to that 29 mark. 2 checkpoints already down on the side of Gourmet Race, and Zach, we're only a minute 30 in.
Pika has particularly been a player that's been vocal about the journey of this team entirely for Gourmet Race, uploading basically weekly content about their performance.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When you make some content, you get it mentioned in the thing as well. Get it mentioned.
Being able to spot out Red Shell pretty quickly.
Heck yeah, dudes.
You know, I think for Gourmet Race, when Red Shell is not up and about, I think it's just one less worry.
The content mentioned. That's what I want to hear.
Master of sharking and a master.
That's just a free plug that Pika gets.
So being able to utilize that and take them out is going to be invaluable.
That's what I'm saying. You know what? That's why I want Gourmet Race to win, because it's gonna be good content. Because at least we have someone that's making content about it. You know.
Getting their best tower push of the game so far, reaching that first checkpoint with Vexen going down to Miner. That will be Duck Motif. Falco getting past it with some ease, but starting now to lose reinforcements as the trades go through.
Yeah, on one hand, you push the tower further than you have before you get a checkpoint, but on the other hand, you lose 2 of your members, so that's just going to give Gourmet Race a better position to try and counter this too. And remember, as long as this is a neutral game for the duration of this match, that is going to be really well for Gourmet Race, since they have that checkpoint lead, but of course they don't want to get too comfortable, because this right now is the best that Duck Motif has been looking in this game.
Duck Motif feeling a little bit more comfortable here in mid, but that comfort may go away with the advent of those triple ink strikes there. Miner will go down as we see the swift movement from Vexen. The 52, always a weapon that I'm so entranced by seeing. It just feels like it can dodge around in the ink and get behind enemies, basically running straight at them.
You know, unfortunately, I feel exactly what you just said, very, like, viscerally. Sometimes the 52 gal, you just really can't expect it, and in the right hands can be very, very detrimental to a
minute
player
30
on the
left.
opposing team.
That's,
and you know what?
okay, it's a trade. It's trade.
They are trying to use
Gotta get rid of that brush, though.
right here to be able to grab a pick. Red Shell in a precarious position, unable to kind of do anything here, has to jump out.
Precarious, kind of a kind word, even a very awkward position to have to jump out from as we see the Zipcaster coming out. Kara having to back off.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That is not good.
Not able to make great use of that slosher so far, as they will take the lead and move on, Falco, to checkpoint number 3.
Yeah, once they had that 3-player advantage and we're on the tower,
what shots from Kara, dude.
Be the lead, and they are keeping up this momentum. They just have to get past this checkpoint. But
All
it's
right.
going to be Miner getting a pick on Red Shell. That is going to be a
Can they fight back against this dude? Who knows?
has to change their strategy. They had the lead a majority of this game, but now they have under a minute to try and come back. Again, on the benefit for them, they don't have a
It's
checkpoint they have to
doable.
get through, but they still have to approach.
It's just a matter of how. Okay, good start and kill. If they get that as well. Oh, I jumped out. Never mind.
Perhaps that's the mantra for Duck Motif. Stop the slaughter.
I think
stop
Leaf
the
has to just
rovers.
go
We
all the way
just
around
saw
while
them
in that
getting
position.
With the Octobrush onto Miner and then jump back out. Miner already back in here. As
Oh,
they're
what a
looking
jump
forward
out
to seeing
by
if
Red
they
Shell.
can push this tower even further. They have just about 10 seconds left to make this one happen, but they're losing
Ah.
Miner. Spotted by the 10 missiles, so they can't
Oh,
get
that's
anywhere near
rough.
the tower as Duck Motif
That's
holds
very
on,
rough.
has no sight of getting off anytime soon.
You're back.
That'll
It's
be
still
a
going.
great
Big tournament, huh? This is the final game today they're going to be doing.
That was
It's
just
the final
so
game they're doing
unfortunate,
today.
Being the last person alive, trying to get back on the tower, and just seeing the horde of enemies coming at you, just making sure that you don't touch that tower no matter what. It's just so tragic if you really think about it.
And Falco, if you have the luxury of being able to save those specials for the
Come
last
on, Gourmet
5, 10,
race.
15 seconds, it is
We
a
need some
game
wins,
changer to
man.
where,
We
on
need
the
some
other side,
wins.
You feel like you have to use your specials maybe 20, 30 seconds in, and you don't have
Like the
time to
diversity
build
in
them up
weapon
before that
choices
possible
with the current meta, feels like all classes have at least one or two good weapons. Yeah, that's true. I mean, 10, you can use 10 in a lot of comps if you're on the Umbrella. Anything about Moonlight? They're playing tomorrow. They're in losers round 2 though.
Or do I think I'm going to stay alive and I can quickly build another special to try and push this
So
forward? And
tomorrow's
that's why
gonna. I think the tomorrow it might start off with losers round 2, and then it'll be losers semis, and then it'll be winners finals, losers finals, grand finals. Or it'll be losers. Maybe it'll be losers round 1, losers round 2, winners finals, losers semis, losers finals, grand finals. I think it's going to be in that order, probably. That just makes sense. The most sense to me.
Race, for example, you have Pika and Shiny who get their specials and use them over 4 times a game versus Leaf and Miner who are on the lower end of the 3s. And if you look at Duck Motif on the same vein, Kara and Kino, when they're subbed in, are above the 4s by a good margin. Red Shell, for example, just 2.8 specials per game, so they are really crutching, if you will, more so on that main weapon than anything else.
Yeah, and I think you work with what you got, right? Like, sometimes a Zipcaster can be something you want to use, like, say, for Red Shell, that you use very situationally. There's sometimes you maybe don't want to proc the Zipcaster because it kind of puts you in a bad situation, or maybe you don't feel like you understand where the opponents are to be able to be as effective as you can with the Zipcaster. So as we look at these specials, I think some of the higher counted specials, Tactical or things you can just kind of like throw out and call it a day, whereas something like a Zipcaster, which is has a little bit of a higher skill ceiling, might be a little bit lower.
Well, Falco, we're getting back to olden times a little bit with this stage and mode combination well before this.
Speaking of Brellas, you're curious if we'll see one in the tournament today or tomorrow? You'll probably see one tomorrow because Bet has a 10 umbrella. Bet has been using 10 umbrella a lot. So today at least.
How they've played on Splat Zones. Duck Motif in this series 3-0 on Splat Zones against Gourmet Race. So they have that advantage, and of course Duck Motif chose this particular mode too, so they have that going for them. But yeah,
do you think it'll be a Christmas Splatfest? If there is, it's probably going to be very late in January.
Come out, a lot of those specials that it's very difficult to avoid.
And Gourmet Race has not been the best on Splat Zones, coming into today with a 2-9 record. You do have to take that, of course, Mono, with a grain of salt. But this is as neutral of a ground alongside something like Barnacle and Dime as you're wont to see as we get started with our next game.
As we get started, indeed, very exciting for the start of this match. And we see for these comps pretty much exactly what we expected. We see that 52 gal coming out, the stickers, Stamper as well, Snipe Rider on both sides. I think pretty standard as far as both teams go.
So the missiles for both sides. Duck Motif will still have that Killer Whale 5.1 with Vexen all the way in that left, now right-hand side alley. Gourmet Race more so jockeying for position as Falco. They're the first team to take the zone.
Yeah, they want to ride this momentum again based on how that last game went. Just hold on to the zone. But of course, this is the moment that 20 seconds into the game where just all the specials are going to be unleashing from Every player's alive, and that is
Okay.
huge here for
Gourmet Race is still on it.
lost control of the zone for just a second.
It felt like Gourmet Race was. I don't know. Something felt like they were the stronger team in the last round, but they just kind of messed up one situation. But we'll see. Anything can happen here.
101 here, just the fundamentals working for themselves as they are about to get past the halfway mark. Red Shell now deigning to use that Zipcaster. That's one pick on a Pika, looking for the second there. They see the jump in,
Okay.
but time runs out
Jump
on
in.
them as they're able to call it out, and finally Falco Duck Motif claiming that positioning.
Yeah, they needed to as well because Gourmet Race got below that 50 mark, which is Gourmet Race.
Ooh, that's not good for Gourmet Race, dude. Good kill though.
Still trying to push that forward. You know,
That's
Pika's gonna
how-
have to go around some corners here, move some of those boxes out. He's just kicking around too.
Bro, stayed alive somehow. Alright, well, missiles.
See some more specials coming out. That killer whale. Kira's going to be just making sure that nobody's flanking here, building up some of those Tenta missiles too. And again, we mentioned this is such a great Tenta missile stage with how narrow it is.
Ooh, okay, well, they got 2 down.
So Duck Motif has the lead now, but Gourmet Race coming in strong.
It's a long trek.
Oh, that's
back
good
to mid.
pick.
It's no Manta Maria, but it is still quite a ways to get back to this zone here, Milana. As we see now, despite giving up around 65 points, Gourmet Race using every available avenue to them where they first started by the zone, now sending maybe 1 or 2 players to these alleyways and taking the zone back as a result.
They do take the zone back, but they have to consider that, you know, all the members of Duck Motif are
It's
pretty
like
much on the
2
zone
go
right now.
down
2
simultaneously so
their
quickly.
Team. Gourmet Race is going to have to recoup and just regather all of their teammates together because it really is just kind of scrapping in the middle. They do take 2 down from Duck Motif, but you know the counter missiles coming out from Kara, I think it is going to be difficult because Shiny cannot get their grounding no matter where they stand because of those missiles.
Yeah, Kara less so scrapping directly and forcing Shiny, who was trying to play on that uninkable tarp or tend there, forward right behind the zone, and we see Vexen now.
Dark Motif got control again, dude. That's a really good controller for them. Well's really annoying too. Order bomb. Ooh, bomb defense or something.
Yeah, that's exactly why Vexen just went up to the ledge, making sure that no members
Does tactical give bomb defense?
below that canopy wanting to drop down. So
Maybe it does.
they're not overextending this push. They're
Probably
just
does.
gently pushing forward where they need to be. It's Red Shell who's really trying to get them, but no, it's going to be Leaf taking them down
Oh.
too. Again, making
Interesting.
Gourmet Race really work to try and earn this lead and to take back the zone. But again, with these missiles landing in the zone, that is going to be help. That is going to help Duck Motif recap this zone too.
I was gonna say maybe they should, but then I thought it's already so strong. It doesn't need anything more.
I've truly been surprised, not just by the prevalence of Tenta missiles today, but by how many players will just sit in the zone and let those missiles fall onto the zone. And as we saw there, it was enough to allow that zone to be taken over. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but in this instance, it was enough as this zone is not super huge. But now we see Red Shell pushing forward, getting the pick on a miner there with another Zipcaster. That may be all they find, but that's enough to
Good stuff by Red Shell there. Penalty is about to be out.
We've seen Duck Motif throughout this game maintain a
Oh no, lost the missiles.
able to push ahead of the zone with their teammates to be able to take members of Gourmet Race out. And you know what, Vexen right here scrapping it out.
Oh,
with
what a
Pika,
pick from Pika, dude.
Vexen out. It really, even though Gourmet Race has the zone right now, they are kind of losing it pretty often, and they're going to need to have a more decisive control of the zone.
Dark Motif just has
They can only hope they don't
the
lose
control,
it mentally
dude.
as well as they look to make the most
Lost
of
it
these
now,
last
though.
45 seconds. Gourmet Race trying to claim this zone back
Oh,
and get rid of
dude.
their penalty, but they're stopped midway through, and now trying to see if
Oh,
anyone
that's
from Duck
unlucky,
Motif
dude.
is hanging around that tactical where they will find Red Shell but not get them down, as they again are hanging on to the Zipcaster, waiting Falco for the right time to use it.
Yeah, this is perfect too for Gourmet Race.
I say use it now.
Forward, but like you said, just waiting on how Red Shell's going to be using that Zipcaster and how they want to push forward. And right now, it might be a little too late, especially with 2 players
Dark
down on the side of
Dark Motif
Gourmet
lost the
Race here.
thing.
You
Oh,
don't
she no, they got the
necessarily
control
need to
again.
use it against one player. You're glad you
Oh,
have the zone recapped. You might want to just wait for a perfect opportunity.
oh, that's this game, dude. Ninja squidding Octobrush.
Going to be the tip of the spear to make sure that Duck Motif can get rid of this penalty. Trying to stay alive and has to go down to the alleyway. as
That's
they
a great
jump
jump
away. Their
out.
jumps have been so on point
And now
today.
they just hold
That's part of
zone
why
here.
they've been able to survive so well.
Ah, it stings for Gourmet Race, dude. That stings, dude. That's tough, man.
It was back and forth all the way through, but Falco, as we get into this overtime, it was
That's
not
really
very
tough.
many points that they had to chew through to get back to being in a position position to get the lead, and a great show of being able to
Unlucky,
walk
man.
in the
Unlucky.
face of adversity.
That wasn't a difficult
You know,
game.
really needed to, or they wanted to get that win. They needed to if they wanted to close out this match a little bit earlier as well. So that was a great game for them too, especially where Gourmet
Yeah,
Race
they
was
lost to
looking
Sasha last second.
than they did in game 1. So again, it came down to when do we want to use our specials. As we mentioned, it's easier to get them in splat zones because you're just re-inking and inking the same spot over and over again. So you're going to build up a lot of those specials. And it just came out to an opportunity where Duck Motif was one step ahead.
And Milana, we didn't see Gourmet Race in a lot of the situations.
Tactical
that
gives
Duck
some
Motif
speed, run
were
speed.
putting themselves in, when they would
Yeah,
send the
yeah.
player very far forward, ahead of the zone,
I know
into that
this.
sort of ramp that goes into the spawn area. Gourmet Race playing much more traditionally, staying behind the zone, and only ever sending maybe one
Alright, this
player
might
into
be
those
the
alleys
last
at a time.
game. If Duck Motif clutch this one out.
They weren't able to maintain space in front of the zone. I think traditionally,
On one hand, you're sad for Pika Shiny, and on the other hand, you're happy for Kata and Red Shell. I'm sad for Pika because it's going to be like, alright, we got to top 8, and we finished in top 8. And that's just not good for the content, man. It's not good for the run, man. It's just, like, I need a story to at least come out of this. Something that's documented by some of the players that we have here, you know. Like, we just need, I just need some sort of story so I can be interested to seeing this again, you know. It's just what I need. I can finally sleep too. Yeah, I'm actually getting tired, so it's just
for healthy diet food groups now for Gourmet Race,
we're almost getting to 1 a.m.
Their playoff lives are on the line here. What do they need to change?
I have to wake up early-ish tomorrow, so I gotta skate again. Hopefully it doesn't rain again in the night. For some reason it keeps raining in the night when it's not forecasted to rain. But I want to go skate again to exercise, get my jumps in, get some tricks to relearn again. That's basically it. And I'll probably sleep during the day, because today I skated and then I was just so tired afterwards. I don't think I'm having hot chocolate tonight. No hot chocolate tonight for me, because I had some chocolate already. So
this area right past that first checkpoint where you can go around this unequal area, and oftentimes not just to maneuver the Rainmaker with, but we also see anchor players kind of hang around behind that wall and let their teammates jump in to continue a push instead of going straight for that bridge on the left-hand side.
You know, I think it's because
am I fasting? No, I'm not Muslim.
a little bit of I guess security. Security is the word I'm looking for, right? That if you have a little bit of security, that your anchor player is standing just a little bit behind the action, that even if you get taken out, perhaps you already have that tactical, or you're really back in the action immediately. So you want to be back in the action, like actually back in the action.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Deciding game number 3, 2-0 currently for Duck Motif. Can they cap it off here on Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway, Falco? We're already to see some of the usual changes come through.
All right, here we go.
A Splat Charger and Splatter Scope respectively, and for one team,
Splat Charger, Splatter Scope, Rainmaker, Undertow. Let's see what happens here, dude.
So again, not many changes for some of these teams again, and we didn't really
Sick WAD party, by the way. Thanks, man.
So Gourmet Race, the first team to get the
They are quite fun to do.
getting a little bit of ink in front of the members
Don't get to
of
do it
the
often,
as
but
well. And that's going to be picked
you know.
up by Pika with a 2-player advantage, 3-player advantage now. Pika's really got to take this, and they are doing just that by
Gourmet Race got the first push. That bomb though is really annoying.
Motif, but the rest of the members of Gourmet Race are here to try and push this forward.
They're not gonna push it. Yeah, unlucky.
It's been a pretty common theme today as well for Rainmaker pushers to get stopped right in front of that pedestal and not be able to dunk it immediately. And I will say, Milana, Gourmet Race swapping over to the 52. That's not a weapon that they've traditionally run, and they're facing a player in Vexen that's very comfortable on it, but with a linear map like this one, that killer whale may come in handy.
I think that killer whale is going to target, and you know, you can use that to target the Rainmaker, you can use that to target other players, and it's actually really interesting because combined with those missiles, I think it can be really
Ooh, that's good for Duck Motif.
We see now lots of trades
Very, very
coming
good
out.
for Duck
It's a
Motif.
2v1 now 2 situation. Gourmet Race did have the advantage, and they will be sitting on it now using that killer whale, seeing if they can track down. I believe that's Red Shell who's making a mad dash for it, and Leaf will pick up the assist as a result. And Gourmet Race, Falco, not really feeling too much
unlucky,
pressure,
dude.
finding an opportunity despite holding the Rainmaker.
Oh, that's desperate.
They're just making sure that they can get through, but that
Ooh, okay.
the stalwart defense yet again.
Right, and you can only
Oh my god, dude. It's just, it's so much is happening so much, like,
Once Duck Motif picks up the Rainmaker, like
just
right
being,
now,
the
they're able to get some points.
game is
but
just being completely swapped around.
You do have a player advantage right now too, so again, you want to ride this momentum and do everything you can to get past that checkpoint. But the thing is, Duck Motif knows that's Gourmet Race's objective too. So that's why Gourmet Race isn't bothering picking up the Rainmaker. They know if they get closer, they're probably going to
Unscoped charger, by the way.
That's why this is kind of becoming a game of chicken. Shiny has one objective right now, and it was just a dodge out of the way of the two, now 3 specials that have come their way, seeing if they can get away from Red Shell Zipcaster, which they will as it runs out. But that is many used for Duck Motif to not hold on to the Rainmaker yet, get splatted right around mid here, Milana, and lots of investment for what's effectively just creating a 2v2 scenario.
And you know what? In a 2v2 scenario, if Duck Gourmet Race hypothetically was able to hold this kind of control for the entire game, maybe it could be successful for them. But like we mentioned time and time again, any push in Rainmaker not necessarily safe unless it's going to be a knockout. And we see
Yeah,
here,
dude, this is looking rough. Duck Motif has got the control, and they got vacuum here, dude. They run with vacuum. You vacuum push.
Especially with that ink bag.
Yeah, dude. Counted. 2 minutes left, man.
To pay with now under 2 minutes left to go to gain a pretty drastic lead, Falco. Typically, that point of success is getting midway through or past on that bridge. It seems like Gourmet Race
Already
is gonna
here.
have to do the same here shortly.
Get the whales in.
Remember, their opening push, they got to that first checkpoint, but couldn't quite get past it. And once again, they're
Ooh,
stopped
nice
short
shot.
with 3 of their members going down. So, Duck Motif is doing such a great
Where's
job
Pika?
on
Pika's
defense on these
on their
turtles
platform,
as
dude.
well. And with time
Oh, actually. Oh, never mind.
running out of time, it's much more difficult. And again, I think
Yeah, they're just gonna stall Rainmaker out at this point.
for that Rainmaker to reset.
27's a very good push.
Game, not giving many opportunities for Gourmet Race, especially
Plus, especially, they don't even have the first checkpoint, too, so it's just like... They got... Duck Motif has got, like, so much, yeah, they're literally just gonna leave it in mid. They ain't gonna push.
They effectively can't see the player that they're targeting. It's always amazing that they can land those shots as we see
Oh, that's so
taking down
lucky.
Pika in what I believe was the battle of 2 high-class weapons there. The Dapple's gonna go down, and now Vexen chasing after Leaf here. They'll get the
Oh, they're pushing it even more, dude.
extend their lead here as Red Shell looking for the opportunity to get it. They have the wall to protect them from
Oh, it's so... I think it's over, guys.
triple ink strikes. Now they have a path pushing forward here.
13. Damn, dude.
Yeah, that's the moment where you can't turn around. You can't really slow down.
Yeah, they have got so much control, dude. They're in so...
Hoping you
Like,
can get the knockout, but knowing you probably won't just because there's a lot of objectives in front of you that are stopping you. But it was going to be Shiny who picked up that Rainmaker.
25 seconds.
Out of the side of Gourmet Race, so Duck Motif couldn't pick it up here.
yeah, dude. It's a shame, man. It's a shame. But, I mean, it's not... it's a shame for the content, alright? It's a shame for the content.
Like Bandit taking out Miner just by flicking the controller too. Zach, this looks like it will be all Duck Motif in the last 5 seconds.
And they go
But
vacuum.
the cherry on top, they lose 2 near the end, but they sit right on top of the Rainmaker, and it's not
Yeah, man.
enough for Gourmet
3-0, dude. 3-0 for both losers rounds, dude.
Spillway will cap it off.
Not bad. Not bad. Very well played for Duck Motif as well, dude. Well played for those teams.
For Gourmet Race,
To,
as we say goodbye
you know.
to them for the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. But what a journey it's been for both teams.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with the level of play that both of these teams have brought. You know,
It's very good, man. Very good.
So great about this league is that we can follow the storylines of these teams. We see them play week after week after week, and I'm sure that if you compared the Gourmet Race of today with the Gourmet Race of like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, right?
Is that the last set of the day? I believe it is, because Moonlight said they were going to... what's it called?
Heard a
They're
lot
playing
about the
tomorrow.
Gourmet race of yesteryear
So-
and maybe tomorrow, but let's throw it over to the 9-hole grains of today to break it down for that action.
We got 6 games, 6 or 7 games tomorrow to go through.
Zach, and I love you for it. So,
Long day, dude. But tomorrow should be a shorter day because it's less games. So
of the push that would lead Duck Motif to take this game from Gourmet Race. Take a look over here with the last 2 members, Pika and
anyone got the
Shiny,
bracket of the tournament? I'm sure they're gonna show it very soon.
We'll go ahead and roll this through in real time, and you can see how it looks when an entire team is contributing to a push. Kara immediately identifies where the threat is coming from. Somebody jumps on top. Then they move over to the left side here, take one out.
I'll be watch partying tomorrow as well. So we got another watch party tomorrow. More games. More games to watch. More Splatoon to inspect. This took me till 1 a.m. man. It's crazy.
Well, thank you, Nine. We always appreciate that you come out guns a-blazing there, and we want to look at the bracket here after
Oh, here comes the black hit.
losers round 1 match. It
Bro
is
said guns are blazing.
consecutive sweeps. Bet and Duck Motif
So
respectively.
FT win, Bet, Moonlight, Duck Motif, Milky Way.
Later on tomorrow, in fact, FT win versus Bet, and then Moonlight versus Duck Motif. But that wraps up our action for today. Milano,
Yeah, man.
starting with
6
final
sets.
thoughts. What was your impression of the
All
action that
7.
we saw today?
If bracket
I
reset.
think a lot of those matches turned out kind of in the way that we expected, but also not in the way that we expected, right? There were so many 1-point differences.
Only 1 game 5 today? Yeah, only 1.
Games, and it's just been
It's been good. There have been a lot of good games today, though. That's the thing.
perform at a way that maybe the numbers you might have seen the 3-0 or the 3-1, but those numbers don't really encapsulate how exciting these games have been. So look forward to day 2.
I think as casters, we're always happy to not see just 100% 3-0s across the board. So we'll call that a success. Falco, same question to you here.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this moment, especially Gourmet Race. They're one of those teams that got in through a week 8 with how well they performed. So to see them go and to also see Healthy Diet Food Groups, they played so strong, and they're playing against some very tough competition. Like Milana said, everything we can say on paper of the higher seed getting the win typically, but seeing plenty of game 4s, a few game 5s as well. This has been such an exciting league so far.
Well,
Yeah, man.
Well, that may do it for today. There are still 6 teams jockeying for
Yeah,
that
man.
ultimate prize of coming in first in the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs, and the action will continue tomorrow at noon Pacific time, same place.
It's finally at a good time, though. I can watch.
All of my
Finally.
casters and the spec cam operators are, as well as the production crew for this one. It has been a fantastic journey, and we cannot wait to see you here tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right back here at noon Pacific time tomorrow for more Splatoon 3
Sick.
North American
All right.
League playoffs.
That's my shift done. All right. That is my shift done. So there's gonna be 6 games. So it'll be 6. I'm trying not to do the joke. There's gonna be 6 games, possibly 7, if there's a bracket reset. So it'll be a shorter day tomorrow, guys. So it should be like 4-hour stream again, or maybe shorter, depending on how fast games go. But some good games, man. We watched some good games today. What's it called? So I'll be watch partying this tomorrow again. I hope you guys enjoyed the watch party, at least for today. Come back tomorrow, yeah? We watched the whole thing. We finished the whole thing. So, yeah, man. No, I appreciate you all. Thanks for chilling me. Thanks for the banter. We had a good time. We have fun out here. And yeah, man. I think that's gonna be a good. That's gonna be a good time to just end it, dude. I'm all good to just end it. So, thank you, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and go have some dinner or some food or whatever you want. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm tired. You could probably see it on my face. I'm tired. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good one.